Okay, we're live, looks like. Am I gonna stream? I'm only gonna stream like 4.5 hours is all the time I have, unfortunately. Okay, looks like YouTube is live. Hello, everybody. So I'm just now getting this all set up. I know it's not necessarily like the best timing, but this is what we got. Put this over here, I think. Make it smaller. Put that there. Where should I put my live chat? I think I'm just gonna have to make this different. My screens are not big enough. That's supposed to be, let me see. Put YouTube chat right here, I think. I'm not gonna make it 15 hours. I only have so much time, guys, unfortunately. It's about 10:20 a.m. right now. I finished work at like 8 last night, and I was sitting in bed around midnight, and Jenkins asked if he wanted to hang out because he had free time. So I hung out with Jenkins until like 3 a.m. We realized the patch came out at 2, and then I woke up at about 9 a.m. So it's 10:20 right now. I just got my stream set up, and my call time for Dream League today is which is the time that I start working, is at 3 p.m. So I have less than 5 hours until I have to start working and talking about this patch. So we are going to be speed reading from you. I'm going to do my best to sprint as fast as I can to go through everything. So I should probably get started, most likely. And I did also hear that it's going to be long, so we will see what happens. Before I start, does the audio level sound okay? I'm using my headset, which isn't going to be a great audio quality compared to normal, but this is what we got. Since I'm in a hotel room, sounds okay. All right, this is the best we got. Unfortunately, I threw chat on screen for once, which I thought would be fun. And you think the mic is too far? Is that the issue? Do I need to put it closer and I need to turn down the decibels? Test, 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 test. See, it's peaking a little bit. Can I wait 10 minutes till you get your breakfast? No, I can't, because you're going to be, frankly, by the time we're done, you're going to be eating lunch. So I think we just have to like stick with this. I think it's better if it's not sitting close. Yeah, the quality is just going to be lower. That's just the reality of the situation. So, okay, I'm also streaming on YouTube if you guys want to watch there instead. This is how we go. You prefer it closer? Test, test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the 7.38 patch notes that I'm going to be reading for the first time. I basically know nothing about this patch. There's clearly some water movement, which is very interesting. So the map is going to be changed. I'm going to assume these are low points, but this looks cool so far. This looks like a Tormentor. I assume there's another Tormentor. Oh yeah, it's right there. Or Lotus Pools? I don't know what those are. 2 Roche pits in the middle of the map instead of the outside. Okay, let's get excited. Much like the Galactic Winter Miners in the movie and possibly the book Dune Part 2. Okay, okay. The Water Miners, yes. Dota's been the only game that any genre believes water is the most valuable resource. It's kind of crazy then that it's taken more than a decade for us to finally prove the bold claim by saying it out loud. I mean, this doesn't look like the Dota logo though. It's kind of ruining the brand a little bit here. They didn't stop there. We remade the river that runs through the Dota map. It's wider. Its current can speed your movement. Okay. Conversely, the new river's new evolving amphibious creeps can drastically slow your movement by killing you. Okay. And that's not all help, but a new resource. Waterstone. Madstone, used to craft your own unique neutral items. Okay. You know what? I just really prefer that this was bigger. Could someone hook me up? Water creeps, those look nice. Downstream. 2 Roshan pits. Wisdom runes are relocated and replaced with Shrines of Wisdom. Snake experience for yourself, but outside of plucking a rune off the ground, you'll need to stand the shrine to earn the experience wrinkle. Shrine will activate if there's an enemy here and there with you. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense, because then it's less about like a hero just having a stun. It's about other stuff. I can open it in a browser. But how? Do I have to go to the fucking website? Oh my god. Oh my god. That means I have to change my overlay. Display capture. Do I want that? I guess so. Primary monitor. Okay. Capture method. This one? Okay. Put that down here. Nope. Above Dota though. And then we just need to do a little bit of a, oops, that's not right. Gotta make this bigger temporarily, sorry guys. Alt? Yes, it is Alt. Gotta get rid of that bottom. Okay. What if I do F10? Nope. F12? Nope. F11? There we go, baby. In fact, this allows us to do this. And move this back to where it was approximately. Okay, we're good to go. Oh, one thing I do need to do is add, I've got ads to run that are going to auto run. Add this. Add this. Alright, I'm going to press the add button now. That way it is, hello Lyrical. Okay, oop. I'm going to lock that. Grab my little webcam. I'm going to move it. Okay. Run with the currents to get to your safe lane faster. Forge your own destiny with craftable neutralizers and dive into the deluge of new change improvements. Roshan's just going to come gank here. Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, what? He picks you up? That seems wild. Thank you for the sub. I don't know why, but my alert box was just not working. It's been kind of broken for a while. Maybe it's because I made it like 10 years ago and I haven't changed it. But lately my raids haven't been showing up. And I realized that last time that Syndrome raided me for the 4th time and I didn't say thank you live when it happened because I don't read chat very good while I'm playing. But I've got to figure it out. The alert is factually broken. He turned into Roshan right before he got picked up and yeeted, didn't he? That was interesting. Okay. A better, wetter world. Here's the map. Beautiful. As with Wisdom Shrines, stand inside a Lotus pool to collect. Okay, enemies in the area will stop the pool from activating. Yes, this possible problem. I'm going to turn that audio down just a little bit, I think. Let me go back to my overlay. Boop. It is slightly distracting to me, especially when it doesn't say hooray. And you know what? The reason it doesn't say hooray is because I was going to have to go on there and I was going to have to like install Dropbox and then go make sure that I found the folder and I was like, I have limited time. I gotta get there. The upside of that, all these waterways aren't just an upgrade to the scenery. Running with the current will give you a speed boost towards your safe lane without slowing you down. Okay, that's cool. So if you're retreating to base, basically, it's going to be a little bit faster. So hypothetically, if you are going to base and you don't have a TP, you're going to be able to get there more quickly, which is good. So that's an upside. Does that mean if you're running against the flow, you'll be slowed down? So if you're trying to retreat in the river, you need to get out of the river to escape. Unless you're Slardar. Creep camps also getting refreshed in wandering waters, form of amphibious creeps that evolve from Poliwag to Boglet. Poliwag, sorry, not a Pokemon. Not a Pokemon, guys! This is not a Pokemon! To Boglet to Croaker throughout the match. I mean, I'm sure that Pokemon is going to sue, even though these are way better designed than almost any Pokemon. Very cool. Little wood teeth weapons. This one's just not going to fucking work, I'm going to be honest. You're going to get like 3 hits in and it's going to fall off. And you're going to be like, oh, my shark tooth is falling in this deep ocean. We're never getting back. That's what's going to happen. Let's be real to each other here. Oh, I don't think I changed I changed the setting, the thing, but I didn't press save. Okay, let's try it. Can I get somebody to sub to me right now? Because I just changed the setting. I need to verify whether or not the audio change worked correctly. Someone take care of that. Thank you. I will accept a Twitch Prime. Alright, here's the Wisdom Shrines. You stand there, you get it. So basically, if somebody comes to contest it with a single hero, all you need to do is bring a hero over to rotate and to kill the hero first. Because if you kill him, then he's off the... thank you, that did actually work. I think we'll keep the audio right there. No, game mistake is a big patch. Yeah, exactly. I basically have I got to speed run this. So what happens a lot in pro games is people do actually rotate to kill the support help your team get the wisdom runes, since it's very helpful. So this is going to be more common now, and something that you should be doing almost consistently if your opponent does contest, because you can TP to the tier 2. I've seen carries rotate to this, I've seen mids especially show up, and covering your support to make sure this happens is really, really important. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do 10 hours, sorry guys. Same with the shrines, same thing, you don't have to fight. This is just a really good fix, the fact that you have to stand there and your opponents can't contest you, basically. This guy just ran away for nothing. Okay. I think this is a better way to solve these two problems, because some players are kind of sick of the meta surrounding them. And this is going to be a little bit more straightforward. It's more about just being the strongest hero in that exact moment, which does take regen as well. Maybe there's going to be some negative things that we find out, but as you guys should all understand at this point, in most video games, the fun part about video games is figuring things out, guys. This is kind of what killed Artifact in my mind when Artifact came out, because all of the influencers that were in the beta early, we got to spend like months playing it. I only spent a couple months. I think I got on the beta like right after TI. People had been in for like half a year or a year at that point. And they said they allowed us to make like content before the game released, and then when the game came out, we basically said like, hey, everybody that wants to play Artifact, this is the best way to play Artifact. We gave you all the best tips. These are all the best cards, these are all the worst cards. And we fucking ruined that moment for almost everybody. It was one of the biggest regrets of my life, because I really like Artifact and I wanted it to work. But we basically told everybody what sucked and what was good, and that's the most fun part about games, is figuring out what's good. So right now, I'm just glad that this is different and interesting. I'm really excited to read this patch, because we're going to learn new things. And maybe later it might be a little bit boring, but I'm going to right off the bat say, Valve fucking killed it with Crownfall. I was really excited about it. I think they did a wonderful job. And this, so far, I'm excited. I'm ready to gas them up, even though I've only read 2 things. All right, let's keep going. Roshan is crossing the map at the start of the map, but when Daylight decides time to make a move, he'll walk the total distance between the 2 pits, tossing around any units he meets along the way. So there will definitely, we're going to see Roshan yeet somebody today for sure. Is that a silencer? That's a bad idea. Don't pick that hero. Transient Tormentor. Tormentors no longer spawn near each team space. Instead, a single Tormentor will spawn at one of the 2 locations in the corners of the map, depending on the time of the day, which means it'll also appear on the opposite side as Roshan. Okay, that's cool. Amongst a bunch of other adjustments, Tormentor's also got a new ability that'll help leave behind a helpful healing AoE after it dies. Okay. Maybe it is less safe to take right now, so it's going to help heal you to help encourage you to take it. But I assume this means you can't like take the enemies and go home and take yours, since it's only one of 2 locations. And I also wonder if it just respawns every time that it flips. But I assume that it's going to be bigger tempo. So maybe it's like 5 minutes alternating or something like that. Alright, just a fair warning right now, guys. I don't normally have chat on when I do patch streams, but please limit the amount of spoilers. Like, try not to talk about, I know that you want to talk about the patch, but try not to talk about heroes that we haven't even seen yet on screen, because what it's going to do is it's going to spoil people. And normally it wasn't as big of a deal, because I am less focused on reading chat, but like other people that are watching the video are really going to be seeing that shit. So please try to limit the spoilers. You know what? Jivajago, congratulations. Please time out people that are spoiling. Okay, so this is where the old ancient camp is with the watcher. Oh, now it has a watcher. So this is going to be a new wisdom rune spot. So this is a little bit closer to the lane. Is one thing. You won't have to run quite as far. So that means it's going to be more contestable as a supporter. And then on the right side, same thing. Cool. Good place for that. Great slider. Steer the currents of power. The Madstone, a resource lets you craft neutral items unique to your playstyle and the circumstance of the match. So you have to fully clear a neutral camp. It'll give you a Madstone, 2 for yourself and 1 for a random ally. And the Madstone, what is this? Save up Madstone to craft personalized. Is Essence Ring back? That's cool. The craft personalized neutral items. Each neutral is now made up of 2 parts. An artifact that gives, rest in peace, gives you your item new abilities, and an enhanced enchantment that it's a passive stat. Okay, cool. So basically you can get the thing that you want, but it also allows you to pick a little pivot. So rather than an item being entirely based on how it's designed, you can actually pivot a little bit. So you can get the ability, like I can get Gossamer Cape to dodge, but I could also get attack speed and bonus night vision. And then these are going to be, yeah, obviously here's the Philly Stone basically. Here is Seeds of Serenity. Here is Vampiric. That's really cool. I think this is a nice new way to add some flavor to your hero. I assume it'll be a little. This is like the same as like talent trees and facets. Basically, it's allowing you to buff and nerf things in ways that are more nuanced. So if one item is just broken because of the regen that it gives, well then, and everybody gets the regen component, the brawny component on all of their neutral items, well just fucking change them. Nerf the brawny element and maybe buff some of the ones that never get picked, and then people can start mixing it up until everything's about even, which is generally the place that you want to be. I mean, I think a lot of neutral items, especially tier 1 neutral items, just kind of got nerfed across the board consistently. Seeds of Serenity I think was still the most picked, but a lot of neutral items kind of just became blah. Well, tier 1s especially. Maybe tier 2s sometimes. Even like tier 3s like Vambrace it's fine, but it's like not as cool as like tier 3s used to be. A lot of the other ones got nerfed. See who's crafting what. 5 tiers of artifacts and enchantments available at specific windows throughout the match. Oh, keep in mind that you yourself are getting more, right? 2 for yourself and 1 for random ally. So much like how one guy really good at jungling is going to get neutral items for everybody, you'll be able to get yours quickly, and then you'll be supplying your teammates with these a little bit later. So it's not going to feel as much like first one has to go to X guy. It could be like your support who happens to be pulling a lot is actually getting some of these camps, and this is also going to make pulling a little bit better for supports. It's still going to take a lot to get it, but I wonder if I'm curious when the timer starts, if it's like 7 minutes or later. Oh, it looks like 5 minutes plus, which makes sense, right? Because now you can't just drop it instantly and get lucky on the 5 minute mark. It's like you're going to be beginning to collect them. So this could enhance supports pulling here, but probably not. You're not really getting enough tempo of clearing to really justify it. But I could really see some value in somebody that AFK jungles at 5 minutes or later, because that's generally late enough in the laning stage where jungling is pretty efficient and stuff like that. It might be a little bit overkill to go that early, but I could see more value. Just leaving your lane to go clear creep camp, for example. Neutrals at a glance. Browse every combination of artifact and achievement. I could spend so much fucking time on this. Spectators easily see how every hero's crafting history. So you can see, okay, you can see where they started. Some new items here. Where they went. Ooh, the little tumblers toy. The old the mini force deck. God, I forgot about that item. Quality of life. Dive into an ocean. I was like so bad at remembering to use my neutral items. I just was not good at Tumblr's toy back in the day. I gotta say, I was weak. Quality of life. Dive into an ocean of adjustments, improvements to gameplay and mechanics. Mark for sell. Save an item to immediately sold when you're alive or in the base for the secret. Oh great, I'm gonna do this shit on Ironwood branches. I carry Ironwood branches and Quelling Blades like my entire freaking game, and I just forget to sell them while I'm back. That's very cool. Or your couriers are up to speed on the changes will take any marked items back to the fountain where it delivers payload. Wonderful quality of life change, very smart. Roshan timer, extra hint on when everyone's favorite. Oh, cool. So now we don't have to keep the timer, which is good because after 10 plus years, I just never got around to figuring that shit out or remembering. I just don't have the mental capacity. My brain too small. Added item targeting effects. Host of visual effects is see where they come from. That's cool. This is going to be really helpful for casting, especially because you're going to see where Glimmer Cape is coming and things like that. So that's really awesome. All attributes display, cool. This is I think PGL did an overlay like this actually. So this is Valve giving a little head nod to PGL saying we like what you're doing over here. Now you don't have to mouse over it. Before you'd have to mouse over to see how many attributes, but that was kind of like a visual. It's also probably that Valve looked at that and was like, yeah, visually we did this because you needed to be able to check how many attributes somebody is, but they probably weren't content with how clean it looked, and this is going to look a lot cleaner. But I think PGL was doing this first. I might be wrong. There could be other people. HUD timers. Search all over the map to see all the various Dota game timers. Thankfully, you can now just hold Alt to see the status of those timers at the top of your screen, just in case you need to ping the time to your abilities to remind to do something important before your enemy does. Okay, so rather than having to like look your camera to where things are to ping it to remind your team, you can hold Alt, and these are all the timers. This is actually fantastic. Minimum, not even for the pinging, just for your memory, right? So rather than you having to know all the timers, you can just hold Alt. I'm going to legitimately try to remember to do this. I'm going to press Alt to be like, what do I need to do? This is like literally a life hack for anybody that it doesn't have good organization skills, which is partially me. I get myself into routines, which makes my life easier. But having like a reminder app where I write down the things I'm supposed to do, this is going to be perfect. I'm going to press this and be like, oh, hey, camps are soon. Which that one's in my brain. But like bounty runes, wisdom runes, I forget that shit all the time. So I'm going to hold Alt, I'm going to check this shit out, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to make me a better Dota player. It's for Dota Plus. Hell yeah, I pay for that. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Backpack grace period. Crucial item delivered in the midst of a team match. Shouldn't be a moment of game-terming triumph. Not a moment of watching your backpack die 1 second for your backpack. That's very cool. You can now drag newly acquired. This is actually amazing too. Although it could be abused. All right, the good thing about this happens to me all the time. Pro players, what they will do, they will keep an eye on when their courier is almost there, and they will drag an item out right before their courier is delivered. Somebody like me, who doesn't have the attention span to watch my courier coming, the item will be delivered, I'll be like, oh shit, that's in my backpack, and I'll drag it in, and the team fight will be beginning, and that's going to be a bad moment. But now I could swap the item in rapidly. The downside is that I would be curious to see if players can abuse this to have. I guess they can't really abuse it. I was thinking like, oh, they could have a courier nearby. They could drag it on and then they could swap. So hypothetically, let's say you're 7 slotted. You have 6 items. You press your BKB, but you want to swap it for your refresher orb that's in your backpack. Instead of it being in your backpack, you put it on your courier. You transfer the refresher to you, and as soon as it gets transferred, you swap the BKB and the refresher. So you could be a better 7 slot if you had your courier nearby. Would be the only downside of this, but still you'd need 7 slots. Otherwise, like if you weren't 7 slotted, you wouldn't have your items on your courier, you know? It doesn't make sense. You could do it with like healing salves, probably, but or wand. You could put a wand on a courier and swap it in to trick people, maybe. But drag Nulicore out of your backpack without the sex. Yeah. So maybe players will do some stuff by hiding items on their courier, especially BKBs, blink daggers, like timing items like that. They'll drag them in as the gank is starting. I expect to see that. Maybe not immediately, but it's going to happen very soon. So that's kind of cool. All right, patch notes. Let's do a quick read through, and okay, we're done. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. All right. Universal Heroes damage per attribute decreased from 0.7 to 0.45. As a result, many heroes have had their base damage and attributes gains changed. So I will tell you right now, the reason that they're probably doing this, and I feel moderately confident about this, is because I'm going to make this bigger, by the way, because these are way too small to read. And I might move my camera to the right side. The reason that they're doing this is when Universal Heroes got added, the damage per attribute was pretty. It was too low at first. It was 0.6. They upped it to 0.7, and then there's this period for like 5 months where Universal Heroes were just like really good because there was a couple items, mainly like Manta Style, Lincoln Sphere, things like that, that gave you so much attributes that those heroes just did like a huge amount of damage. Like Void Spirit Wind Ranger had like these glory moments, and then they had to nerf Mjolnir, or sorry, Rod of Atos and Gleipnir like 4 different times because the items just were way too good. Um, what ends up happening then is that they have to nerf all of those items that are too stat effective, and those universal heroes become too good. By lowering the damage per attribute on universal heroes but upping their base damage and attribute gains, what they've basically done is they've given themselves back more tools to balance items. They needed some oomph there because you can't, like, once that gets learned and everybody knows that universal items and universal heroes do too much damage, they have no leeway to make those items balanced. So they have to like then say, okay, we're gonna make this worse for universal heroes. We're gonna up their stat gains, which in some ways is good too because it makes things like Witchblade more viable, or like Strength Blink more viable, or Havoc Hammer, or various other things. Like there's a lot of universal heroes that you want to play Witchblade on, like Batrider, and it's just not really good because the heroes just don't have that much in gain, and they have to do that because their universal damage could be so high. So I think this is a good start. Yes, it might fuck up a lot of universal heroes right now in a really big way. This genuinely could trash can universal heroes right now, but Valve basically has to say like, okay, we think this is the right number, and they change it, and they're like, we know we're going to change this in the future, guys, but right now it could really fuck these heroes up. There's going to be some winners and losers here. Some heroes could just be in the dumpster. I don't know what these numbers are. We will find out when we play pubs and see what the win rates are. But this is probably a good change. They are trying to give themselves more control over buffing and nerfing heroes later. This is going to give them more flexibility in items. They can be more generous in items that give all attributes in the future because of this change. This is important. All right, skill points can now be spent on all attributes starting level 2 instead of level 6. Okay. There's maybe some heroes that this would be useful on. Maybe a hero like Morphling, because he gets double attributes. But you could also argue that there are, I mean, this is how Dota 1 always was for a long time. There's also maybe some heroes where there's like one ability that's really good in the laning stage and the other ones are just okay, where you could potentially desire attributes, and now that they're visible at all points, this is maybe just an option that you might want. Like let's say, for example, you're playing Tide Hunter and there's nobody in your lane, and you just, I mean, that's not exactly common, but I could maybe see a circumstance where like attributes is better to just make you a little bit tankier, but um, it's going to be rare. But maybe there's some circumstances, maybe like Wraith King or something. Wraith King's abilities are good. I don't know. There's maybe like Luna, you get Lucent Beam, you don't necessarily need Glaive Bounce right away. Maybe you're playing now. Dragonite wouldn't want to give up a skill point. There's maybe some circumstances. Reflected spells now benefit from the bonuses the original cast had, including the following: Facet upgrades, bonuses from talents, Ag Shard, Ag Scepter's abilities, upgrades used to depend. Okay, so in the past, the way that it worked is if I got like an Ag's ability cast to me and I had a Lotus Orb, but the reflected spell would only be an Ag's or an Ag Scepter if Ag Shard, I mean, if I had that thing. So you could do like an Ag Shard reflection, but now it's going to just be a full reflection of the spell, which is probably more fair, honestly. It's kind of similar. I think it's different than how Rubik works, but I think this is probably fine. This doesn't bother me. In fact, it's kind of more fair because then if somebody has like a really giga juice spell from some facet or from some talent, I mean, facets could be stolen uh, by Rubik, but I didn't realize that facets weren't reflected by Lotus Orbs. But this is only fair, right? It's supposed to be an item that is going to reflect an effective ability. So making those even is just going to make Lotus Orb more effective, which is probably fine. That item is actually kind of low purchased right now. Slow resistance now increases the minimum movement speed by the slow resist percentage. Oh, that's really cool. So if I have slow resistance and you're giga slowed, yeah, you're still getting some movement speed from it, which is kind of cool. So like if you're hit by like 100 slow resistance or 100 slow and you only have 20 slow resistance, like it's so much slow that your movement speed drops to 100 anyways. But now at least you have a little bit more oomph. So if you're hit by like, Venomous Gale, you're actually going to be a little bit faster than normal. I think that's a really cool idea. Glyph creep duration decrease, so it's going to be a little bit harder to use it to abuse when diving towers and when countering somebody else's glyph when you're pushing high ground. This is going to buff the Roshan's banner, which I think is in a good place right now. They did a great job changing it to what the current iteration was. I hope they don't change it again or they only slight tweak it. I think it's a great position, and this glyph nerf is going to make that more clear. But the best usage of glyphing your creeps are countering enemy glyphs, Monkey King stun, and diving towers. So that's all going to be a little bit harder in the early game. Units no longer gain bonus movement speed during the night. Okay, that's fine. There's the water movement potentially. Maybe that's going to make a difference. But I think this is fine. This is going to make it a little bit harder to gank while at nighttime and to move across the map quickly, which is a possible downside, but it doesn't bother me too much that that's been changed. Items that have entered a hero's backpack for the first time have 3-second grace. Okay, this is what they talked about earlier. Top and bottom areas are flooded out. Streams have a current. We got that already. Going downstream increases current and max movement speed. And max move speed, cool. While going upstream inflicts no penalty. Okay, so you can go upstream, no penalty. That's good to know. So yeah, leaving the base is going to be faster. So that actually means retreating after high grounding is going to be better in the river. I don't know how much movement speed was, and say the movement speed. Does it say right here? Up to 2 zones. One is a strong current, which provides 150 bonus movement speed, and one's with a moderate current, which provides 100. That's a shitload of speed, by the way. I don't know where the moderate current was. I assume the strong current is when you're leaving the base, but maybe like the moderate is halfway. Current strong from, okay, it just says right here. I should really just read. Current is strong from stream beginnings near each base up to the waterfalls near tier 2 towers. All other stream sections are considered to have model. Oh, is all water then moderate? Is that how it works? Bonus value depends on the phase direction, ranging from 100% downstream to 0% at 90 degrees. Okay. Oh my god, do we have to do... Dude, if I had time, I would literally do Pythagorean theorem right now to see what your movement speed had to be for it to be more efficient for you to run at a 45 degree and a 45 and a 40. Like a zigzag, like doing this. But you're probably, if you're getting 50% at 45 degrees, you're losing basically... I mean, the hypotenuse is what, 1.4, right? So if you're traveling at a 45 degree angle, you're traveling 1.4 this way and 1.4 this way, which means that our total hypotenuse is then a squared. So that's 1.4 squared. I got to do it. I'm sorry, I'm too deep. I've been teaching math a little bit for like volunteering. 1.4 times 1.4 equals this times 2. What's the square root of 3.92? 1.97. So you're traveling almost twice as far You're traveling almost twice as far to run at a 45-degree angle and a 45-degree angle. So this is only faster if your movement speed is about 100. Because then you'd be getting 100 bonus movement speed. Okay, good to know, guys. If you're really slow, if you run at 45-degree angles, then you're faster. Okay, good to know. I'm sure everybody, that's what you guys come here for. Hopefully that made sense. I'm pretty sure I said that correctly. Approximately 2 since you're squaring the square root of 2. Yes, that's correct. That is what that's what I just figured out. Sorry, did you see my calculator just now? Was that helpful? Was that helpful? Oh, hell yeah, nice. You guys got to see. Okay, that helps. All right, good to know. Watchers, camps, pathways, and areas slightly adjusted. Give way for the stream. Radiant, Dire main jungles now have a stream with moderate current starting your easy camp. Okay, cool. Roshan is back in the river. We got this. Top layer slightly close to jungle's entrance. Bottom one close to Radiant. Old active Roshan will show as a minimap icon. That's helpful for people like me that forget sometimes and have to spend 4 seconds thinking about where is day and night? Let me do some math. Starting at 15, it follows a day-night cycle. Okay, so early game it stays in the bottom pit. They could potentially change this in the future, which is a good balancing thing. Not that people really rosh pre-15 minutes typically, but maybe with some Ursa they will. No longer bonus movement speed when moving between pits. It has slow resistance and additional slow resistance when running between pits. When running into a hero while moving between, grab violently throws them. 1 second stun, 200 pure damage, and percentage of their target health per minute of the game. Okay, to help scale it. So let's say it is 60 minutes into the game. That's 5% times 6. So 30% of their current health. That's kind of a lot. That's when he's running. So if you can throw somebody into Roche, that's pretty sick. 200 pure plus 30% of their current. Oh, it's current health. Okay, it's not max. But still, if they're full HP, that's a nice little hit. Each time he throws a hero, he gains bonus movement speed, increased throw damage by an additional 100 until he reaches. After 5 throws, Roshan ignores heroes. Cool. Very cool. Sounds fun. Roshan icon near the minimap that shows his state and location. If Roshan's dead, the status will include a timer. Since it takes 8 to 11, it will say that he may be alive, but also include a timer until the guaranteed respawn. If team gains vision over Roshan, or Roshan's roar of retribution is heard during this, the timer will be updated to inform that Roshan is alive. If a team gains vision over Roshan, a team, does that, oh, I think that means like if your team spots him, then you know. But it isn't like if either team, he will be revealed. Okay. Cause the icon to display exactly when and where Roshan will spawn. Oh, because he could respawn. Is it RNG where he respawns, or is it based on the timer? I'm not sure. 2-second disarm when he roars. The radius is decreased a bunch. Cast point increased a lot, so you could potentially delay it. And the cooldown increased a lot. Yeah, because he would roar multiple times. I think this makes sense. 2-second disarm is fair. Just a little bit of. It still amplifies the damage your team takes, but knockback now also has a 2-second cooldown before it can be applied to the same unit again. Okay. Oh, like knockback when he's running through you. That sounds fair, because otherwise he's more likely. I mean, he's fast now. Like he's really fast. Maybe the same speed, I don't know. But he's running in a place that is more likely to fuck you up, basically. So 2-second cooldown is good. Unique animation for the bash. That's cool. I think this is a great idea, because it was a little bit hard to tell before that who you got bashed by. Tormentor reposition corners. Single Tormentor active. Spawns at 15 minutes. Grants 250 gold to each team member on death. Oh, because before it was based on who got the last hit. So it is a much better gold item than it used to be, guaranteed. And it gives you 280 bonus when everyone has shards. So this is a 2,500 gold snag late in game, which is pretty cool. 500 gold's a lot. Depend day, night cycle, radiant side at night, dire side on day. So that is opposite of Roshan. Yeah. As a result, it'll always appear at the radiant side first. They can change this, of course, in the future if radiant is too powerful. Dire side turbo because of the time. Do this for Tormentor opposite sides. Yep. Ability scale with game time instead of number of deaths. Oh, okay, yeah, because before it would reflect more when it was on second or later. Okay, cool. That's a better way to do it, because then it doesn't punish you quite as much when you're on top of it and killing Tormentor often. So that'll be good to know. We'll see how it feels when you get in. Damage reflect is 20 per death to 50 plus 2 minutes of game time. So 10 minutes in, that's going to be 70. Oh, it doesn't spawn then. Okay, so it does 90 still at the first one at 15 minutes, but if you kill it 5 minutes later, it does 10 extra damage. So that would be, so if you kill it at 20 minutes, it does 100% damage reflect instead of 90. Okay, so it's definitely going to be stronger, I feel like, when people on average take it, but if you get good at taking it on time, it's not going to be a big deal. The numbers should be about the same. Damage per second, oh, this part sucks. 30 to 60, that's a lot. So you're definitely going to need multiple heroes to take it, I think, if you're going a little bit slow. However, this is just damage per second, so if you do use a lot of heroes, they're just taking double damage. But it's going to heal you afterwards, right? The radius is decreased. This is the damage over time. After dying, it leaves a 900 radius aura that increases health regen of all units in the area by 2% of their max health. So they can get a 30% heal for 15 seconds. So it doesn't punish you quite as much. However, you do have to stay in that radius for the time for 15 seconds. But it could help you take Tormentor and then take a fight afterwards, hypothetically, if you're getting that 2% of max health, which isn't a lot. I mean, if I have 1,000 HP, 2% is only 20 HP per second. So for every 1,000 HP, you're getting 20. But if you have 2,000 HP, 40 HP heal for 15 seconds, it's not bad. That's like 600 HP. So for the whole duration, it's not terrible. This is Lotus Peel's 3 entrants. Gather Lotus, first Lotus, 1.5 to each subsequent Lotus in a row takes 30% less time. Oh, okay. So if you're doing multiples in a row, it's just like boom, 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 boom. I bet it sounds really nice. Same team, pause if enemy hero. It's just like good. This is why you play Overthrow, guys. So you can get good at this. Lotus will be granted to a random hero. Okay. Kind of weird. But I guess if you want one hero to have them, you just leave the AoE. Go chase the guy that's leaving the enemy hero, you know? Spawn Great Lotuses after tier 4 neutral items. Okay, that way it saves you time. And great, okay, they're actually trying to help you get cheeses, the cheese buff, if you so wish. Which is a damn shame. I was so jacked about this when it first came out, and then I just gave up so hard. Because I had like 3 to 4 really good tries to get the cheese upgrade, whatever thingy it's called, and those didn't work almost every time. So I lost all my hope. I became a bitter old man. No stinky cheese clone. Shrines of Wisdom. See if there's anything interesting. Offlane side jungles between tier 1 tier towers. Yep, we saw that. Activates every minute. That's normal. Normal, 3 seconds. Normal. Experience will be granted to a random hero within 300 units of the shrine, also to the teammate. Yep, very normal. Okay. Bounty runes 4 minutes instead of 3. Interesting because this is going to change mid a little bit. If you're getting dumpstered mid at 3 minutes, you can sometimes leave with your bottle, go get the bounty rune, refill, heal. Now that that's at 4, this means that it's in some ways better because now I assume what's going to happen almost every single time for supports, or mids, is that you will grab the water rune, you will double heal, then you go grab the bounty rune, and you will double heal, and then you go back to lane. This could make contesting those runes even better as a support. I would argue so that's the safe lanes for both teams. Going to contest water runes and then getting your bounty runes just seems like a very obvious thing that's going to happen for pro players consistently now because of the potential of getting both. And so if you're trying to contest the water rune and that's not going to go well, you could also back and take your bounty rune to make sure that their mid doesn't do it. So this will make the tasks a little bit better for supports because there won't necessarily be like 2 things to do at the same time, or there'll be 2 things to do at the same time instead of something to do at the 3-minute mark maybe, and then something to do at the 4-minute mark. Gold provided after the initial set rescaled, so a little bit more early but less late. Oh, I'm sorry, the timers are a little different. We'd have to make a spreadsheet to check the numbers, but my assumption is they are about the same, but they will be subtly different. I'm just not going to take the time to do it because we're short on time. Region-specific map buffs have been removed. Rest in peace. They were a cool idea as a way to like balance Radiant and Dire. These could make a really big difference in terms of Radiant Dire win rates, by the way, because that was part of the reason they were there to allow like, oh, the top Dire jungle. Like Dire typically had a worse win rate in the past. My guess though, everything sounds pretty symmetrical so far. There is a chance that the win rates on both sides are the same since the Roshans seem to be like more central. A lot of things are symmetrical here. So I think temporarily removing these, maybe they'll come back someday. But I think they were a cool experiment. But outside of like the regen aura on the top upper right of the map, other than that one, the other ones were pretty blah, I felt like. But, maybe I'll miss the mana, you never know. Like maybe I've played games where I'm like Draw Ranger, I'm like, you know what, I don't need a Falcon Blade this game, and I just thought it was fine because I was so smart, but in reality it was because I wasn't giving the mana aura, there's things like that could have happened. Corner outposts have been removed, so you cannot TP to those sides of the map, which makes sense. You don't necessarily need to anymore because of the fact that there are not Roshan pits. So that could really change. Number one, this is going to have a really big impact on the pro game at least because it's going to really change where the smart places are to play on the map. I'm really excited to watch the games today. By the way, I'm at Dream League right now in Sweden, and I've been here for like a week almost, and that's like half a week. And we've been broadcasting every day. There's a tournament going on right now with some of the top team, basically all the top teams in the world. So if you guys want to see how pros are playing the games, all you have to do is wait a little bit of time, and you're going to be seeing how teams play the maps with almost no downtime. So today should be really fun to watch. The Twitch channel is twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2, and I will be there on broadcast around probably like 5 p.m. my time, which is in like 6 hours. So if you guys want to watch pro players play, we're going to see it today. So where the players play on the map and where they ward is going to be completely wild and different. They're going to be figuring shit out at the same time as us. They're probably going to play pubs all day until their matches, so they will have some experience, but it should be really fun. Twin gates have been repositioned in the corners of the map on a new high ground area near Tormentors. Okay, cool. So you can cross the map, take it, and then go back through. Touch up the map in general, slightly adjust the neutral cams, trees, cliffs. That makes sense. Lifesteal. Individual abilities no longer have special rules about how lifesteal works in different situations. Heroes versus creeps versus illusions, damage types. Lifesteal mechanics are now consistent across every ability. Okay. Lifesteal applies to physical damage from attacks and is reduced by 40% when damaging non-heroes. So that would be lifesteal is physical based lifesteal or attacking based lifesteal. Spell lifesteal now applies to physical damage from spells and magical damage from spells or attacks, and is reduced by 80% when damaging non-heroes. So there are some spells that do physical damage. Things like Dazzle spells do physical damage. Quill Spray from Bristleback does physical damage from spell. But most magical spells and magical damage do AoE. So spell-based lifesteal is reduced by a lot. And that does make sense. So this basically is trying to buff lifesteal for heroes that do less AoE. Is that true? Okay. Let me read this a little bit more. Neither lifesteal nor spell lifesteal applies to pure damage. Okay. So heroes like Timbersaw with spell lifesteal, that's just not going to work anymore. Which is interesting because maybe it was too good because it wasn't being reduced. Spell lifesteal applies to physical damage from spells. Spell lifesteal applies to physical damage from spells and magical damage from spells or attacks. So if there is magical damage from a spell or an attack, you get way less on creeps, basically. Why do I look so pale? Because I'm really pale. I'm really pale, and there's a lot of sun on this side of my. Like I don't know, if I do this, it probably. I mean, the sky is red. Look, I'm in a very northern country. I gotta take the sun that I can get, even though I don't need much, because I have paper white skin. Um, this is a little bit over my head right now for some reason. Applies so basically, yeah, 40%. Isn't this higher than it was before? No, maybe it was about 40. It was about 40 for like Mask of Death type stuff. But basically, spell lifesteal is just way worse against creeps, is what this looks like. Spell lifesteal is way worse against creeps than regular lifesteal, is what they're trying to do. I can't remember what the exact numbers were before, but good enough. This is the biggest, the most clear change. No lifesteal or spell lifesteal from pure damage. Holding Alt while looking at items to provide lifesteal will show the lifesteal percentage. Okay, cool. So we can check in game. Following attacks and targets do not provide lifesteal. Attacks that do not proc attack modifiers. Okay, cleave, lean. So this is consistent. Those things did not provide lifesteal before because they were like not from your main hero. Attack damage against boards, buildings, or couriers. Okay, pretty consistent. I think they're just cleaning this up to make it more consistent. Spell damage against illusions, wards, buildings, or couriers. I think you could lifesteal from those in the past, so this could really affect heroes like Sand King or Leshrac, for example, who would buy spell lifesteal and do damage to illusions, and you do so much damage to them that you would get a lot of heal. I wonder if this is going to affect brain sap on Bane, because if you would brain sap in an AoE on illusions, you would get so much heal because they would take extra damage. I don't know if it counts as lifesteal or like a spell that heals though, so it kind of depends. Wards, buildings, couriers, reflected damage. Do not accept reflect. So you can lifesteal from blade mail return damage, which is interesting. That would mean that you could get spell lifesteal potentially with blade mail and lifesteal from it, which is cool. Which would be pretty cool on a hero like Axe, actually. I don't know if this is new or changed, but if this is new, this is pretty big for blade mail. Spells that remove health instead of deal direct damage do not lifesteal, like Orb Venom or Necrosis Heartstopper. Oh, okay, I see. I see. So you can not. Oh, I'm sorry. It says do not provide lifesteal. Sorry. So you can't reflect. You can't lifesteal from reflected damage. All right, my bad. Yeah. So these look semi-consistent. These do not provide any lifesteal. All right. Small number of abilities that do not use spell life or still result in healing can benefit from lifesteal amp. Open wounds heals attackers. Meeple's ransack heals them. Okay. So these specific. Okay. This might include like Bane's, Brain Sap, for example, but they just didn't list them all. Holding all will do. Okay, that's a lot of work. Alright, neutral camps that reside in the stream are considered flooded camps. Flooded camps are populated amphibian neutrals. Camps are easy camp on the rim, medium camp, medium camp. How do they evolve? Every 5 minutes, the creep in the camp will be forever upgraded. Each camp consists of 3 units. Easy camp completes medium camp. Both medium camps will become hard ones. Medium camp will become hard, and both hards evolve to an ancient, which is cool because this is a way to basically increase the farm. It basically changes your farming patterns as the game goes on, which is really cool. I like this a lot. It basically means that like the map will evolve a little bit and there will be more farm as the game continues. So you don't necessarily have to farm in certain places on the map. You could play maybe more defensively, for example, but there's gonna be thicker camps to kill as your damage increases. Creep can only be upgraded twice. Oh, easy will never be an ancient. That's too bad. Bad for them. Are they not upgraded if the camp is blocked? Forever? Oh, or do you mean like the camp is an easy camp and you haven't killed it since it upgraded, so you have to kill it once so it can upgrade, probably. Upgraded units can't be increased. One ancient creep attempting to stack the camp will not create it. A 15 easy camp completely turns into a medium camp. Both the medium camps will become hard ones. What do you mean? You can't stack them? Does this mean you can't stack them? Has to respawn to upgrade? Yeah, but what about this? It says if there's only one ancient creep, attempting to stack that camp will not create another ancient. This is kind of confusing to me. 3 polywogs. Medium camp gives 126 experience. This is the hard camp, 165, and ancients are 312 experience, way more. 1 creep per camp upgrades. Oh, just 1 creep. Three polywogs. You can't stack and get pre-upgraded creeps. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. So you can't basically like stack a small camp like 6 times and then it upgrades to mediums and then now you just got all this extra experience. I see what you mean. But yeah, it shouldn't upgrade just 1 creep because it looks like they do evolve like all of them. But yeah, okay. Oh, look at this cute little guy. That's some great art. Or great art. 400 health, 200 mana, bad armor, magic resistance, passive. All allies. Ooh, this is good for Chen. Allies with the range, movement speed, and outgoing damage bonus as long as the owner is in the water. Oh, that's cool. It's a pretty decent damage increase. Boglet, 700 health, bad armor, magic resistance. These have really bad magic resistance, by the way. I guess a lot of creeps have 0. It's not that like lane creeps have, some of them have magic resistance, just the banner creeps, but some neutrals do have magic resistance. So these are all very vulnerable to magic damage. Active, send out tentacles in the target direction, stunning enemies. Oh, this is an AoE stun. It says target direction. It's a decent stun. Deals 80 damage. 16-second cooldown. That's not bad. Neutrals cast this ability on the close enemy if there are 3 or more enemies. Oh, okay. Close enemy if there's 3 or more enemies within 5 to all the copies of abilities on other neutral boglets. I don't know exactly what this means, but same aura, Riverborn aura. The Martial Apprentice. This looks like some Naruto stuff. Some fighting frog. Bubble Berry protects the target from magical damage. That's cool. Cast this ability to random allies below 50%. This is truly Warcraft 3 right here. You'd basically want to get an ability below, what's the duration? For 10 seconds. You'd want to get one guy below 10% health. You'd let him cast a shield, or below 50% health, so he gets shielded, and then you'd kill some of the other heroes while you work on him. It's not that much. It's like 100 block though, and it's magic also. Same aura. Croaker. This guy's old as hell. 900 health, 3 armor. Same tendrils. Higher stun duration though. I could see this being good on a hero like Doom. Just an extra stun. You don't necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to be Centaur. Same thing. So does this? I can't tell. If there's 3 or more enemies, it'll cast on the closest. After that, all copies of it on other neutral croakers. Okay, so you can't. It doesn't cast it more than like every 5 seconds, but it should stun you. And it looks like it auto hits. I don't know. I don't know if there's a deliver or a delay. Better barrier. What's the stun duration? Oh, this guy doesn't stun though. 3 armor, same aura, ancient croaker. Right, here's the big boys. 1.4 second stun, 250 to 325 damage. Pretty good. Same aura. Large bubble, yes, 200. These would be a cool ability to steal as a Chen or a Doom, to be honest. Be able to shield your allies. It's pretty cool. Oh, there's a bubble. I haven't been reading this. Is this new? The bubble burst? After the bubble burst heals the target for 50% of the amount. That's a really good shield and heal. It's like a 300 HP heal, basically. And all allies in an AoE. This is a really cool ability, actually. I really like this. This is a nice addition. Aura. Okay, cool. Prowlers are back. I assume they have the same thing. But that's right, they had this like lifesteal and regen aura. Made it harder to clear AoEs. I've got ads coming on Twitch in a second. Apologies. But here they come. Petrify neutrals. Oh, that's right. That's like, is it a stun? Can't remember exactly what it does. Duration. All right. Prospecting aura is no longer unbreakable. Thank God. That was really needed. It's really messed up the game a lot when your prospecting aura got. Oh wait, no, it's allowed to be broken now. Okay, good. I wanted to break those auras. Number of enemies in range required to trigger a cast decreased from 4 to 3. Okay. So a little bit easier to trigger this against illusion type heroes. Basically, if you use Manta on it, it's going to clap you. Block of cheese, there it is. Restores health and mana. Oh, that's so smart. See, the problem before is you didn't want to use the cheese to make a block of cheese because you'd be screwed, right? You lose a temporary fight bonus for like 500 HP, which sucked. But now it does both. You get the health and the mana, and you get the shield. However, it has a limited duration. That's a bummer. It can only be cast on an ally to give them the buff. However, the item is still fully shareable. Does that mean you can cast it on an ally to heal them, but it doesn't give them the shield now? You have to use it yourself to get the shield. It's cool. I like this change. It gives you a little bit of a power play, and since it's probably, I would assume it's easier to get this based on um the the Lotus change. It's probably easier to get right now, so I think making only 5 to minute duration is a good middle point. No longer refills when carries Linging Fountain regen buff. Okay, this is going to be a nerf for especially pro Dota that you can't bottle refill anymore. I kind of assumed this was eventually going to happen because this was the only way to still do it, was you'd TP mid from the fountain and you'd refill somebody's bottle. Now that you can't do that anymore, it's going to be tougher for mid laners if they are losing the lane. Especially. So this is going to make skill-based mid laning more valuable, more viable than it was before. Not that there isn't a penalty for your support to TP mid and then have to walk back to their lane, but it's going to make it harder to if you are losing mid. Water runes still exist, bounty runes still exist, but the staggered time could really screw up a player that is just getting dumpstered mid. Blights remained renamed Orb of Blight. Lasts for only 3 seconds at 8. That's a nerf to your Venomancers who would want to use this buff. Orb of Frost, basic item, 250 gold, no bonuses. On attack, slows the enemy if they're ranged. Okay, so it slows better on ranged heroes than melee. And it reduces the healing. This is really inexpensive. I could absolutely see this being viable. It's very good against a Huskar type hero. Lowers their movement speed by 13%. That's only like 33 or something. No, it's like 40. It's like 40 movement speed against 300 movement speed heroes. So it's kind of a lot of movement speed. I could absolutely see this be purchased in a lot of lane matchups on side lanes. 250 gold's kind of a lot, and it doesn't do damage, but it lowers your movement speed. Healing of 13% is not that much, certainly, but it could matter. And then Orb of Venom, what does this do? It's a more gold, 9-second cooldown, no longer slows movement speed. Poison attack damage is up to 3. So it's kind of like a Witchblade, basically, but a very weak version. And the duration is up to 3 seconds. So every 9 seconds, you can do a 30 damage tick. Yeah, it's like it's a very very weak Witchblade, but it's like a harassment tool. I could see this being a support item genuinely, because if every 10 seconds you're coming in to slap a guy, it doesn't have any stats, so it's kind of a bad core item, I would say. But certainly over the course of a laning stage, it has potential. If we divide this by 9, we can see how much damage you're doing. Naturally, the evil number per second damage being dealt. So it's ticking this many times 30 damage. So it does about 200 damage over the course of a minute, right? Yeah. So this does 200 damage per minute. This is pretty good. It's a cool item. I know that they're going to be building into something that's very obvious, but I'm just thinking about laning stage wise. 350 is a shitload of gold though. This is so much. This is like you go to lane with an Orb of Venom and a Tango and like a couple Ironwood branches. Like 3 Ironwood branches. This is really expensive. But if you get a First Blood or something, I could definitely see this being a quick item that you buy, potentially as a support. I think I see it as a support item, but if you're like winning the lane as a core, especially as a ranged hero, I absolutely could see this be useful as well. Sentry Ward, restock time decreased. There's been a lot of problems with in pro games with Sentry Wards kind of running out quickly, so restock time is up. Nerfed invis heroes. Visual indicator of the caster, that's wonderful. Decrease for Windlace, and movement speed is worse, so it's a little bit worse to just casually have it in your inventory. Abyssal recipe change. Skullbasher, Sange, and a recipe. Okay, so no more Vanguard, which is kind of good. It was kind of like the bad part of it, but it basically buffs the item for strength heroes, which are usually not who buys the hero or the item. It's usually agility heroes in a lot of cases that want bashers. Total cost on change. 35 damage, 26 strength. Very good strength item. Slow resistance, health, and lifesteal amp. Okay, cool. Gives you another option for Sange that you might want. No longer provides health and regen, but it gives you 26 strength, which is 2.6 regen. Totally fine swap out. Like the Vanguard component wasn't that good, and frankly, even cores are gonna like this too because of the raw HP. It's still fine. It's gonna give you 400. It's gonna give you a lot of strength actually. 26 times 22. It's 572. So a little bit more health, quite a bit more health than before. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. Remove damage lock, of course. Okay, rename, no one gives a shit. Recipe change. Broad stored instead of Claymore. Recipe cost increased a little bit. Total cost decreased. Bonus damage is down. Cleave damage is down. Okay, we'll see if that makes a difference for some heroes, but it's a little cheaper. And the build-up is a little bit better. Requires the second broadsword, so you need 2 broadswords. Okay. Bloodstone no longer provides AoE increase. Yeah, I kind of wondered if that was going to be removed. It was kind of good on some heroes. Blood Effect applies a basic Dispel and Cast. Okay, that's really good actually, because before, if you'd rush a Bloodstone and somebody had a Spirit Vessel, Bloodstone was just like, oh, this sucks ass. But now that it can Dispel, I think that is a nice place. It also gives you a Orchid solution. So big buff to Bloodstone on your Leshrac or Death Prophet type rushers, because now you're better covered against those items that hard counter your ass. Bloodthorn, Soul Rend, True Strike on the Silent Star are now limited only to item owner and their controlled units. Okay. True Strike doesn't affect your allies anymore. Okay, that's actually good, because it was kind of debilitating against these evasion heroes who invested heavily in evasion, and then Bloodthorn all of a sudden makes everybody just kill them. I think that's a really good solution to making it a little bit more fair. Science Visual, now tinted red to better distinguish Bloodthorn sounds from other sources of sounds. Okay. Boots of Bearing, total cost decreased due to Windlace. Drum change is cheaper, no longer uses charges. The cooldown increased from 30 to 45. The bonus attack speed decreased by 10. Okay, so just a little nerf to drum, but it never runs out of charges, which is cool. I like this change. It felt bad when your drum got to 0, to be honest. But increasing the cooldown is fine for me as a more casual player, because I'm not going to remember to use it. That's not necessarily true. I was good at pressing it, but it felt like I had to upgrade it sometimes. Now it doesn't really feel like an item that you need to upgrade or get rid of. So I don't know. It's worse. This item is basically better movement speed when you upgrade the Windlace or whatever, but and in here as well, upgrading Windlace. Oh no, I'm sorry, they did decrease it. But this one's still fast. Anyways, let's continue. It's a nice change to drum. You can basically just press this shit all the time now, and frankly, it's still quite good. E-Blade primary attribute multiplier for universal heroes decreased. Okay, interesting. Yule Scepter total decrease. I changed. Requires Oberfrost now, and they decrease recipe. So same cost basically. Again, this is the one that really slows ranged heroes over melee and decreases healing, which could be good against your alchemist type heroes because you're doing 13%. That's like it's like probably 7 regen per second that you're hurting on alchemist minimum. Definitely good against heroes like DK as well. It could matter Timbersaw. Transmute grants a Madstone bundle when used on a neutral creep. Okay, so this is less good for transmuting because a Madstone bundle is definitely worse than a guaranteed neutral item. So Midas is nerfed a tiny bit in that specific way. Item is reworked for Halberd. Halberd wasn't a good place for all, but it became too good because you couldn't dispel it if you used it correctly. I loved that personally when you got a good Halberd off, but they had to nerf it. It was dispellable. So now it's a Vanguard, a Crown, which is an all-stat AoE item, a Ring of Regen, and a Recipe. 2600, very cheap actually. So it looks like a potential item transition for your offlaners to make Vanguard better, because Vanguard is pretty much a dead item. Health regen, and attributes, so good on universal tanky offlaners, but frankly still okay on the other ones. Um, this looks about the same. I don't know what the exact numbers are right now. And then active has disarm, can be dispelled. Mana cost down to 25, that's really low. Duration on range heroes decreased from 5 to 4. 4 is still really, really good. It's 3 on melee heroes. This is cool. I like this. This is not a huge amount of gold. A little bit of extra regen is not terrible. I mean, you're basically spending, it's 900 gold to get the disarm. This is really cool. And it's synergistic with what Vanguard is, right? Like this just looks like an obvious Centaur item without a doubt. 25 mana is not bad, very usable. Again, these bonuses are not that incredible. Like you're getting 5 all attributes and like 1.5 extra regen, which is just okay, but getting the chance to disarm at the start of the game is cool. It's just cool. I think this is a great change. I could see this get purchased. Again, Vanguard is still kind of bad. It's like kind of a shitty regen item, but it's not terrible. There's probably some heroes that'd be really down to have this, like a Tide Hunter type hero. Just really a mess up their attack type thing. And the fact that the Vanguard scales into something that will be useful in almost all fights is cool. And people don't really have dispels when you get it this early. They're just not going to have them. So, great change. I'm into this. Gleipnir is reworked. Recipe change. Point booster instead of Maelstrom. Okay. Recipe cost increased, but to a lot. Total cost massively dropped. Provides AoE bonus and mana. Okay. Oh, because of the point booster, so it has mana now. Health bonus increased because it has a point booster. Intelligence bonus decreased. It still has an Atos in it, keep this in mind. So it's a very high health and int and mana item. The Eternal Change no longer deals damage. The radius is decreased. And the mana cost is decreased. And it has no chain lightning. So it's basically just a souped up Atos now, which means it's not going to be a core item at all, unless you're an int hero maybe, but it's mostly just raw HP mana. Definitely more of a support item now. I think your hoodwinks are going to be unhappy about this, but it's still good for what, like the active is still good if you want it, and it is cheaper, but I would assume, I'm just going to assume right now, just a gut read, that this item is so much more selective now, because it doesn't have a farming capability. It's still worse on Hoodwink because you're not getting Maelstrom procs based on Acorn Shot. So I don't know if we're going to see people buying it, but there are some circumstances where it's really good to give control. Like if your enemy uses a Manta Style while you're trying to lock them down and then you use Gleipnir afterwards, it's a great item. And it's still going to be good against a lot of heroes, but it's a lot of stats. It's a lot of like health and mana and not much int, but it does give you control, which is good. Maybe it's good on a hero like Silencer or something, like Silencer support, but this is a really expensive item still. So it's an Atos, a point booster, and a recipe. I don't know, that seems pretty costly. Remove chain link, yeah. I don't know, seems kind of bad to me. Recipe change. Gloves of Haste, okay. Cloak, okay. Orb of Venom, that's the damage over time one, Witchblade, right? And Cornucopia, so Mage Slayer gives health regen. Total cost decrease from 28.25 to 20. So it's a much better offlaner item now. This is probably like your new Tide item because it gives you regen and it also gives you the thing. Used to be Oblivion Staff and a recipe. So it's no longer gives you int. So it's a weaker item for raw mana, but now it gives you 8 damage and 5 health. It's a great tide item, really, really good. Less attack speed, which is fine. 45 is kind of a lot. I would say 30 is more moderate. Is it the same cost? Yeah, basically same cost. Okay, but yeah, better offlaner item. The downside is that the regen aspect is really expensive, but the fact that it gives you health regen means that you're much more likely to fit this in as an offlaner item. I don't think you'd buy it on a hero like Mars, for example, but his type of hero kind of makes sense with this. Regen with survivability. I am trying to think of other heroes you'd maybe buy it on. I mean, you could Mage Slayer apply it, which is cool. It's still going to be good on a hero like Ember Spirit. Um, it's better for like a Viper than it was before, I think, because it gives you health regen, which Viper kind of lacks in the items that he's buying, but Mars Mage Slayer is nice. Yeah, well, it's going to be better now because it gives you health regen. So if you can get to a cornucopia in lane, it's really fantastic. It's probably arguably a better carry item too. Carries usually like to get at least a regen item, so being able to alternate and go for like a Mage Slayer as a hard carry sounds kind of good. Maybe some like Monkey King carries would buy this. A lot of pro Monkey Kings are being kind of flexible right now. What time is it? 11:20. All right, we gotta accelerate. Mask of Madness, Berserk Moon Speed decreased. Here's the Orb of Corrosion, Orb of Frost, Orb of Light, and Band of Elven Skin. So no more Gloves of Haste. It gives you 8 agility. Corrosion on attack slows the enemy by 16% of the target's range. Okay, this is different, of course, because before the Orb of Venom would slow the same for everybody, and now it's better against range heroes. So if you're melee, you're going to be way less punched. If you have like a phase boots, then you just don't have to worry about corrosion, it feels like. Reduces their healing by 20% and their armor by 3. Okay. Okay, but they added Blightstone back in is what they did. It gave you armor, attack speed, and slow, and now it does now it slows their armor. Or sorry, reduces their armor, reduces their healing, and slows them, especially if they're ranged. So if you are playing a kill hero, like it's more like the old one, right? It's a chase item, especially against ranged heroes, and it lowers their armor. So your Phantom Assassin type heroes are gonna like this item a lot. Again, agility slows them, lowers their armor. Really good against. This is really good against Huskar. An excellent anti-Huskar item. Lowers his armor, makes him easier to kill. Lowers his regen, makes him easier to kill, and slows him by a lot. Not that Huskars usually run away too good. You think this is too good for a 1k gold item? This only gives you 8 agility. The agility it gives is really bad. The raw stats are not good on this item. The effect is good. So I would say that there are some heroes that this would be good on. I think this item will be good on like a Riki. This is a really good Riki item. It's a really good like PA item. It's probably a really good Ursa item type thing. But it's still 1,000 gold. That's a lot of money, guys. And if you are playing against melee heroes, you're probably not going to care that much about this item. I don't think. This is probably pretty good on Bounty Hunter too. But it really just depends how many ranged heroes there are and how important healing is. If you're playing against an Alchemist, if you're playing against a Huskar, sure, it has a lot of good potential. If you're playing against ranged heroes, especially, it has good potential. But it's a 16% slow. It's decent, it's good, but I think it has limitations. Empower spell cooldown increased by 6 seconds is a much bigger cooldown. The slow is worse, but the slow is longer. All right, this is better. I actually like this change because before the low cooldown made it that it was kind of only good on heroes that spammed nukes, and it was really about the nuke, not the slow so much. This is going to make the item better. I like buying it on Pugna, not generally. I should finish that statement before I move on. I think this will make the item better on some heroes and worse on others, right? If you're playing a Morphling type hero, you don't care about the slow as much as you cared about the cooldown and the damage. But if you're playing a hero that wants more slow and doesn't want to buy an Atos, for example, this item is kind of better because the 3-second slow is great. I would buy this. I bought this item sometimes on Pugna. It was generally not ideal, and pros never did it. But this item on Pugna is hypothetically better, right? There's less slow duration, less slow amount, but the slow duration is higher, which is kind of good. So if you're trying to keep somebody out of position longer, it's going to be a little bit better because a lot of fights don't necessarily like you can cast this twice in a fight, but you're kind of limited by like your abilities more than you were your actual cooldown. Does that make sense? It's like most spells aren't single target spammable more than 6 seconds, and you don't necessarily have more than 2 single target abilities that would proc phylactery. So it like kind of really limited the amount of heroes that could actually cast this ability. So I don't know, I'm into this. If you say 30% times 3 and 50% times 1.5, this is more slow. This is 75, this is 90. So this is more slow. Obviously the timer is doubled, but I think for a lot of heroes it's not going to be a big deal, and this is actually pretty viable still. I think for a hero like Ogre Magi even, it's kind of a cool item. Throw Ignite on a guy, I think that would proc Phylactery, not the other Ignite casts, but if you throw like Ignite on a guy and you proc Phylactery, like that's a lot of slow for 3 seconds. I feel like. I think it's kind of cool. Alright, let's see how Conda's different. Tiara Celemene is like the mana regen item instead of Crystallis, so it doesn't have a crit built in, even though it's a sword. It's fucked up. Recipe cost increased by 1,000, so it's really expensive now, 5,900. It provides 8 mana regen instead of 50 damage. So it's basically a spellcaster item now. Or if you want a shitload of mana regen, it would work. Doesn't have critical strike anymore. And power spell no longer steals attack damage. Oh, deals attack damage, sorry. So it's not going to be on these like spellcaster right clicks. Spell bonus damage increased by 150. Okay. Now applies break to the target, disabling their passive. Cool. So it's a break item now. That's why it's so expensive. It's probably going to be bad right now based on the numbers, but it's probably going to get buffed in future patches and be good, is my assumption. Because this is like a new, potentially broken mechanic. Small movement. Okay, so basically it is basically a very expensive item. It's basically Phylactery plus this Tiara of Salomene, and it applies break. So you just shouldn't buy this unless you really want break. This is going to be bad right now. I think Phylactery has potential on some heroes. There could be some heroes that it's viable on because it's the same item. It has great stats already, and now it's going to be a little bit better for team fighting for a lot of heroes. But Conda is going to suck ass unless you're playing against a Bristle type hero, in which case then you could build Conda to give yourself the ability to break. And it should only break for 3 seconds. So a 3-second break on spells, potentially very good. Like if you're playing like Lean against Bristleback, yeah, you're probably going to fucking buy this item eventually. But it's only doing 250 damage. It's a utility item. This item sucks right now. You probably don't buy it in almost all circumstances. There's probably better things you can buy almost always. But Phylactery has some potential. This will get buffed in the next patch. They just have to be really consistent with it right now, or safe with it, because it's like reworked. It is a 12-second break. That's a really good point. That's the one really good thing about it. You could break every 12 seconds. If you're playing against a Spectre, it has really good potential. If you're playing against a Bristle, it has really good potential. Maybe a Viper, but for a lot of other heroes, not good. Not good. But yeah, 3 out of 12 seconds, really solid. But it's really expensive. You probably shouldn't buy this item. Revenant's Brooch rework, probably needed. It was really rarely good. Requires crystals. Oh, you can crit on it now, huh? Voodoo Mask for spell lifesteal and the little recipe. 3,300, very cheap. 35 damage and 16 spell lifesteal. Remove Phantom Province, that was the like magic damage upon attack. Phantom Critical grants each attack 30% chance to deal bonus magic damage equal to 80% of the attack's damage. It's considered a critical strike for other sources of damage. So you shouldn't necessarily get this if you can already crit, but it gives you a chance to deal the bonus damage, which is cool. So if you're doing 30% chance to deal 80%, what that means is we should multiply 0.3 times 0.8. So that means that you are dealing 24% of your damage on average as magic damage in addition. Now, Crystallis itself, if I open this really quick and look at the items, because I want to compare the numbers, this was 30% to do 60. So that means that this is it's a better Crystallis. You're dealing more damage than the Crystallis by itself did, and it's magic damage. So if you want to deal magic damage, it's already a better upgrade, and it gives you spell lifesteal. This is obviously also right-click based, so we're looking at right-click heroes that do magic damage also, ideally. And of them, let's take a quick gander to the heroes tab. Right-click heroes that deal magic damage. Kez, I think it could work on Kez. Gyrocopter would be pretty darn into this item, I think. Gyro would definitely like this item. He does a lot of spell damage early and mid-game, even with Ags. Being able to crit as magic damage is not bad, frankly. Bloodseeker would be really into this item. He would definitely buy this. I could see people maybe buying it. That crit's a little bit weird as an item. You don't really want that much raw physical, but the fact that spell life steals is kind of good on Bloodseeker. I could definitely see him buying it. Luna would be into the item potentially. I don't think Medusa does enough magic damage. Morphling could get it, certainly. A lot of these other carries, maybe Shadow Fiend. It'd be really good on not so good on Shadow Fiend actually, because the crit would do magic damage, and that doesn't stack with his passive, his minus armor aura. But there's probably some others. Maybe like Clinks doesn't do that magic. Ember Spirit could do it potentially. It would make his build a little weird. Huskar, if you want to spell Lifesteal, it's kind of weird though. Kunkka hypothetically could do it. You could do some magic Tidebringer splash. No, the crit would be magic. Hypothetically, Tide or Kunkka could do it. You're not doing that much spell damage. OD, I think doesn't want it. It's too much gold for raw damage that would then be magical. You're better off to spend your money to increase your int and do more spell damage. I don't think Necrophos right clicks enough to justify it. Probably, I don't think Monkey King is into it. Queen of Pain could definitely buy it over Dagon to give you the spell lifesteal you want while still making your right clicks good. Puck could definitely buy it, but it's a lot of Puck kind of wants a little bit more stats maybe, but definitely Puck. Puck Queen of Pain could buy it. Sniper hypothetically could buy it. It's probably not good. Storm Spirit could definitely buy it. TA would be kind of interesting, just like a little way to do like extra magic damage. However, it's not good on her. You don't do spell damage. Tiny could buy it. Viper could definitely buy it. It's good on Viper, I would say, if you want like some raw damage. Really good on Viper. Really good on Void Spirit. Probably really good on Wind Ranger if the hero's bad. Those are some of the heroes. That's fun to think about. Cool item. Oops. Sanji Nasha, so that status resistance bonus decrease. Yeah, this item was really good right now, so it was definitely going to get nerfed. 20% is still pretty fair. Shadowblade recipe change. Claymore instead of broadsword. Total cost increased, and the bonus damage is increased. I'm curious why they changed this. I mean, Shadowblade Silver Edge was purchased, but it wasn't like the most popular thing. I mean, it does more damage, but it's more expensive. Silver Edge total cost increased due to Shadowblade changes, does more damage. Kind of weird changes, but maybe they felt the item was too effective. Maybe people could get it too quickly. Total cost of Solar Crest decrease, Tranquil Boots decrease, Windraker decrease, all Windlace related. Here's the Witchblade, requires Orb of Venom, recipe cost, so same cost, but does pick up an Orb of Venom. Could be a decent mid item, like every 9 seconds right click your enemy mid. Alright, we covered this already. We covered this already. We covered this already. Crafting 4 artifacts and 4 enchantments and choose one of each. So it's similar to before, you get 4 neutral items basically, but now you get the enchantments. So lower chances that you get unlucky with your neutral items, right? Because you're more likely to get at least one of the artifacts that you want and if you get like sometimes you get 4 neutral items and you get unlucky and you don't like any of them that much. That sucks. But the chances of you getting 4 artifacts you don't want and 4 enchantments you don't want is lower chances because now there's 8 variables instead of just 4, right? So worst case you get an artifact you don't like and you get an enchantment you don't want, or you get one or the other, right? So this is going to normalize these a little bit better, which is cool for those people that are overly negative, which they do exist in Dota. Artifacts who are like, oh man, I always get the wrong neutral item. Artifacts will provide 3 options from current tier, and the last option will be to keep the current artifact. Oh, so you can like keep upgrading the same one. That's really interesting, actually. Okay, so that hurts a little bit of the normalization, of course, because then you have 1 less chance. That's just for the artifacts, though. But the enchantments will always provide 4 from the current tier. Does that mean you're like upgrading your artifact throughout the game? So if you get one that you really like in tier 1, this is a very cool idea because it basically allows you to take, at least the way that I understand it, is that if there is like a neutral item that you really like at an earlier tier, like Grove Bow, for example, a lot of times those heroes that really like Grove Bow, they want to keep it, but they will eventually replace it with better stat items like a Quiver or the Paladin Sword. But now you could like be Grove Bow and continue getting better enchantments than the previous one, which is a cool option. Crafting a neutral item replaces the existing neutral item if there is one. Am I crazy? And the last option will be to keep the current artifact. Okay, so you can keep it, it seems. You must craft a tier 1 before you craft tier, which makes sense because you need to potentially level it up. Crafting a tier 1 neutral item takes 5 madstone, so that means you need to kill 2 camps, I believe, to guarantee that you get your neutral, right? Or was it 2 per camp? I think it was 2 per camp, 3 per camp? I don't remember. It's either 2 or 3. It's either 2 neutral camps or 3 neutral camps. There's no more Grow or Philly Stone? No, there was Philly Stone up above. Well, I mean, Philly Stone wasn't the artifact, but it was one of the enchantments. So it does exist. It's one of the enchantments, but it's not one of the artifacts. So it's still there, effectively. You're not going to see the image anymore. You can be sad about that. That's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5 takes 10. Okay, that's fair. Because killing a couple neutral camps early is tough. It's 3 camps. Okay. Tier 5 neutral items can be recrafted for an escalating. Oh, that's really cool. So basically, if you don't get the one that you want, you can keep recrafting if you have enough Madstone. This is a very cool change. I assume that this means that ancient camps aren't necessarily like the glory for tier 5 neutral items anymore, but the fact that you can recraft it is great. If there's some tier 5 that's fantastic on your hero, like Apex or Mirror Shield or something, then you can eventually get it, which is really cool. Madstone limits. Limited at the amount of Madstone they can gain it. Okay, at the start of the game, cap is 0. Cap is increased to 5 once you get tier 1s. Okay. Does this mean that you can collect infinite Madstone? Does this mean that you can save up your Madstone so the second that a new one's available, you can craft? Is that how that works? So would that mean that like supports are going to get theirs later? Or is it like it's capped out, you use it, and now you're waiting? I'm not. You have to gather more. Okay, so which makes sense, right? When the new neutral comes out, then you will be having to get more. Again, weaker for supports a little bit because you kind of want to be able to kill a neutral camp as soon as it comes out. It won't necessarily be given to you by a fast farmer, but I don't think that's necessarily unfair. And also the timers have changed, right? Instead of 7, it's multiples of 5. 5, 15, 25, 35. So you'll get your neutral items a little bit earlier than before. But we'll see how it plays out. Halved and Turbo collecting Madstone results in 3 Madstone for the player and 2 for the team. Okay, yeah, so in the regular game it's 2 and 1. Mana draw, new tier 1. Okay, this is the artifact. The bottoms up restores 60 mana plus 2% of the max mana over 6 seconds. So that is 12% of their max mana. It's really good on these like high end heroes. Makes null talismans a little bit better too because they will increase your max mana. Taking damage from enemy hero Roche will end the effect early, so it's kind of like a clarity. Shared similar to bottle. Depending on the caster's mana, caster range 650. This is really high. Doesn't matter that much. 40-second cooldown. Okay, so it's kind of like arcane boots. It's really good though. This is fantastic. It's probably is arcane ring removed. It doesn't say here specifically, but we'll see. But this is effectively like arcane ring. The downside is that it doesn't give you any passive benefits, but it will give you a lot of mana regen. So good to know. Keep that in mind that it's not going to make you harder to kill. So for cores, this is going to be seen a little bit weaker, but on the right, int casters that have a lot of mana needs like Zeus or Lina or something or Leshrac, still a pretty good item. Occult is now a tier 1 neutral artifact. Passive is same thing. Okay, cool. That's a very potentially good passive on the right heroes that want to get attacked a lot and have mana problems. Orbit Destruction neutral 1, or tier 1 now. Reduce armor by 2, slow moves by 10% if they're melee. Okay, so this one's better against melees, worse against range. Last 5 seconds. Potentially really good on your Ricky Bounty Hunter type heroes. I could see people carrying this on to a new tier potentially. Pig Pole, great item, cooldown 25. Basically same thing. Doesn't give you attributes because that is going to be one of the enhancements. Polywog Charm. Ribbit. Increases an ally's health regen by 8 for 10 seconds. So 80 HP, 1 water, bless unit also moves 10% faster. Okay. Cast range 1000. It's just the heal, no big deal. 40 mana cost. Does cost mana though. So that is a downside. And this is really not that much heal and it costs mana. So, but I'm thinking about this without the reality of them having any attributes, which again are probably going to be enhancements. So maybe mana draw's not that bad. It should be a lot of mana. Yeah, but this one is just a health regen active. It's like Seeds of Serenity, but just worse. However, in the water, moving 10% faster, that's pretty good. That's like 30 movement speed. And there's a lot more water now. Ripper's Lash. Embed thorns into all enemies in a 200 unit AoE. For the next 10 seconds when they're attacked, they take additional physical damage. You could use this on creeps. It's 30-second cooldown. When they're attacked, they take additional physical. Hero attacks do plus 12, non-hero do plus 4. Cast range is 700, so it's probably like a little AoE, right? You're putting it on the ground and affecting everybody, so you could use it as a support to increase your damage to a target. If you're playing like an Ursa or a Wind Ranger, this is probably pretty cool, but it's probably fine. I mean, because I keep comparing this to like a stat item that's doing, like your Spark of Courage is what I'm thinking. Like, oh, well, why would you want this over 10 damage? But you could have this and you could have some enhancement that gives you like +4 to all attributes, Like it's hypothetically good. This would be good with like Sleight of Fist a little bit, for example. for 10 seconds. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's going to increase everybody's damage against one target. It's not bad to have this, potentially, if you're like trying to kill a Huskar, you know? Or even a Tide Hunter. Plus damage against a Tide is good. Similar, plus 10 damage above 50% health, armor when they're below. They nerf the item a little bit because it's also going to give you additional stats, is why. Dig, same thing. Brigand's Blade is back. Tier 2 neutral artifact. Dark Mercy attacks deal 3 more damage to enemies for each 5%. So if you're missing 50%, you are dealing 30 more damage, and if you're missing almost 100%, you're dealing almost 60 damage. So this item was quite popular and good. Worked against buildings as well. So if that still fits, it's a great item. It should be a really good item. Essence Ring is back. Increase current maximum health by 240. This means this is an anti-heal item. It's good against anti-heal. So very good to get this when you're playing a hero like Necrophos against an AA or anybody else that limits healing. Mana cost is 150, and if we do the math on how much heal this is, I assume this is going to heal you afterwards like it used to, right? So how much heal per mana is this? 240 divided by, I don't know the values of this. This is probably around similar for typical like heal per mana. 240, it's basically like 10 HP per second. Yeah. So it's a pretty good regen item for sure. Essence Ring has the potential to be really good. Sixth Sense dodges an attack every 6 seconds. That number is a little bit higher than it used to be, of course, because they're going to change the enhancement. Iron Talon, very similar. That looks the same. Searing Signet, burn through instances of 40 magic damage or more. Set enemies on fire for 5 seconds. Cause them to take 15 magical. So it's kind of like a blade mail in a cool way. 15 times 5, that's 75 damage. So for 5 seconds, if they nuke you, you're going to reflect. The effect doesn't stack. Doesn't affect buildings. Tick rate is 0.25. Total damage 75. Got it. No cooldown. Okay. So it's kind of like a blade mail reflect. It's interesting. If you're some tanky frontliner, really cool item. Not blade mail on attack? No, it's not on attack. Well, yeah, it's not on blade mail that it's not on attack, but it's effectively an item that you buy like blade mail when people are dealing magic damage to you, and you're going to reflect them back. So against a Radiance, for example, Searing Signet's pretty cool. Because the Radiance damage is going to do 40 magic damage. Probably, I assume this is pre-reduction. And you're going to burn them back for 15 damage. Is you doing magic damage? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for a correction. This is you dealing damage to opponents. Alright, this is fantastic with Radiance, either way. This is a wonderful fucking neutral item if you have a Radiance build. Because you are dealing damage to them and you are further setting them on fire. If this works with Batrider, it's broken, by the way. If this damage per second is enhanceable by Sticky Napalm, it's fucking broken. This is like just straight up broken. Either way, it's still really good on Radiance and AoE damage over time. It's pretty good on Zeus. It's pretty good on heroes that end up damaging a lot of different heroes. Underlord? Yeah, pretty good on Underlord because it's going to tick the entire time that they're taking burn damage. Good on Macro Power, good on Dual Breath. If you have long burn, like Ignite, it's just going to be good. It's just extra damage the entire duration. Like on Ignite, for example, if Ignite burns for 8 seconds, this means that this is going to burn for 8 plus 5 seconds. So it's going to do like 100 extra damage. So this is going to be really good on heroes that have long trailing magic damage that happen to hit a lot of heroes. It's a cool neutral item. I like it. Ignite takes 40 magic. I think it does at level 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, at level 3 and on, so you will definitely have it. And this is a tier 2 neutral item, right? Tumbler Toy, tier 2. Propel your hero 300 units. That's half of 4 staff. This is a lot. Can't be used within 3 seconds of receiving damage. Great item. This is going to be picked up a lot. Gale Guard. Envelops caster in 400 all damage barrier, blocks 75% of incoming damage and lasts for up to 10 seconds. This is really good. While active, the barrier provides slow resistance. This is really good. Oh, it's tier 3. That makes some more sense. So it's going to block 400 damage for up to 10 seconds, but they have to deal... What's the reverse of this? Do I divide this by 0.75, I think, to do the math correctly? They have to deal 533 damage to fully remove it. But if you're playing against some which isn't like that much in the context of things, but if you're playing against like some heavy slower and you're being ganked, this has a lot of potential to be good for slow resistance. So some Veno high slow type hero. This item looks pretty cool. 30-second cooldown. I like it. Gunpowder Gauntlet. Beat the crowd. Your next attack splashes to all enemies in 250 unit radius for 50%, which is about this. I think Battle Fury is now 60. I think it said. Original target isn't affected by the splash, but takes an additional 120 magic damage. Okay, so it's kind of like Quiver in that it does bonus magic damage, which is it's an okay amount on a 6-second cooldown. But getting a little splash is nice. This is really good on Kunkka for sure, because it basically guarantees that every 6 seconds, instead of 4 of course, you are doing bonus splash. This is a really small radius though, so it's mostly going to be useful for neutral items, or for jungling, but it still has the potential to be kind of cool. I could see it being a little underwhelming though, but if you do want to increase your farm speed, it's not bad. Nemesis Curse is now a tier 3. Glass Cannon, 8% is the same. Okay, so Nemesis Curse is the same basically. It was a tier 3 before, I believe, as well, right? Ninja Gear is down to tier 4 instead of tier 3 instead of tier 4. Cast Smoke, 60 seconds, doesn't have any attributes tied to it, so if people do want to get Ninja Gear now on their heroes without getting agility and movement speed, they can. So kind of a cool change for the item. I'm into it. People were talking about removing it because it's so common, but now that it doesn't have stats involved, we'll see how broken it ends up being. But Serrated Shiv, got him. Attacks have a 20% chance to have True Strike, so 20% accuracy, and deal 10% of the target's current health is bonus physical damage. This is really potentially broken. Very good against tanky heroes, basically. It's if we do the percentages, it is 10% of 20, so it's a 2% chance. So this does 2% on average of their current health as bonus physical damage. So for 1000 HP times 2%, we're doing 20 more damage, right? Because it's 10% of 20. So if for every 1000 HP they have, you are dealing 20 bonus physical. So very good against tanky heroes. The True Strike is helpful if you want that. Procs against Roshan always do fix 200. Illusions may create the proc effect, but deal no additional. So it just looks like. Oh, and it has a cooldown actually. So most people don't attack that much faster than 1 second. So you wouldn't necessarily want this on some like alchemist potentially, but for almost all heroes, like Focus Fire, it's not going to be broken. It's still going to be good, but it's not going to be broken on Focus Fire. But yeah, against tanky heroes, this item is very solid. But the less tanky there are, I mean, a lot of people are tanky right now. And it's still a tier 3. I mean, if we're thinking about what we're competing with, we're talking about a 12% damage increase from Nemesis Curse. Because again, this still can have enhancements added to it, for example. This could end up doing like a lot of damage. It looks potentially really good. Whisper of the Dread, Tunnel Vision equipped here as their daytime vision reduced spell damage up to 10%. It's a tier 3 now instead of a tier 2. So it got buffed to the previous numbers. Doesn't lower, oh yeah, it always lowered vision, and it used to give you mana before, but that's going to be an enhancement now. Ceremonial Robe is now tier 4, which I like. I like this neutral item a lot. It arguably does the same thing as Whisper of the Dread. It's very similar, right? Spell damage could be physical, so you could get this on Bristleback. Magic resistance mean this isn't good on Bristleback, but this item is just fantastic. Increases your team's stun durations by 10%. I don't think it'll affect people that are BKB'd, but also increases your magic damage basically by 10% because their magic resistance is 10 lower. So this is a really good neutral item. It being tier 4 means it's more likely to stay in your inventory, because it always felt bad to me when I get a robe at tier 3 and it was really good, and I felt like I had to get rid of it for tier 4. Crippling Crossbow, Hobble, hits an enemy for 75 damage, then slows their movement speed by 80%, and reduces their health restoration by 40% for 4 seconds. What time is it, by the way? It's noon. I have like 2.5 more hours, and I'm like a quarter of the way through. I'm gonna have to go really fast on the heroes. Enemy 75 damage, slows movement speed by 80%, and reduces their health restoration by 40 for 4 seconds. Okay, so it's like a crazy slow on a 12-second cooldown. Slow fades over the duration. Okay, that makes sense because 80 is crazy. Health restoration penalty is constant. Cast range 600. Oh, it's just an... Oh, it's an active. You have to like cast it. Okay, cool. So you can use it to potentially get some really nice slow and health restoration. Okay, that's cool. Some nice utility, and it's just a slow. It's not. It's not a stun. 75 mana. This is really. I like this. A really cool item. Mono. So many new neutral items. Increase cast range by 125 and attack range by 100. So it's kind of like Telescope. Cast range and attack range. And melee and range. Okay, so you can get this on melee items, or melee heroes to get attack range. That's pretty powerful for a lot of heroes. Taking over 25 damage from a player, controlled source, or Roshan disables it for 3 seconds. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So it basically becomes less useful once they start attacking you. I don't know if this is that good then. Because that you are going to take damage. And 3 seconds of disabled, like that seems kind of mediocre. Telescope is like way better. I don't know if it's still going to be in the game or not, but if it's removed, then this is kind of mid, I feel like. On some heroes it's good. Some lineups where they never hit you and you're still in the back line, it's good. Sound Strike, okay, this is still the same. Ogre Seal Totem, flip flop, flop forward like an Ogre Seal 2 times. Normal, normal, normal. That looks the same. Ferric Cloak. Mark an enemy for 6 seconds. 60% of all the damage dealt to the caster. 6% of all damage dealt to the caster is reflected to a marked unit as physical damage. Dealt to that person is reflected. Oh, to the person that cast it is reflected that marked unit as physical damage. Okay. So if I am taking damage, I'm reflecting 6. This is like actually a blade mail. Mark somebody, any damage I take, 60% of it is reflected to the person I mark as physical damage. Okay. Very good. It's kind of cool on a core, hypothetically, when you gank a support. Because you can mark them, and then if they nuke to defend themselves, they're dealing damage. It's kind of a cool idea. Cast range is really high, no mana cost, 40-second cooldown. Kind of cool. Very good on like tanky potential heroes, of course. The cast range is so high that like if you're playing like some frontliner hitting towers, Tidehunter, Bristleback, it seems kind of cool to get this. Obviously, you're having to make a choice between some other item that's probably better on you, but it's kind of a cool option. Tier 5 neutral items. Summon 2 demonic demons. These are still there. Normal. This is back in. Meteor, damage, set on fire, magic damage, that looks about the same. Magic lamp, health falls to 20, they get hard dispel and healed, cool. Minotaur horn is back. Basic dispel, magic resistance and immunity for 2 seconds. Cool, 40-second cooldown, 2-second duration, and you don't have to worry as much about the attributes because it has enhancements. I think this is less, 2 seconds is really low, but obviously it's a still a really fantastic item against the right lineups. Reworked Pirate Hat. Plunder. Steals 150 gold from enemy heroes that die within 1200 units. Cool. The hat, wherever the hat is the killer, there's no range limit and an additional 150 gold. So it's kind of like Bounty Hunter. This could really change gold swings in the late game. And Buried Treasure, gold loss on death is reduced by 100%. Okay, cool. So instead of like digging up bounty runes, which is obviously kind of broken to like mass these to give your team a gold advantage, it still gives yourself a gold advantage, but it has to do around fighting and not being passive, which is cool. And this is really helpful too. There's a lot of death gold later in the game. Spider Legs, Tier 5. Skitter. Grants 20 movement speed, 50% turn rate improvement, and free pathing for 10 seconds. Okay. That's the active. Walking over trees causes them to be destroyed. 20-second cooldown. Okay. 10 seconds. That's a lot. So 50% of the time you have a 20% movement speed bonus, which is like 60 movement speed. So it's like 30 on average, minimum. 30 to like 60. Well, it's going to be like 30 to 45, and then like 45 to 90. It's like 45 to 90 movement speed probably in this late game circumstance, depending if you still have boots, of course. But very powerful, free pathing, turn rate improvement, that's cool. Reduce the armor by 13 for 7 seconds. It's fantastic. Neutral artifact. Relentless provides 100% slow resistance. Can't be slowed. Reduced by, okay, 20% for every enemy hero within 300 units. So if Spectre leaves you after haunting in, you're no longer slowed. But if there's just one hero ganking you, you have 80% slow resistance, which is pretty sick. Very cool. Don't know circumstances that would be useful, but it's very interesting. All right, neutral enhancements. Tiers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attack speed and bonus night vision. These are brawny, health, and health regen. Okay. So you can get these later if you want. The early one is just health, though. This is kind of a big deal. So not a lot of regen to come by at brawny early, but it does give you raw HP if you want that. Which is like usually more of a support thing, but sometimes cores if they have enough regen. Mystical is mana regen and magic resistance. Could be really good later. Okay. Magic resistance, mana regen. There's some lineups where this is really good against some like Zeus type thing on a strength hero. This would be fantastic. Your Ogre Magi's. Health and health regen. Still good on tanky heroes depending. Attack speed, bonus night vision, not bad. Really good on ranged cores, I feel like. Quickened, movement speed and mana. Very good on a lot of supports. However, later stage in the game, movement speed mana is a little bit overrated, but there's still some heroes this could be good. Damage and armor. Oh, these are cool. You don't usually pair damage and armor together, but not that this is a lot of damage. These numbers are a little underwhelming, these tier 4 ones, but obviously the benefits you're getting from these are still really good. And then Vast, available at tiers 2 and 3. Attack range for melee and ranged. For both 60 and 90. Okay. I assume Grove Bow's still in the game. Does it still give you the base attack speed increase? I don't know. Greedy, GPM, mana, and attack damage. So these are the Philly Stone that you guys were talking, somebody mentioned earlier. Still exists. 75 GPM, I think that's about Philly Stone. And there's a better one at tier 3 to help accelerate you into items if you so want them. Mana pool minus attack, 60 minus attack damage is a lot though. That's a lot. You're going to be like really noticing that damage difference. God, Chachi's going to get this every time on his carries, dude. I know it. Keen-Eyed cast range at tier 2 and tier 3 with mana regen, and okay, so it's similar to the one item. You still get the max mana increase. The mana regen is worse here, better here. I think it was a little bit higher. But still, cast range is really good. With Vampiric, here's the Lifesteal and Spell Lifesteal. Remember, Spell Lifesteal is way worse against creeps, but it's kind of good that it's spread out because Vampiric had such a high pick rate. It was just like, if you did the math, it must have been that it was just better for what it would give you in terms of survivability. Timeless, debuff amp, and spell amp. Ooh, oh, it's tier 4 and tier 5. Okay, this is pretty late, but still good. That means timeless um with ceremonial robe is really good because if you're lowering their magic resistance by 10 and your spell amp goes up by 10, it's better actually because they enhance each other. So if their magic resistance goes from like 0.25 to this, and then your spell amp goes up by 10, then your spell amp does more. So it ends up being like 10% better, I think is how the math works out. I'm not going to sit down and like double check and make sure the math's right. But basically your 10 spell amp becomes a 12 spell amp, and your 20 spell amp becomes a 24 spell amp against 10 magic resistance reduction on your opponent. So that's why it's very effective to stack magic resistance reductions and spell amp together. That's why Veil is so good with Sanjkaya, for example, or Shiva's is really good with Sanjkaya because they amplify. That's why Decrep on Pugna is so good with Spell Amp and is so good with magic resistance reduction. They all make each other better. The more sources you have, they just enhance each other. So that's going to make magic nukers easier to build. The fact that you can get this on basically any other neutral item means that spellcasters are going to be sitting pretty happy. This is still tier 4, so it's kind of late in the game, of course. But another case is where is the spell amp one? Whisper of the Dread is a tier 3. I could see players dragging this to tier 4 and then adding another 10 spell damage. Because now at tier 4 they're dealing 20% spell damage with it. That seems good too. And then potentially later 30%. So I think this one looks kind of a little too good to me, but the debuff amp isn't too bad. This is more balanced than Timeless Relic, which I don't know if it's still in the game or not, but if you get Timeless Relic with spell amp, that's really good too, right? But yeah, this kind of looks like very good. With that said though, I mean, we're trading. Do you want 10 spell amp or do you want 16% spell lifesteal? That number's pretty fat. Even 20% lifesteal, you know, like if you're playing some Luna or Lena or something who does a lot of physical damage and a lot of magic damage, like do you want the spell amp or do you want 16 spell lifesteal? Huge number. I feel like Alesh is always going to take spell lifesteal, for example, over spell amp, even though they're both really good. It's hard to say. All right, Titanic base attack damage and status resistance. So this is a nice way to make up for the Sanji and Yasha. You can be more survivable, but also deal more damage. This is really good on Morphling for sure. 15% damage increase is fantastic. This should be good on Universal Heroes. With that said, Universal Heroes, I don't know what the numbers are, but this might hurt Universal Heroes a lot depending on their stat gains now. Crude, slow resistance, and minus base attack time. Wow, and minus int. Really good on Ogre Magi, obviously. Ogre Magi can go crazy on attacking now because lowering his BAT on top of Bloodlust, like he's actually viable if they keep his like Fire Blast on attack at 25 as a right clicker, and you could actually pivot into it late game. So this looks really cool. On heroes that already have a low BAT, this is potentially broken. Juggernaut, Anti-Mage, especially Juggernaut, is really gonna like this. Lowering his BAT when his ulti attacks faster based on how much attack speed he has. It's gonna be kind of fucking crazy on some heroes. I could definitely see a lot of cores getting this late game. It's only 12 again. This is tier 5, so this is like real late game shit. But 12 BAT increase is like wild. You're gonna end up attacking a lot faster. The numbers might be a little bit weak. People have to see how it feels, because again, we're comparing it with like 15% base damage increase. These numbers are possibly similar, but if you're trying to proc something more, for example, it's just better for you to get a base attack time reduction, like on an AM, than it is for you to damage for your damage to increase. This will be really good on like Lone Druid or Alchemist as well, who already has a pretty low BAT. Alright, this is tier 5, so this is attack range, melee range, and cast range. So this would be your Seer Stone Ballista type item. Plus 40 primary stat, plus 24 all attributes for universal. This is a lot weaker than it used to be. But maybe Apex still gives you stats, I don't know. They didn't show every neutral item. There's like a lot of neutral item individual changes. Like, I'm gonna just take a quick look, because I assume that they're all slightly different. Oh, it just doesn't exist. These are just the only neutral items now. Okay, so a lot of neutral items got removed. Okay, so that means 40 primary stat makes Apex way worse because it was like 60 some before. But I guess the fact that it's not now tied with a neutral item that's actually good makes it more balanced, right? Because all of these have utility, whereas Apex didn't. So that makes sense. Feverish cooldown reduction and mana cost, mana loss reduction. Potentially very good on your Storm Spirit type heroes, but also very good on your Enigma to get a 15% cooldown reduction on Minotaur. And a lot of these have cooldowns tied into them, so getting cooldown reduction on any of these, almost any of these, is going to be good. So that's cool. 600 experience per minute. This would be kind of good on your supports. You can re-roll these, right? Can you re-roll the enhancements and the... I don't remember. I'm going to briefly check. Can you re-roll the tier 5s and the enhancements? I don't remember. I think it's over here. Crafting replaces the existing neutral item if there is one. You reroll after the second tier 5 enhancement. Can you change the enhancements and the item, or just the item? Do you guys know? Just the enhancement? Okay, that makes sense, because you want the base neutral item. So if you keep the enhancements permanently, then this experience one could potentially be bad, but obviously catching up as like a support would be cool, because you could get to your tier 5. 600 per minute seems like crazy potential levels. Very good if you're in base in some ways, to compensate a little bit on levels. It's still tough to pass up a lot of these bonuses though, I gotta say, but you can keep crafting, but I don't know if you get these new every time, because if you do Wise for a while and then you craft into something else, it'd be kind of interesting, but... Enchantment, non-enhancement? Oh, my bad. Okay, attack speed, this is a lot. Magic attack damage, and 10%. Okay, so this is, you take more damage, but you do way more. This is crazy damage. 100 attack speed and 80 magic attack damage. But taking 10% more is kind of a big deal. But these numbers are insane for your sniper type heroes. Definitely worth it on anybody that's lifesteal. Alright, and then this one is just crazy movement speed, 115. Insane with spider legs. Okay, so what I'm going to do as we go through heroes, because I only have about 2.5 hours. In fact, let me just do a quick break and check my phone, because there's some communication that I need to check in on. I have to make sure that I'm going to see if I need to do homework prior to my shift, because normally I am doing tech analyst segment, so I have to see if I have to do work. From the look at specific. Okay, sounds good. So it looks like I don't have to do specific homework, which is good, which means I can focus instead on... Oh man, my food's been downstairs for like an hour and a half. I might just leave it there. I don't know if I care that much right now. Okay. While we go... You can't see the text sometimes. Yeah, I can move it. Sorry. My bad. Okay, so because I only have like 2.5 hours or so, what I'm going to do is I'm mostly going to just zip past any universal stat changes, because basically these are going to be really hard to decipher right now whether or not they're a buff or a nerf. Because of the universal change, like it's pretty fucking up in the air. Like their int is going to be maybe a little different. I could say, oh, that's less mana for a bad, and he's quite good. But increasing the base damage by 26, we'd have to do like math on each individual thing. It's not worth the time that it's going to take. I will look at like facets and talents, but I got to go really quick here because I have a lot of heroes to get through. So, don't fucking know. Cooldown reduction per hero death increased from 4 to 6. Okay. So they're basically buffing this facet that people aren't getting. I think this one's actually not that bad personally. So I'm a little surprised. This talent was too good. 15% extra slow on your right clicks is a lot. and it's changed to Withering Mist heal reduction. That's your innate, I believe. I don't know what the exact number is on the innate. I only got reminded. HP regen healing to lifesteal spell lifesteal reduced by 30% if they're below 40% HP. So it just does 10% more anti-healing if they are below that level. Acceptor granting move from Chemical Rage to Grievel's Greed. Okay, so this is good for ability draft. So if you grab Grievel's Greed, you can actually buy the Scepter for your teammates. So that's an ability draft change right there. Alchemist gains. Oh, it's a new facet, brand new facet. Plus 75 GPM for each Ag Scepter he is granted. Oh my god, this is fucking amazing. Oh my god. It's not a lot of GPM. It's basically like a Philly Stone, but this would allow alchemists who pool an early ags to their teammates to be less punished. Because normally if you're playing support, Alk for example, and you want to buy an ags for somebody, this fucks you. Because you spend your first if you spend your first item to give somebody an ags, it screws your hero. Because now you lost all of this acceleration that could have been like a farming item that allowed you to farm items for teammates. So the fact that you can now turn it into some GPM on your hero makes the hero just it makes it more viable to pool it to an ally. Whereas before it just wasn't quite good enough. It was usually better to buy a new item. So this is certainly going to encourage Elks to buy one for their allies. I think cores at Pro level are still not going to do it, but it's going to make it way more viable in supports. I'm very into this. 600 to global, that's great. You don't have to run across the map to help them. Now announced to all allies and spectators. That's valid because it's a little bit hard to spot sometimes. You just have to click on there and be like, oh, he's got his Ags, but that's not his inventory, you know? This hero is, by the way, the most banned and picked right hero right now, so it will be receiving nerfs. This might be the only. Oh, and this is a facet as well. I just realized. So if you are going to get this, you are planning to give it to people. It's not just like a sometimes thing. But the other facets are kind of mediocre, I think. There's the stun cooldown and the ulti stun cooldown and the shard cooldown one when your ulti's active. The other one's 250 extra gold at the start of the game. Boring. Pro players will probably still get that one, but I think this one is cool and could potentially make Alchemist viable in other positions. Anyways, here come the nerfs because he's the most banned and contested hero right now. Worse radius on acid spray, so harder to farm AoE. Applies corrosive weaponry stack with each tick of damage. This is a buff though. Big buff for support as well, because it's going to mean corrosive is going to apply slow now as somebody is in acid spray. Also applies corrosive weaponry. Most people don't skill corrosive weaponry until these two abilities are maxed, but I could see somebody getting 1 point now. Let's take a look at what the numbers are like. Stacks per attack increase from 1 to 2. Okay, max stacks increase. Basically that way one right click isn't equivalent to a spell, which would make these way too good and your attacks worse. So they basically made attacks better to compensate. However, the hitting once is still going to be less slow. Base damage reduction is worse. This makes your hero a little bit better against like a Morphling who's fighting an acid spray, I guess. Or frankly, a lot of carries. But yeah, if they do fight in the acid spray, it's pretty good. Acid spray plus Chronosphere is kind of cool. You get a lot of slow tick up. 1 stack per second, yeah. It's not that many stacks. But still, it's kind of a cool change. And then worse movement speed for Chemical Range. So he's way easier to catch when he does get his ulti off. I don't know if this is going to change whether the hero gets picked that much or not. Worse farming speed. Corrosive weaponry is weaker. He lost some movement speed with Chemical Rage. I assume he's still going to get picked, but he might end up being lower run rate. There's so much shit that's going to go on this patch, guys, and so many changes that we don't even know if Alk's going to be the top. But we'll probably see some players pick him today. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Website's missing info. I'm sorry, I can't. The in-game was too small, I think. Cold Feet. Stun duration is buffed. Break distance no longer affected by AoE bonuses. Okay. Buff to this. Worse later. Death Rhyme stacks increased by 1. This is basically more damage over time, but less duration, so a little bit easier to kill in the short term. Basically nerf to Ag Scepter, which is like one place that A is like very strong in Overthrow and probably Turbo and stuff like that. So Ag's builds are a little bit worse, but still good. Release sub ability can now be cast while silenced. Oh, that's fair. That way if you throw it out, you don't just get completely screwed, because it does have a long linger time. Frostbitten heroes will now have a visual indicator of their overhead health bar, showing what threshold is. Indicator is visible to everybody. Okay, that's good for some players. Reworked Mage Bane's Mirror. I think it's the one nobody gets. Burns a huge percentage of the countered ability's mana cost from its caster, and deals damage equal to 100% of the burn mana, up to 400 damage. Spell Reflect no longer exclusive to this facet. I don't know what that means, but whatever. Burns, counterspell ally, same numbers. Spell for no exclusive to this facet. Oh, I think before you would not be able to spell reflect unless you got this. Is that true? Is that what it was? You couldn't. Used to be only spell block instead of reflect. Okay, yeah. So it basically turned it, this facet used to turn it from a Lincoln's to a Lotus, and now you have the Lotus on both versions, but this one would deal a bunch of mana burn if you reflect a spell, and you would do damage for the nuke. So it's kind of a good thing to reflect if you can do it. Reflects by default, passive is better early, worse late. Okay, cool. Universal Hero for Arc Warden, base damage decrease. Okay, we don't know. Basically, he lost both of his facets. It was the you'd switch which side. It just didn't get used. The hero was not popular. So these are two new facets. Tempest Double infused with the bonuses of power runes for 10 seconds when created. Okay, level 1 Invis. Then it's Invis and Arcane. Then it's Invis, Arcane, and Haste. So you don't really necessarily get to see where he is when he spawns. And he's going to have damage reduction. So he won't be easy to kill right away until he breaks Invis. Arcane and Haste level 3. That's like level 18 and on, so that sounds kind of fair. Rune Confusion gains all attributes permanently when activating any power rune. Permanently. Pull 1.5 all attributes when any power rune. Okay. Seems pretty good. It's not like a huge amount of damage because it's only, what, 4.5 attributes. So it's like 2 damage permanently, but, you know, controlling power runes is going to be helpful. Once created, the field pulls all runes in this radius towards it with increasing speed. Any rune that's within Magnet Field or pulled into it is automatically activated. Huh. Okay. Does he still have a way to like generate runes? What? Oh, it's right there. What is any rune gain the regen barrier? Does his shard?
These must be made.
Because he used to be able to spawn runes, right? Doesn't seem that's the case. The shard does the double spark wraith. Ag's scepter sounds when the target's alone deals more damage and lasts longer. 8 seconds. God, I didn't even know that was his Ag. Maybe it's a new one. I don't know. So he can't. The water rune is not a power rune, so you will not get attributes from this. But like power, like haste rune, DD, things like that, you will get a bonus. What does that say? You tipped me. I think. Is that slapped or tipped? I can't fucking read it. Tipped. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Flux, same effect for both. That way it's less confusing. Slows movement speed. Upgrade with Ag. Silences when the target's alone. Increase damage by 50%. Duration by 2 seconds. Cool. Kind of a cool. It gives you like Ag's potential, genuinely. Or sorry, support potential. If you're playing support and you get an Ags, it could potentially. Like usually supports, they want Ags that make their abilities better. That way they can like cast their abilities and be effective, you know? Magnetic Field, point target ability, 9 on cast range, double tap for self cast. Circular Distortion Field, evasion, and bonus attack speed. So they basically changed it back to the old Magnetic Field. The hero was like, it was cool in theory, but it just wasn't played that much. It was too confusing. And there was like so much barrier of knowledge, I just didn't want to like hop into it. Spark Wraith is the same for both. Activates, flies in, slows, deal damage. No longer does 40% more damage on non-hero units, so a little bit harder to last hit with it. In fact, so 100 damage is still good, but you won't necessarily be able to like guarantee last hits. Now upgraded with Ag Shard. This is kind of a big deal. If you went like Shard Ags on Arc Warden as a support, you're probably sitting pretty happy. So I could see Arc Warden become a possible support maybe. Maybe his skills are a little bit too weak for that, but it's possible, maybe. He's kind of like a Zeus type support. Tempest double cooldown way reduced. Duration is way reduced. God, the cooldown was that high? Holy shit, I don't even know. That's wild. So he's basically he's reverting to old Arc Warden, basically. Spawns with current health and mana. No longer has penalties when far away. Yeah, this is just a mass revert. Slower and less accurate. Max miss chance is 35. So over time, over the course of the duration, he becomes a weaker hero. And he's going to miss more often. Okay, good to know. It's a way to nerf him for long range without him being completely garbage. So once you summon him, he's still like definitely stronger. So you have a good opportunity at the short term. Talent change, Flux slow, sure, that looks good. Talent Flux silences when targets alone replaced with -1 spark activation delay. Okay. Okay, means a half second on that. Alright, axe base damage increased by 1. In fact, does this mean 2 damage? Or are they just showing? This is confusing. Does this mean 2 damage, or are they just like double iterating? Damage per second increased by a little bit. Counter Helix, damage rescaled. Worse later, slightly better early. Ag Scepter attack damage reduction decreased. They made this worse because apparently it's too good when people buy it. Probably has a really high win rate, is my guess. And Culling Blade cooldown decrease. I'm into this because it sucks when you get that bad chop early. It feels like it hurts your tempo a lot. Bane damage, we don't know because are the stat gains the same? That's the question. Damage gain per level decreased from 5.7 to 3.6. Damage level increased by 8. Damage increased by 25. So his base damage is way higher. 55 to 61 is high. That's without buying stat items, so you should be able to play this hero more viably as a core now if you want it. And as a support, you don't need as many attributes to deal decent damage. I mean, an Ironwood branch is only going to deal like 1.2 damage per Ironwood branch now, so it's about the same as a regular hero. So Bane will need less attributes to deal good damage, is what we're looking at. But he does gain less damage per level, and he loses a lot of damage in the late game. So right-click Bane is definitely worse later. So he's probably a worse right-click core if you do want to go that playstyle. Nightmare Walk Speed got buff. I actually disliked both these facets. I thought they were both kind of bad. But this walk speed increase is really helpful. 110 is looking more juicy. 3 digits instead of 2. Huge increase. That's like a 50% increase, right? Attack speed bonus later is better. Yeah, this level 4 Nightmare just felt bad. Especially because they've reduced his overall damage gain. They had to buff the attack speed bonus. 100 is good. Like, you could hypothetically buy some right-click items. It's not going to be good, though, I feel like. Brainsap cast range replaced with the Brainsap cooler. This felt like a mandatory talent. It was too good with the shard, so cast range is more fine. I don't know what his other one is. I think it's... Oh, it's the enfeeble cast range reduction. Again, universally hero, so all this shit's going to be weird. Damage at level 30 is decreased a lot, which is kind of a big deal because of his innate. But Batrider is very popular in the pro scene right now. They're going to buff Sticky Napalm building damage. This facet's really good if you win your lane, because you can kill towers quite easily with it, if you do get the opportunity to hit buildings. Flame Break move slow is rescaled, so just worse early. Not surprised we see Batrider nerfs. Beastmaster, also very popular. He was played as carries as well, as a flex pick. His damage at level 1 is higher by a lot. Agility gain's up, int gain is up, damage per level is decreased though, so yeah, less damage later. Might see him less viable as a carry as a result. Dive damage is rescaled. Extra no longer decreases cooldown, but you still get 2 hawks. It also increases summon duration though. Okay. So in the long term, if you're prepping your wild hawk, then it's fine. But if you're using it in the short term, it's gonna be a little bit weaker. This facet was way too, talent was too good. Magic resist aura replaced with call to wild cooldown. Okay, so you could have more summons instead. Interesting. Blood Mist is removed. That was the Ags, right? Bloodthirst Facet, right? Am I crazy?
Your blood is mine.
Was it this one? I don't remember. While active now also doubles healing from Sanguivore. Oh, maybe that was the one where like if you pressed it you got experience on the map or whatever. It was the Ags. I thought it was the Ags. Active now doubles the healing from Sanguivore. Active bonus movement speed increased. And bonus move speed while on cooldown increased from 0 to 50. Okay, so before, yeah, this is the old facet where you would activate it to temporarily be stronger, but the downside was that after it ran out, you would have 0 movement speed bonus. Now you still get some movement speed bonus. You could use it for like a phase boost, basically, which is kind of good. 40. Okay, so you still get the base passive of 10 to 40, but now there's an active that increases it by like another potential 50% better. And then when it's on cooldown, which is happening, what's the duration? 15-second cooldown, 5-second duration. So you do get punished for it. You're getting a lot more movement speed reduction for the duration that's down. But in the short term, it's going to be really good. Sangovar upgraded with Ag's Shard, passively turns all his overheal from his abilities into all damage barrier. Okay, so you get the all damage barrier from a shard. And you can upgrade with Ag's Scepter, which gains Lifesteal from all pure damage dealt. But it doesn't do the AoE explosion, it seems like. So kind of seems They just completely like neutered his popular build. It's gone because you don't get this AoE damage, so you probably won't see. I mean, you're. Oh, and this is from pure damage, so you're not gonna lifesteal from like radiance or anything either, right? So he's gonna be back to like a real right clicker and less of like a spell damage carry kind of. No longer upgrade with Ag Shard, upgrade with Ag Scepter. Oh, attacks under the effect of Blood Rage. Deal 3% of target's max health as pure damage. Okay, so if you're Blood Rage, you're dealing 3% max health as pure damage. Cool. So it's definitely very right click focused. You have to right click them to get this pure damage bonus, which is then gonna transition. You're getting 1% of their max health as HP every time you attack. So high attack speed Bloodseeker, we're definitely gonna see new builds. It's gonna be more right click focused, probably Mjolnir based because of high attack speed and it giving you farm ability. So probably Mjolnir Bloodseeker is what we're looking to see. Um, Hypothetically, Battle Fury could work too, but I think Mjolnir's just gonna be better because it ups your attack speed, which means more max health as pure damage. Okay, Magic to Pure, back to Bloodright so that you can lifesteal from it with your Ag Scepter. And then Blood Rage damage change to accompany the pure damage. Spell life to a place with Blood Rage max health damage per second. Okay, to make your Blood Rage better for you. Gold Steel for Cup Purse is buffed because everybody gets the other facet because it's way too good. This number is still kind of mediocre early. I don't know if it's going to pay off because the AoE Shuriken is quite good for like stealing creeps and like hitting multiple heroes with one Shuriken. Pros have gotten pretty good with it. They'll probably see this buffed a few times until it gets broken or it'll get removed eventually if nobody ever bothers. Damage Amp rescaled. It's actually better early. A little bit worse late, and the self bonus is slightly worse, but this is still good for Bloodseeker in the early game. And this hero's actually popular, so I'm a little surprised that they are buffing the hero. Janata damage replaced with 20 damage. This is a much better, makes core Bounty Hunter way more viable. While Janata is a great skill, it's going to make the Ags build worse. Not that people really get it right now, but this could make carry Bloodseeker just better. And this is still only 2% damage increase, but this is all damage that the track person is taking, so it definitely is a buff to Bounty. This is not really a buff to Bounty because people don't get it, but yeah, they probably still won't. And then this talent people do not take. So basically 2 buffs to talents that do not get taken right now, and a very slight buff to damage amp. Keep in mind that I guess Sentry cooldown got buffed, so there's more sentries in the game. This is probably why they're baby buffing the hero, is my guess. Oh, self bonus speed did get decreased by a lot at level 1. So you are way slower. That's one downside. So hard to get those like invis attacks off. So buffs and nerfs. Buffs to places they don't play. Alright, Brewmaster. Base damage is about the same. Damage per gain level is way worse. So the right click build on Brewmaster transitioning is going to be weaker, but his playstyle still should be really good. Cinder Barrel, barrel speed up, barrel damage is up. I usually like the other facet because the right click's really good, but maybe I'd go back to this one because your right click isn't going to scale nearly as well. Bonus attack damage increased from Belligerent. This is after you come out of your ulti or after you respawn, I believe. Stormbrawler bonus movement speed is decreased. It's quite good. I don't blame him. And this talent is buffed because, again, his damage is weaker, so they might as well up the attack damage. Berserk Facet is gone. That was the one that nobody took that gave you attack speed instead of damage. Nobody took it. It was garbage. It was like straight up a nerf to the hero. This hero is also pretty good right now. Bristleback shares vision with his team, but still does not receive his team's vision. Okay. Shares his vision with the team, but still... Okay, before, apparently he wasn't sharing his vision with his team when he Warpath. I didn't know that. Bristleback quill sprays that were released by the ability now deal damage that is reclassified as reflection damage. Okay, and Accept and Mana Cost is up. So this would mean, if this is reflection damage, this would mean that people that are blade mailed against Bristleback won't re-trigger it. So if you quill somebody that's blade mailed, he can't lifesteal Bloodstone. Really? Oh yeah, because reflection damage does not count. Okay, thank you for that. So yeah, no Bloodstone will work on Bristleback now. So that's going to completely change the hero's playstyle. I mean, Ag Scepter is still good, and quill damage is still good, but not being able to Bloodstone means that that build is going to change. With that said, like, you don't have to buy Bloodstone for the hero to be good. You're just going to be buying things like Halberd instead. There just won't be that, like, we can't ever go on Bristleback because he'll burst heal us. I don't think it's a big deal that they're changing that personally. It doesn't bother me that much. The hero is still viable if you go right click stuff. It's just you're not going to be able to like Giga Lifesteal from it. But now you're going to spend that gold a different way. So you're going to go an Ags into like I don't know, like a Shivas or something now, or you're gonna go Ags into AC. Like there's other ways that the hero can be good. It's just gonna be less, or he'll buy BKB now, like to protect himself in those Giga moments. So it will be different. Warpath damage per stack is worse too. He did get kind of out of hand, with especially with seeing red in ultra late game scenarios. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right click. This is just movement speed. That's fine. Hairball mana cost up, yeah. Nerfs to the hero. Agility hero Broodmother. So let's take a look at his damage. Level 1 is unchanged. Strength gain is up. Agility gain is way up. His damage gain per level is decreased, but he's gonna have more attack speed. I don't think this is necessarily gonna be bad for the hero, but traditionally Brood is not the best right clicker. And considering that his damage per level has gone down a decent amount, this might still be the case. But considering that he gets BAT reduction, if I'm not mistaken, from am I crazy? I don't think I'm gonna make it. BAT, that's at 25 though. This also doesn't lower BAT. Bonus damage increase. I mean, he's gonna be his shard is definitely worse because it was a percentage base damage, and he didn't. His base damage is lower, but again, he's gonna have more armor. He's gonna have more attack speed. He's gonna have more HP. So the hero's gonna be harder to kill, and the hero's gonna have more mana too. More mana regen, a tiny bit more magic resistance, a tiny bit more HP regen. Base strength is a little bit weaker. I don't know. It could be okay, but Brood. I mean, there's like Bloodthorn builds and stuff, so the attack speed is really not that bad. But we'll see how it feels. Necrotic Webs is the one everybody gets. Enemy regen rescale, just way worse early, but way better later. Okay, this is a cool change to it. This is like fantastic. 70% regen reduction change. Incredible against the right heroes. Absolutely incredible. And this is based on what level your spin web is it not? This is like incredibly good. Holy shit. This could be like a really big game changer against your Huskars. Like it's actually so broken against Huskar. Fucking broken on Huskar against Huskar because Huskar's all HP regen. 70% reduction just by being in a web. Like holy shit. This is crazy. Spin maximum webs or plate. Like this number, I cannot believe that it's 70. I'm legit broken. Alchemist, yeah, Alchemist, Necro, great point. Those are like the three heroes. Insane. Okay, BAT reduction during insatiable hunger decreased. They made it, yeah, because your attack speed is already a lot higher. So they probably found some like level 25 broods would be really, really strong. Spider's milk hero health as heal. Oh, that's right. They get more health. She and all units under control will receive a buff that heals them for a percentage of the victim's health every half second. Healing from creeps reduce. Okay. When she kills a unit, all your units heal. Okay, yeah. So it's 2%. This would increase it to 2.5. Alright, good to know. Damage taken is damage bonus increased from 25 to 35. This talent is actually similar win rate, I think, as the other one. This is going to get used, I think, almost immediately. Retaliate damage done reclassified as reflection. That means you can't spell lifesteal from it anymore. As we now know from the Bristleback, and movement speed talent at 10 is nerfed a little bit because people usually take that one over the health regen talent. I played this the other day. It actually felt really good, genuinely. I was chunking with my double edge. It was like kind of crazy how much nuke it did. I feel like this is gonna just be good because this multiplies by like 4. This is like a huge bonus.
With
Like it's
steel
not
and
just
strength.
35. It is 35% of the damage he took in the last 6 seconds, up to a total of 100% bonus. Oh, I see. So it's not necessarily like 30% better. It just is gonna scale faster. 30% of the damage took in last 6 seconds, up to a total of 100% bonus damage. So at max, it's still going to do 100% bonus damage, but it's going to take less damage for it to get to 100, basically. 30% of the damage you took. How does this work? 35%, I shouldn't be wasting time on this. 35% of the damage that I took in the last 6 seconds from enemy heroes. So if I take 1,000 damage, it's going to be 350. Up to a total of 100% bonus double edge damage. And if that 350 is more than my double edge deals, then it just does like 100% more, right? But basically, it's going to increase faster. So you should be double edging constantly throughout fights. I could definitely see this facet plus a faster shard be viable on this hero, especially with something like a halberd. because Vanguard is kind of good on the hero already. The fact that you can transition to somebody not being able to attack you, and it giving you the bonuses of Assange early, which is more regen. I could see some like Blade Mail, Vanguard, Halberd, this facet, Shard with the regen talent at 10, increasing your regen by a lot. I could see that being kind of cool. Alright, Chaos Knight, agility gain increase just straight up. Phantasmagoria facet, good, because I've been really into the new facet. The other one, the new one that still finally got popular is still here. Apparently, this new one, when he crafts a neutral item, 2 of his artifact choices will be for his current tier, and 2 of his choices will be for the next tier if possible. He does not get the option to keep his current artifact between tiers. Why? Oh, okay, so you can get a tier 3 neutral item earlier, basically. That's a cool idea. So instead of 3 of the current tier and 1 of his past tier, it's going to be 2 of his current and 2 of the future. So you can get a tier, that means you can get a tier 5 item really early. You can get a tier 5 item at like 45 minutes, which is potentially really cool. So late game Chaos Knight, very interesting. Obviously, once you hit 60 minutes, it's worse, but before that, it's just better. Although you only get 2 options, so your chances of getting a good item are kind of bad. But if you do get one of the good ones, let's just take a quick little side tangent gander here. Stygian Desolator would be God tier on his hero. Slow resistance is not bad at all on him. Spider legs would be pretty fucking God tier, I feel like. However, it's just the artifact. It's not the bonuses, I believe. So you'd get like things like this. Plunder could be really good to get early. You just get like way extra gold when you get kills. No gold on deaths. Minotaur Horn really early would be fantastic. Magic Lamp. Fallen Sky would be really fucking good. Fallen Sky would be God tier to get really early. You just have a free Blink Dagger at 45 minutes that also does damage and damages buildings. AoE stun into stun. Book of the Dead super early would be sick. Basically any of these are great. I didn't say a single one of these would be bad. Even Magic Lamp would be really solid. Down to 20% hard to spell, healed for 1500 health. Like, all of these would be really good to get on Chaos Knight. Early. I don't know how good the other tiers will. We'll neglect to look at those. They probably matter, but they might not feel as impactful. This one, Chaos Bolt splits in half upon striking, stunning one additional enemy and damaging another. Prioritize the hero's bounce range 60% of the ability's cast range. So support CK more viable, offlane CK way more viable if you get this. This would be the one you get if you're playing CK in a non-standard role because you're getting multiple Chaos Bolts. 60% of the cast range. Additional targets do not create shard illusions. They kind of have to be grouped a little bit for it to work, but you don't get extra shard illusions, which is pretty fair. It'd be kind of crazy if the shard became 3 times better as well. But still pretty good in lane. I could definitely see this becoming his lane ability. Because if you're fighting like a double melee lineup in your lane, like in your Chaos Bolt hits 2 heroes, that seems pretty sick. It's a big change to the ability. Could really make his laning stage even better than it already is. I would assume that pro players would probably stick to the other neutral, the one that has, or the other facet, the one that has the chance for your thing to proc. This is really good if you go late, but it's probably just kind of mediocre early game, I feel like. So I feel like Chaos Bolt or the other one that has a chance to proc Silence, Disarm, or Break on Reality Rift is going to be what pros pick. Cast range increased by a little bit, so that's nice. 60% is pretty short, by the way. That's only like 30%, 300 range or something. It's like 10% of 60. It's 360 range. It's not very, it's pretty far. It's not a bad bounce. You could definitely hit Chaos Bolt on 2 heroes. I mean, just one additional, yeah. And damaging another. As in, like, one additional enemy gets stunned and one other gets damaged, which is fine. Kind of weird. So you won't necessarily, like, hit 2 Chaos Bolts to damage and stun 2 heroes, but yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Strong Illusion was too OP. It got nerfed a little bit, I think. Or people stopped picking it. It wasn't as good. It was definitely very good, though. Alright, Cast Strike follows global lifesteal rules. Creep penalty improved from 70 to 40, so it's better. No longer deals bonus damage to creeps to compensate. So lifesteal is still going to probably be about the same, but the downside is that the damage against creeps is weaker. So your farm speed is going to be worse on this hero now because you lost Chaos Strike bonus damage on creeps. So that's something to keep in mind. Your hero will farm slower now, 100%. I don't remember how much bonus damage it did, but you're definitely going to notice the farm speed. Chen is int again. Base damage changed. Damage per level is worse, which is fine. Renamed Wolf Convert facet to Marsh Mage Convert. Chen's Covert. Okay, so they changed it to Amphibian Creep. Oh no, they just removed. Yeah, removed. So this is the new one instead of the Wolf. I guess nobody got it. Must have been. Summoned unit depends on the level Holy Persuasion. Marsh Mage Apprentice. This is the one that gives movement speed in the river, I believe, and that has the potential to stun, I believe. So seems kind of good. Divine Factor no longer upgraded with Ag Scepter. It upgraded with Ag Scepter. I don't even know. Here's the Martyrdom thing. I've been pushing this to be good, so let's see how different. I've actually been playing this, so let's see how different it is. I liked it with the Hellbear creeps because you could sacrifice them to give your team like attack speed or damage, like a crazy number. Alright, the Martyrdom cooldown decreased to 4 seconds, which I think is good because the cooldown was a little bit weak in times of panic. It's no longer global, it's 1200 range, so you can't necessarily global heal somebody anywhere on the map. They have to be pretty close, relatively close to you. No longer cast on enemies damage them. That's totally fine. That part sucked. It's not really good to... If you have something that can deal 600 damage to an enemy or heal an ally for 600, it's almost always better to heal because the heal doesn't get reduced by your magic resistance. So a 600 damage nuke to your opponent only does 450 damage. I could instead heal my ally for 600. That's on paper better, right? So allies instead of enemies, totally fine. The healing changed from current level of Hand of God to instant heal. From current level Hand of God to instant heal equal to 30% of Martyr's current health. So what I summon is going to instant heal them, and it's a 4-second cooldown. So you can dump way more heal into somebody, definitely 2 in some cases before somebody dies. This is heal not regen. 30% of their current health, which means that if you get the health talent on Shen, I mean this just seems viable, honestly. I thought it was kind of viable before, but health minimum is 400%. How do you increase their health? Is there a talent for it? There is 20. So the 20 talent will increase their health by 1200. So when you're 20 on Shen, their HP is around like 2000 or something. So this would do a 60 HP, a 600 HP heal. Before that, it's doing like a 360. So it's probably like a 720 and 360 HP heal, depending on if you have that talent at 20. So the heal's definitely worse, but it's a 4-second cooldown. If you get the right creeps, sacrifice them is not a big deal. So I would say this is overall, it's a late game buff to Ags big time. If you get the right facet, the correct facet. I'm into it. 4-second cooldown, has to be near your team. That's fine. Doesn't bother me that much. This was the biggest detractor, was the cooldown, for sure. I'm into this. Divine Favor teleport delay replaced with covert attack speed. Convert attack speed. What is convert attack speed? What am I crazy? Does that mean your convert gets 150 attack speed? That seems kind of wild. 150 attack speed to creeps converted? Is that real? Why is that number? Isn't that broken? Is that number way too high? All creeps that you convert have 150 attack speed? I don't believe this. Only the creep from the fast hour. We have to check this. This is like way too crazy.
For Obolus, the one god.
New target. Sorry, the sounds are probably a little loud.
For battle.
I haven't streamed here. I haven't even played Dota yet. Okay. Here's normal.
In your name.
Seems really good. Let's see if it's all creeps or just that one. It's probably just that one. This one creep. Okay, so what this basically does is it makes the creep that you choose better. Yeah, this is about what I expect. It's just that one creep. So, this is cool. I like this change. What they basically tried to do is they wanted to make your choices between your summons more variable. Every single pro gets Satyr Convert because they want the Satyr Mind Stealer earlier, which gives you mana and mana drains. I like playing Hellbear. I know it's not as viable, but when these creeps die, they give your team a lot of attack speed and a lot of damage. hypothetically, you could do some troll or whatever the fuck this does, or the centaur, and then that thing is just going to DPS higher. Because now it's going to be stunning and right click. Oh, that's right, and you get HP per level that you're leveling up. So let's check this one really, really quick. I want to see how good it is. You liked the wolf? Sorry.
Knight
The wolf would have
of
been
the
broken
faith.
with that one. It would have been like really broken.
Yes.
Oh, this is the barrier. Okay.
Prepare for battle.
Okay. So you can give a barrier 10-second absorb. It's like pretty short range. It's like a medium range attack.
In your name.
And
I
need someone
transcend.
to kill it.
Axe runs!
So I go.
It has not leveled up yet.
Into war's teeth!
Yes.
Definitely got HP though. I don't know the point at which it becomes better.
Even more rest.
Why is it not leveling up? Oh, it's probably because I have to do this or something.
Obelisk,
Throat
guide me.
punch!
It's got really good HP all of a sudden. Jesus.
Step first,
Leap of faith.
punch
Okay.
second!
Barrier heals the target for the absorb amount after it expires, so it's basically a heal. When this is in the water, increases your movement speed, everyone's movement, and outgoing damage by 10. So it's actually a pretty good aura. This one's not bad. Outgoing damage, if this fights in the
As you
river,
say.
if you get this thing attacks quickly,
Hallowed ground.
and if you're increasing its damage by a little bit more, 10 to 16, it's not bad. Holy Persuasion damage can go up to, although that's green number, so that number's not going to be bonused. But I don't know. This is cool. This makes Core Chen potentially more viable. It's not really probably viable, but it's more viable because it does give you the potential to do a lot of damage in some weird circumstances. I like that change. I think it's great. Because it gives you some possibilities. It's going to allow you to siege towers faster. It's going to allow you to farm faster. I feel like I'm going to get this one every single time, personally. Because the other trade-off is the Penitence deals damage. Good for nuking, but in terms of farming, you're going to want to use your Convert almost all the time. Just because 150 attack speed is crazy from camp to camp. And like somebody pointed out, there is a disarm creep. Actually, no, sorry. You can't make a Convert out of your disarm creep. You have to pick one of these 5. But they seem pretty good. Dark Troll Summoner is probably the best farmer, I would assume. Because he can increase his damage with summoning more skeletons, and then his right click is going to be really high attack speed. But Hellbear Smasher isn't bad either. And if they really want to kill it, then it gives all my other creeps a bunch of damage or attack speed or whatever, so. Yeah. The Centaur is good too, though. Alright, moving on. We have we have a little bit under 2 hours, like an hour and a half or so. Alright. Clink's Facet Strafe no longer increases attack bonus by 100 when you strafe. Mischance debuff duration rescaled to 2 seconds, and it's no longer dependent on strafe's remaining duration. Mischance rescaled to 2 seconds and no longer dependent on strafe's remaining. Okay. Mischance per stack increased up to 30. Okay, this is more. The 5% was really weird. It's like if you break your ulti and you and your skeletons are hitting and you're getting all this attacks in, then yeah, sure, your mischance goes up, but it felt really bad to use it pre-6 especially. But now this kind of gives you some reason to strafe early if you want to. Like skill strafe early potentially in the lane if you're fighting some guy that is like good at diving you and killing you. You pop the strafe potentially. It gives you some options. This can be castle rooted or leash, but without teleporting to the target location. Okay. Whereas before you just couldn't cast it, which kind of sucked. That makes sense. Alt cast switch disabled. Okay, good. I was wondering about an alt cast mode because that felt kind of weird sometimes when I wanted to cast it. But I didn't want to teleport. Tar Bomb can be put on auto cast. Okay, cool. Good for weaker players. Fixed Clink's not getting a death pack charge if he has 2 available charges. If he has 2 charges until he casts at least once. Thank you for the sub. If he has 2 available charges until he casts at least once. What does that mean? It's just a bug, probably. IDC. Worst movement speed, ultra late game. Tar Bomb damage replaced with strafe duration. Okay, that was the one that most people got. I think the other one is your ulti cooldown, skeleton walk cooldown. And this would be strafe duration. Which I think it lasts a couple seconds, 3.5. Okay, so it could be 4.25 seconds. A little bit better for the evasion one. Alright, Strength Hero Clockwork now, which means his base damage is worse. Strength, his stacking is about the same, but his damage per level is worse. This hero is really popular right now in pro games. Nobody takes hookup, and there's no clockwork hookups here. No longer requires to hook an allied target, now requires at least one other allied hero to be within the radius of him. Okay, that's a little better. That's actually way better, because before what you would have to do is you'd have to use your hook shot badly for it to work, which didn't feel good. I mean, allied hero within 350 of his hit target, him and his allies receive the bonus armor, which does increase your damage actually. That's actually not that bad. Did it used to give you a barrier? I think it used to give you a barrier, but it would cooldown mana cost refund of your hook shot. So basically, you could use your hook shot multiple times in a team fight now. 75% means 7.5 second cooldown, I think. Yeah. So if you do hook up and there's an ally near where you hook shot in, you and your ally get this armor, which is 15 to 25 armor. It's kind of a lot, and you get your cooldown and mana cost back 75%. So you're spending way less mana. You're spending 25 mana on the hook shot instead of 100. And the cooldown goes down to 7.5 seconds. Well, that's late game. Early game, it's 15 seconds. But it seems kind of good, actually. I might try it sometime. But obviously, it's better if you have an ally that goes in first and you follow them up. Or if they have really good jump and you guys have weaker jump and they go on you guys and you react, then it's a lot better. And if they do physical damage, ideally. Battery still no longer deals bonus damage against creeps. That's going to hurt Clock a lot, because the bonus damage meant the creeps died, which means that the battery salt was more likely to then damage heroes afterwards. So Clock's farm speed is going to be way worse now. He's going to have less items as a result. So that's going to hurt. Still going to be a good support hero, but your ability to clear creep waves without rocket flares is just going to be way, way worse. So rocket flare cooldown replaced with rocket flare slow duration. Okay. Slow duration is 0.4, so that would double the slow duration. That's fine. I'm into that over the -2. I hate like these -2 cooldowns when somebody has like a 14-second cooldown. It's just, it doesn't feel good as a talent. I like this better. Removed Frozen Expanse and Cold Comfort facets. Okay, 2 brand new. A little sad because I kind of like some of them, but alright. New Arcane Aura. Arcane Aura can be activated temporarily to provide her spell amp, but increasing the mana cost for abilities by 50% while active. Anytime she uses her other abilities, allied heroes within 1200 rays receive 25% of the mana spent. Okay, that's interesting. Her mana costs increasing are not good, because she does struggle with mana pool, especially like a full rotation of her spells and her ulti. But if you are activating this and giving your allies a percentage of your mana spent, it's kind of good for the mana to be higher. So if you want to give your allies mana, this is a cooler facet than it was before, because it actually gives you a little bit more control. But again, the mana cost increasing is a little bit spooky. But 35% spell amp is crazy. You're getting 35% more damage for 50% more mana. So if you do go some like Solar Crest build where your raw mana pool is increased, this is kind of baller when you use your ulti, for example. And level 1 ulti is only 200 mana, I believe. So it's not that bad for it to up by 50%. Okay, what else? Duration is 10 seconds, no mana cost, cooldown's 30. So you could use this like often. Land some like Frostbite that just does 35% more damage. Kind of cool. Ability duration is pause during freezing. Okay, never mind. It's pause during freezing field, as in like it doesn't, you don't waste like your 10 seconds because you used freezing field. Okay, it paused there. Can't be casted during the ultimate with Ag Scepter, but still has full effect. What does that mean? Oh, I think that means if you have Ags, you can just do it, and it doesn't get cast, but you do the spell damage anyways. So it basically makes your ulti not more mana, and it does more damage. So if you have Ag Scepter, your ulti just does 35% more damage. Can't start ulting and then activate, but still has full effect. I mean, I assume it cancels the ulti, but...
Behold the Scourge of Icewrack.
But I think it means that if you have Ags, it just automatically does the effect.
Ice is nice.
Is what that feels like to me. Oh, your little token's so cute.
Agreed.
Prepare for battle.
So here's ulti. You can interrupt it. Oops. But if you have Ag Scepter and I ulti,
Nice. Ice
does it just give
scepter.
me...
Into the breach.
You can activate it, but it is probably just doing the extra.
Faster.
Does that mean you have to press it? And make sure, it just wants to make sure you
Yes.
actually spend the mana?
On.
Doesn't, they don't want you to cheat the mana cost? Oh, I see.
I'll not argue.
Because otherwise you could ulti and then press it to cheat the mana cost. Yeah, I see what you mean. So, but that also means it's really important to press it ahead of time, because if you don't, you're losing 35% extra damage from your freezing field. Seems kind of something a little bit unnecessary to me, but I guess late in the game, obviously, you need to trade the mana. They should just, I don't know. It would be cool if you could just press it afterwards with Ags, and it would cost mana or something, but that's kind of weird. Alright, Nova increases radius by 100 and grants allied heroes in the affected area a physical barrier for 4 seconds, because CM receives all the barrier. I'm into this. This is really cool too. Very cool. I actually like Crystal Nova personally. It's one way to make the ability better. There are some games where Maximum Frostbite is obviously god tier, and I think in those games I'm always going to get this one because then my Frostbite is just straight up better, but there are some games that I like maxing Nova first, and if you do that, this one's just going to be better. This radius increase by 100 is going to be cast range also, but I feel like on paper this just looks worse a little bit. However, this one's mostly just a damage thing, right? I think both of these facets feel, obviously this one's way better for damage, and this one would definitely make core CM more viable because the damage increase is so much that if you went mid and you like maxed out Nova and Frostbite really early, and you show up to a lane like Novaing for, I mean, it's a lot of potential damage. If I hop into lane, or if I hop out of a lane,
Feel
again,
the
CM mid
chill.
is not exactly viable, but I'm just talking about hypotheticals because it's a possibility. If I do some side lane gank
go.
like this,
Prepare for battle.
let's do a dummy target. And if I
I
just show up
move.
there and I do like this on a side lane, it's like,
Yes.
it's 420 damage. Very cool. And then I do this.
Into the breach.
That's a lot of fucking mana. It does slightly more damage. Alright,
Here I
that was kind of underwhelming, I'm gonna be real. Because her abilities are very low cooldown. This is part of what makes this bad. Her abilities are very low cooldown and spammable.
Agreed.
So if you don't have a mana pool on this hero, I mean, obviously with the ulti it's gonna be good,
Faster.
but I don't know. This feels a little dumpstered to me. I don't know if these are good. This looks cool on paper, but like, I feel like it's best when you only have one ability to spam. If your Frostbite's like maxed out and you cast it twice or something, then yeah, it's just better. You're doing like 70% or 35% more damage from the two Frostbites, and yeah, you're giving your allies mana, which is kind of good. But from a core perspective, I don't know if the trade-off is that worth it. It's kind of wild. Kind of makes you have to get a Kaya, I think, to deal with the less mana than you had before. And this one is like kind of cool in theory because you're getting a nuke, which also gives you a barrier, which makes it kind of brain sappy. But CM receives double the barrier. I mean, that part's good. You could definitely like play mid, I think, and max this out. Max Nova first. You're getting 260. It's a brain sap. If you max Crystal Nova, you're brain sap. I think this one's better. Is what it feels like to me. You're brain sapping. You're doing 260 magic damage and you're getting the equal physical barrier. It's pretty good. I think Crystal Nova is good here. And this one just seems better. This is free, basically. You have less cast range, but that only came at 6. And the downside is that it forces you to get Nova, but I think Nova is actually quite good. I think this facet's better. This one has some potential, but it's kind of goofy. And it requires you to have items to make the mana cost increase not bad. But with that said, it makes your ultimate way better just by itself. It's a lot easier to go into a fight, do a frostbite, activate your aura, and then pop your ulti to do like, for 100 mana, do 35% more mana, or more spell damage. It makes your ulti better. So this is better for your ulti, I think, and kind of bad for your other skills. But really good for your ulti. This is great for your ulti. Really good for Roshaning. And I think as a whole, this one is better, is what I feel like right now. And I actually play this hero a lot. This levels up with Freezing Field, Mana Regen Amp, rescaled from 50% to, oh, okay, levels up with Freezing Field. So that means it starts at 25 instead of at 0. So your mana's better at level 1. And once you get 1 point, oh, this is at level 6 though. So your mana regen is just going to be worse early. So clarities are worse. I think mid CM is potentially viable with this, and maybe with this. But I feel like I'm definitely going to try it. Slow duration decrease. Oh, this is one nerf though to the skill. But if you're getting brain sap out of it, then it's makes more sense. And it's not brain sap effectively, because if there's like 5 heroes, it's not that much better, but still, it's kind of good. Nova replaced with 12 end. Oh, that helps a lot actually. You really needed this would also help with playing mid. This is like 0.6 mana per second, which is going to be increased by this. So this is actually a really, really good talent, I think. The other one is health, but I think as a mid you might want the int instead. Maybe the health is better, but you'll definitely need the mana and the right click and the mana pool. If you're going this facet, you're definitely going to want the int though. Spamming barriers is good. Yeah, and the cooldown can be really low. On the 15 left talent lowers the cooldown to 4 seconds. So every 4 seconds you can put the barrier on yourself. So there's definitely a lot of sustained potential between like Novaing them, lowering their attack speed, and disarming them. Like you actually have like crazy physical survivability outside of your armor being bad. So if you fix your armor problem, this could help the hero a little bit more, kind of like how old ultis do. Alright, I got about an hour and a half, so let's accelerate. Intelligence hero, base damage increased by 26. What's our damage numbers? Damage is better, you don't have to buy as many Ironwood branches. Damage per level is way worse. Way, way, way worse. Your int gain is probably the same because it's tied or whatever. Oh no, you got a new innate. I'll check that out in a second. Remove mental fortitude. Attack speed per intelligence increased up to 1, and then here's the innate. When he levels up, he restores a percentage of his max health and mana. Restore percentage is equal to 10% plus 2% per hero level. Disabled by break. So when he levels up, and only when he levels up, he restores. He like heals basically. Percentage is equal to 10% plus 2. So if he is level 10, he's getting 30%. So leveling up in fights is really fucking big. Like really big deal. Which actually does happen, right? Like when heroes die, you hit a level up. It's kind of a cool idea. Heroes will die in fights, and that will give you an experience boost, and that is going to level you up. In terms of regen, it's fine too. Like it's going to keep your mana higher and your health higher. Like doing some ancient stack or some shit, like you're definitely gonna get some heal. I think I saw Lyrical say something about this. I don't know if it was on Twitter, but he was excited about it. Um, but yeah, kind of cool. And a lot of times on Darkseer, you spend mana to kill creeps, and then you have to buy more. You have to spend that gold to buy items to get your mana back, and that can be kind of unfortunate. It's gonna make Soul Ring better too, because then you're spending a lot of health, but you're getting levels. So I don't know. This is kind of interesting. Obviously, early game it's not that much. It's only like 10%, which is gonna be like 60 to 80 HP in mana, but still adds up. It's like a mango. Yeah, he is an Intero again. Intero Dark Willow, base damage increased by 22. Damage at level 1 is about the same. Agi gain is up. Int gain is up. Damage gain is about the same. This is like one of the closest heroes for damage per level that we've seen so far. God, her eyes are weird. And yeah, her damage scaling is about the same. Remove Thorny Thicket Facet. That was the one with the extra AoE. Shattering Crown. While ticking, the effect accumulates 35% of any damage dealt to the target by Dark Willow, and 50% of attack damage dealt by allied heroes. When the counter ends, the accumulated damage is dealt to each enemy in the stun duration radius as magic damage. So if you're curse crown somebody while you're dealing damage to them, they will take bonus damage. Ag Shard allows the ability to deal accumulated damage when dispelled. Okay. With that said, though, if they pop BKB, they're taking less damage. But it still does make it a little bit better if they pop a Manta afterwards, hypothetically. Or if they're just stunned for 1 second while you cast Curse Crown. So it's basically a damage amplifier. This looks good to me. Once they have a Dispel, obviously, it's less good. But if they don't have a Dispel, you are increasing your damage, which is similar to what the other facet did. The other facet where they take more damage while you're in Shadowrun. But this one just works while you're alive. And as a support with like cast range, this looks really good to me. It makes the ability more effective, which is kind of the problem with it before. If they have a BKB or a Dispel or something, it just was harder to use. The Shard helped, but this is another way to make it multifaceted. No pun intended. In that it does amplify your team's damage now, which is cool. Ag Shard no longer reduces stun rate by 1 second, which makes sense because technically you don't want to reduce the stun duration while it is amping damage that they take. but now it decreases the cooldown by 1.5 seconds. Kind of a negative, because it popping faster was kind of good. However, it does do the damage in an AoE, right? What's the cooldown here?
I'm
11
full
seconds.
of surprises.
So if it increases the duration or the cooldown by that much, it's not that bad. 11 seconds, that drops down to 9.5. 9.5 spam Curse Crown. That's not bad. But it definitely feels like an underwhelming ability in pro games. I genuinely cannot think of the last time that I saw an impactful Curse Crown in a pro game. I'm sure it's there, but it's really not obvious. It is like your third skill that you think of when you play this here. It will be good in pubs though, because pubs are way worse at like killing people in like short periods of time when they're vulnerable. And Curse Crown is not that skill. So I don't know. Maybe people will get this. I don't think pros will probably, but it's possible. It's kind of equitable. You think it's a 1-point wonder skill? Early game for sure. But I could see people taking this and actually skilling it in the laning stage. Because you could skill this and at level 2, for example, and it would increase your team's damage, you know? It's kind of cool. Alright, Shuttle Realm cooldown replaced with 10 int. They're back, dude. These int at level 10. Now that people really appreciate stats, it was too early, dude. IceFrog was like, hey guys, 10 int at level 10 is good, and everyone's like, I fucking hate that talent. But now you're like, oh shit, look at all that mana. 120 mana? 0.5 mana per second? That's so good. And 10 damage. Curse Crown stun duration replaced with Bedlam duration. That seems pretty good. And that's 10. That's a 10 talent. That's pretty good. I don't know if anyone's going to get this Curse Crown stun duration one, to be honest. 0.5 is kind of a lot, though. I mean, the stun duration goes up to 2.4. That's a meaty stun. That is a meaty stun, guys. What if you went max Curse Crown first with this facet? Is that crazy? 2.4 second stun, level 4, does 0 damage, but increases 35% of the damage you're dealing. Just go like a right-click Curse Crown build. Percent of the damage dealt again is magic damage. You could actually farm with this a little bit. If you went like a right-click item with Curse Crown, I don't have time for this, but I'm going to do it anyways.
I almost feel sorry for what's about to happen.
Axe charges.
Divine Rapier.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, if you just very simply, guys, if you just very simply get all of these items, that's all you gotta do. Just get 3 rapiers and a moon shard, and stand near your opponents, and you've got a kill. It could work. You could farm with that. You could legitimately farm with this skill. You could do neutral camps, but you'd probably need really effective damage items. I think Witchblade could work. It does give her wave clear, but you're doing 35% of your damage. It's not a lot. To kill a creep wave, you'd basically, they have like what, 600 HP or something. You'd have to deal, the math is going to be 600 divided by 0.35. You simply need to do 1,700 damage to one creep to kill the whole creep wave. It's not good. It's definitely not good. It's good with Bedlam though. This plus Bedlam is good. Legitimately good. Okay. Gleaming Hammer is gone. That was the one that people did not take, I think. Oh no, that was the cooldown one. I think. Is that what it was? Yeah. New facets. Let me just take a look, because I don't play this hero very much, so I don't know exactly which one she still has. Okay, this is the one she still has. I don't remember what the other one did. After the final smash, all eyes within 700 radius gain bonus attack speed per each Starbreaker swipe or smash that hits an enemy hero. Okay, that's kind of crazy good. 18 attack speed if you hit somebody 3 times with it. Dawnbreaker herself gains 33 attack speed. Oh, isn't this insane? The hammer giving ult. Oh, thank you. That was it. This seems kind of wild. You're getting 60 attack speed for 4 seconds? This seems like insanely good. Dawnbreaker and her allies gain bonus movement speed when walking on the hammer trail for 1 second after leaving. That seems pretty good too. But this is like wild. Isn't this like crazy? Especially if you're getting on like 2 heroes.
I serve the golden ones. I can't be stopped.
Here's my normal attack speed.
Prepare for battle.
That's just level
Traverse
1
the
too.
field.
And if you level this up, which does typically happen a little bit later, of course, but
A flash in
what's
your
my attack
eye.
speed?
You want some too?
Is that allies too? 700 radius? That seems good. This is like good.
I'll move the ground.
Like, I don't know. They all get the same? 700 radius? It makes her like ulti combo cooler, right? Because you're like ulting to jump in, then you're star breaking. And if you're hitting a couple of heroes, especially like
With
multiple
light
heroes,
goes life.
like this is gonna be like wild if there's like other heroes here, legitimately.
Good day to
Like
fight.
this is an extreme situation, of course. Why didn't I get way more?
I like this course.
Will there be axes?
Looks like the max caps out. Okay.
I
Alright,
will
so if
not
there's an
fall.
AoE, it's not as bad. It doesn't like it's not like you get a crazy star break and you do way more damage, but it's still pretty good. If you do hit all three, you're getting a bunch of temporary attack speed increase. Is this only heroes? Yeah, it's only heroes, so you can't use it to jungle either. This one's just movement speed, basically. Hits a target with powered up luminosity, decreases the cooldown of her abilities. Okay. Maybe people are going to find that this one is hard to give up because more Starbreaker is good, but... Huh. Both of these together would be like Giga Broken. Egg Shard movement speed penalty is increased. Oh, so you're slower when you use Starbreaker now. It used to be really, really fast. Egg Scepter rework. Solar Guardian Pulsing Aura lingers for 3 seconds after landing and follows Dawnbreaker around. Okay, so like rather than be like invulnerable in the air while you're healing them and covering them, it's like you're gonna land still quicker, and it'll follow you around. So if you're playing like a core Dawn who wants to right click, then this is better. If you are playing like a heal bot, this is worse. Increases Solar Guardian's heal per pulse by this while reducing channel airtime. Okay. In fact, you actually come down faster, like way faster. So way less time in the air, you get to the action quicker, which is kind of cool. Better for ganking, certainly. And the other thing is it's easier to land your stun this way. Because before, if you combo on somebody, their stun would have to be at least 1.7, right? For your stun to land. Now, you're just going to get your ass in there. You're going to hit them with your stun. And stun duration is 1.4 to 1.8. So yeah. So you're going to be able to follow up stun easier with this. And then there's going to be a pulsing linger afterwards, which heals and deals damage, right? So, huh. Okay, interesting. Compared to the previous one, airtime being increased by 3.5, it's now decreased. Total cast time decreased. Bonus evasion early landing sub. Oh, so you don't get evasion. You don't have an early landing sub ability, and movement mid-flight are removed. Yeah, it's like you cast it, it's stationary, you land in. So you can't use it to like Giga make somebody hard to kill. The bonus heal per pulse is worse. Total healing is a little bit worse, just a little bit worse. But it will get you there faster if that's what you need. It's kind of interesting. Alright. Bonus damage instead of just Starbreaker, so right click is a little bit better, but Starbreaker combos weaker. Critical strike damage talent is worse. Basically all the right click. Just a mix of nerfs. The hero was quite good in the patch, so that makes sense. Alright, Dazzle is... Let's see. I'm interested to see the changes because Dazzle has been only viable as a core for a long time. I liked Nothel Boon, but it's just not. It wasn't that good. The over shield one. They removed bad juju ability. Okay. All right. Let's. I'm excited to see this. More stacking across the board to compensate. His damage per level is definitely weaker, but still decent. With bad juju being gone, that was the. What is the new ultimate ability? Okay. We should probably read that first. I feel like. Soul departs his body, becoming an untargetable and invulnerable tree walking spirit that can still attack, cast abilities, and use items. So he can't be affected. Maybe AoEs can get him, but cast abilities and use items. Mortal body can be attacked, and there's a visible tether between it and Dazzle's soul. While in soul form, all Dazzle's basic abilities are improved. Poison touch hexes, okay. Shadow Grave heals upon expiration, and Shadow Wave has reduced cooldown. If the body's killed, his soul perishes. When his spirit moves further than 1600 units, it's tugged back towards his body with the intensity of this pull, increasing the further the soul travels. When the effect ends, the soul returns to its body. Okay. When it moves further. So if you like use it and you're running really far away, eventually it will break. You'll go back to your body. So your body's staying still. When the effect ends, cooldown is 70 to 50. Max duration is 15 seconds. Min duration is 5. Cast range is 600. Why is there a cast range? Can you like send your soul 600 units away? Poison hex duration. So you get the hex 1.4 and onwards. Shallow Grave healing scales up. Shadow Wave cooldown reduction is a percentage. Can't attack buildings or use hand and -1 soul form. It sounds kind of like Arc Warden ulti. Can be upgraded with Ag Shard. Allows to cast the projection while disabled. Provides 20% outgoing heal lamp. So what's kind of cool for it? Well, I guess it still dies. If it dies, your soul dies. If your body dies, your soul dies. But your seems kind of goofy because they're just going to find your hero and kill it. Let's take a look at the other stuff really quick. The cooldowns are reduced to compensate for your ability to reduce the cooldown. Levels with non-lethal projection, armor change per stack rescaled, so it's worse early. I assume this is based on your ulti. Weave now applies a stack to apply double stack. Okay, so this makes up for this being worse. So the minus armor is, with this one, it's the same at all levels as previous patch, but later on in the game, it's just way better. You're going to be doing 2.5 armor to allies if you heal them, and minus 2.5 to enemies if you damage them. And this weave now doubles the stack. Oh, I see. So one is, they just completely remove the poison bloom. It's like, it's just different. Unless it's just a change. Are they still the same? But
I cast
okay.
a long shadow.
Okay, so one's offensive, one's so basically they're just making the weave better against enemies, so it's offensively better. And this one, it's defensively better as the game continues, and the overheal still applies, which is pretty good. Overheal with extra armor is going to mean better. So I think this looks to me like Support Dazzle is kind of better. It basically is, right? Because even level 1 Shallow Grave, you're getting a heal once you get ultimate. So you're getting a heal with Shallow Grave. When it ends, you're getting a heal, and that gets increased by the Shallow Grave, how low they are on HP. Shadow Wave cooldown gets reduced by 30% at level 1. So if you hypothetically max this out, we're talking like a 6-second spam. In fact, the cooldown is just better at all levels. So Dazzle's laning should be better, straight up. However, the offense aspect is worse depending on, or defense is worse based on which one you choose, right? So you're not going to give yourself as much armor using Shadow Wave, or you're going to decrease the armor less using Poison Touch. But I don't think this is a big deal. Right, so far, this looks like just a straight up buff to Dazzle support, to me. You can't spam Shallow Grave as often, like you're not going to be able to do like double Shallow Graves anymore, that's gone. But let's go take a look. Sorry, Shallow Grave and replace with Shallow Grave Cool. Yeah, there needed to be like some way to groove. The level 20 seems a little bit late. Let's test out the ultimate. I'm excited they're changing this because I've always really liked Dazzle, but the last couple of years he hasn't really felt like the same hero, and I feel like his laning stage has just been like kind of goofy. So you make this. This gets to be used.
Prepare for battle.
A spiritual journey.
I would like. Oh god, that takes a long time. I leveled up the. Oh, this is just going to be a replay bug thing. So hypothetically, one good thing about this is that you can basically cast this from safety. Like if there is a team fight under tower, the most obvious thing is that you're like, I'm diving the tower. I'm diving the tower. You walk here and you go like this. And this guy's over here, and there's a guy, and I'm attacking him, and I'm using Poison Touch. Oh, I can't heal myself, though. That part's a little bit worse.
Axe runs.
And I got to do all of that without going under tower. So diving towers is better. If you are standing in trees, it's in a ways better. You can always jump back to your thing if you really need to. What was that 1.5? Oh, it's because I leveled up my ulti, so yeah. You know, you can do shit like this. You know, they're going to be able to see exactly where your thing is. If you really need to get back. I wish it showed the range. Starts slowing down. Okay, it actually just caps out. Okay, that's not too bad. It definitely makes things a little bit safer. Laning stage is a little bit more abusive, I would say. The cooldowns are slightly better on Poison Touch, and you still get that extra stack thing if you want it. I feel like Poison Bloom Double stack applied to enemies. Plus, yeah, this is potentially more damage. I think Core Dazzle is just kind of worse in some ways. You don't have to put yourself as in danger, but like people are gonna go on you, you know? Like you staying still is a big fucking deal. But I guess you being basically invulnerable and untargetable is kind of cool. If you are standing in trees or whatever, it does make things safer, but Shard with ult, you can dispel yourself and grave yourself. Shard with ult. What even is the fucking Ags here? Oh, target and bounce between enemies. Oh, Shard can be cast while Dazzle is disabled. While he's disabled, oh yeah. While he's disabled, ah yes. Let's try that really quick. I assume that means like stun and everything. Shard sounds really good. Because then if somebody goes on you, you can basically do this, right?
Prepare for battle.
Do I have the shard yet? No, I don't. So normally if you get Orchid, you're fucked, right? Like you can't use your stuff. But if you buy the shard, you still can't do it. But if he uses Call, you can do it. Wait. Can cast anything while disabled? Can cast while he's... Yeah, any of your spells. Okay, that's really sick. So against Axe, it's really fucking good. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Not with Orchid. I did it wrong again. If Axe calls you with Blade Mail... That was weird. Maybe, alright, not Axe Call. Alright, it looks like you can, but you can't, because he's forcing you to attack and do nothing else. But if there's a real hero with a stun that isn't a silence, I don't know why they tried to make it sound so like, oh, if you're disabled, you're fine. No, it's just stuns. It's just fucking stuns.
To hell and back.
It's literally just stuns. If you are stunned... Alright, it's bugged. It's fucking bugged. Oh, you can cast Novel Projection. Okay, alright, never mind. I'm crazy. Alright, let's try it again. With Call... Alright, that still doesn't work. Against stuns, you can do this, and you can do this and save yourself. Alright, good to know, guys. Good to know. Heal amp goes up by 20%, which is quite insane. Actually, that's quite good, because then your Shadow Wave and Overhealing is going to do more. I don't know. I think there's potential here. I'm definitely going to try it out as a support. The fact that Poison Touch just does a stun automatically with your ulti makes your hero better as a support. That part's really cool. You don't have to wait till 15 minutes to buy a shard. I think this is I'm really into these changes. I think this is just straight up. I like this because Dazzle Core has had its years, and this makes Dazzle support actually viable. You have a stun now, finally. Obviously, the cooldown is still really high, 27 to 15 seconds, but you can cover yourself. You can cover yourself against stuns. Again, Orchid still breaks your fucking ankles, without a doubt. I assume you can still use items. Like if I get... There's other questions I have, unfortunately. If this guy has an Orchid...
Prepare for battle.
Let's say I do this, and he does this. Yeah, I can still heal myself and cover myself. So you just need to summon it first. So silence is... There is a way you can play against it. You just have to use your ulti if they're coming for you. If you use your ulti first, then you're fine against silences. If you don't use it first, then you'll need an item solution. But you can cover yourself and overheal. And this is also quite good with healing. Anytime you heal your allies, you can give them a shield, basically. Whether that's Shadow Wave or... mech or other things. So I don't know, this is getting better, and the fact that it gives armor now I think is cool. So yeah, definitely ways to keep yourself alive. If you just ulti before they orchid you 100% can heal yourself, because then you can use all of your items. You can use Solar Crest, you can use mech, you could use Pavis, you could use a Glimmer Cape. You just gotta ulti first. The cooldown's really long though, so it's kind of spooky, 70 to 50, but if you do use it and they jump on you and then you turn the fight, that's like crazy good. And you're getting a heal from Shadow Wave. This looks great. I'm really into this. You still can get Poison Bloom if you want. It's probably fine. It would do more damage later than it used to because of the scaling of Weave now, which is good. But I imagine Core Dazzle doesn't like Nothal Projection anymore. You can use it to protect yourself, I guess, from the Orchid and the stuns, like I mentioned. but it's not going to be good against Hex. It's not going to be good against Taunt. It only works against stuns. So Orchid is usually more common and a little bit more effective. So I think Core Dazzle is worse off. You can go offensive Poison Bloom. I'm not that into it, but it's in some ways better too, because your Ghost is attacking and your Ghost isn't going to be stunned. So it's easier to spread this out because you can protect your hero while doing shit. It might still work, genuinely. It might work. If you get tanky enough and you have items and the ability to protect yourself while they're going on you, it makes your ultimate last longer effectively, and you can defend yourself with your items and your heals and stuff. I don't know. I'm really into this. I'm excited to see it played, and I'm excited to play it. But I'm definitely going to be trying it support first. Very cool. Very into that. Death Prophet, Universal, base damage, base agility. Damage per level has increased, so she's a better right clicker. She still has Suppress Facet's the one that was the delayed damage. That shit was way too good. Spirit Collector is going to be buffed by quite a bit late game. That's good. If your hero dies during exorcism, their spirit is now added to both the current exorcism as the charge for and as a charge. That's great. This is a nice change that was kind of needed. I'm not upset that they removed. Oh, I'm sorry. Suppress was the slow one. All right, Morning Ritual is still in there. Suppress was the silence, movement speed on silence. I actually got it recently because I was against a support hero heavy lineup and I fucking wrecked them. But maybe that's just because I'm good at Death Prophet. Movement speed per hero or per level decreased, and cooldown reduction per level increased. Huh. Okay, so a higher uptime on spells, but worse movement speed. This is maybe a bit of a downside because you don't get as much slow out of the other facet, but it felt bad picking it a little bit compared to these other ones. I'll definitely try Spirit Collector now because it gets added to your current exorcism. So if you do jump in and get kills, and this is just heroes dying during exorcism, so it's like your spirit that spirit damage jumps up by like three times the damage. Losing movement speed's a little bad, but like I said, because you're lacking disable a little bit. But if you go like an Atos or a Witchblade, in fact Witchblade is just gonna be better now. Looks like your int gain doesn't change though. They didn't change your int gain. What is her int gain? About 3 per level. It's okay. You could hypothetically like go back to like Witchblade. It's not bad. It's like legitimately fine. Her int gain didn't decrease. Her damage per level has increased. You get a little bit damage from the Witchblade itself, but yeah. Witchblade, Atos, Death Prophet, definitely on the menu. You can go Atos, or sorry, Yules. There's a couple different items you can get. Bloodstone is better on the hero, right? So, because you have a Dispel on it now. It's probably not too bad. Alright. D, Disruptor. We have exactly 1 hour. Thunderstrike now procs its effect on units within the kinetic field, even if the initial target is outside of it. Okay. Base recharge, restore time, decreased late game, mana cost decreased. Kinetic fence duration replaced with 1 kinetic fence charge. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Radius is increased. Good for you. Thunderstrike, damage per strike increase. This actually could help the hero. Because if you keep the Thunderstrike going on the same guy, it can do a lot of damage. So an extra 15 is a big deal. This talent was really underwhelming. It sounded kind of cool, but it's like you hit him 7 times and you've done like 200 more damage or something. It was not that good. But if you keep it going multiple times, then it can be crazy. If you keep one Thunderstruck on one guy for a long time, if they don't have a Dispel, it's kind of cool. Can I feel cooldown replaced with movement speed? Sure. Thunderstrike slow duration increased for this talent. That's fine. Doom, one of the most banned hero of 2024. Base charge restore time decrease, so you get Devour faster with Gluttony, no longer decreases damage per second. It decreased the damage fucking per second? Are you insane? Oh, they probably coded it badly, so that like the duration was increased, but then they probably coded it like status resistance, where if the duration gets decreased, then it does all of its damage in a shorter period, but if it gets increased, it did less damage per second. So this win rate is probably going to go up. I believe it's just not very good, but it could be more viable now. Bonus damage increased from 15 to 25. This needed to happen. It was bugged for a bit there. It was meaning all of your damage against heroes that were lower than you was dealing more damage. It's supposed to be just physical, so this is going to make the physical build more viable, which was something I tried to do a while ago and I just did it badly. Amar had a build that he liked. I think he was going phase drum into S and Y, so he was being tanky and right-clicking. That kind of worked. I don't know if he got any more right-click items or not, but that was kind of the gist of it. But this is going to mean your bonus damage. This is a lot of bonus damage. Bonus physical damage against a lower level hero. there's more and more viability of right-clicking as this gets buffed, which I was kind of waiting for. Once I realized it was bugged, I was like, okay, my build's absolutely not going to work. It's going to have to get giga buffed in that category for it to be more valuable. But burn damage rescaled, worse early, better late. Cast range decrease your doom. This is a big deal. 400 range is kind of a lot. And then damage per second is decreased at all levels. Little nerfs to the hero. I don't think these are that bad. I don't think anyone's too upset about these. Oops. Oops. Dooman. Fuck.
Hear my prophecy.
What was
The
the other one?
seven
Oh, the Devil's
hells hunger.
Bargain. Sell items for 90%. So they buffed this one. Base recharge time. Yeah, it's closer to the normal. The 85 was kind of unfortunate because you would lose a lot of GPM, but it was better if you're dying and stuff and not on the map as much. But you get the upgraded creep abilities, Impending Doom. So every 12 minutes you're getting an extra like second point 2. I don't think this is terrible. With S and Y being nerfed, it's a little bit better, but a lot of people buy S and Y, so it's probably still kind of bad. But Scorched Earth damage replaced with Infernal Blade stun duration. Yeah, I felt like you had to get this one. 0.2 second. It's okay, 0.6 to 0.8, and the other one is, I think, Magic Resistance. I think people are going to all take the Magic Resistance Devour. That talent is really good, the right Devour one. But everybody felt they had to take Scorched Earth because it's just way too good. But Devour grants Magic Resistance with Gluttony. It's probably on the menu now. Because if they're going to take the Magic Resistance anyways, they might as well have the opportunity to like get 2 sets of 15% Magic Resistance. That's the new Glimmer Cape right there. So I assume everyone's going to go Gluttony on Doom now when they pick him. Alright, reworked Fire Dragon, the by far most OP one. The Ice Dragon, is it still here? Looks like it is. While in Dragon form, Dragon Tail applies to enemies in a 175 radius around the target. So it's an AoE Dragon Tail. And Worm's Wrath. Attacks deal bonus magic damage to enemies. And increases AoE, all AoE effects by 25 to 100. I assume this means you just don't get Cleave anymore. The Cleave is gone, but your AoE is better. So this radius can go up. So you can have basically AoE Dragon Tail, and your Breathe Fire is going to deal bonus magic damage. Oh, I'm sorry, this is attacks. Your attacks do bonus magic damage. So it's kind of like a single target thing. Like bonus magic damage from your attacks, AoE Dragon Tail while in Dragon form, and AoE. So Dragon Knight's just instantly dead. It is a carry. So his flex potential is just not going to be the same, which kind of needed to happen. This facet was just like one of the best by far. Just changed the hero in so many fundamental ways. Alright, Corrosive Dragon now makes all Dragon Knight's abilities deal physical damage. Okay. So you Breathe Fire would do physical, Dragon Tail does physical, Corrosive Breath damage type changes to physical, which makes sense because the Corrosive Breath lowers their armor, right? So now this could give you better solo kill potential. It'd be better against like squishy support type heroes with lower armor. Hypothetically, you could do some like Deso AC build on Dragon Knight. Fireball physical. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I don't necessarily think it's gonna be good, but magic damage works on towers, by the way. Oh, that's cool. So it actually makes Dragon Knight kind of good against this dragon's good against towers, and this dragon's good against towers. I think the corrosive breath damage change to physical is worse for towers, probably, because towers have a lot of armor, but they don't have a lot of magic resistance. So this part's probably bad. You're probably like having your damage against towers. I feel like this is just not going to be good. It's going to be good. This is going to be good early. He's broken? Is he really that good? Is this really good? I guess if you get like a Deso with Breathe Fire, it's probably sick. Like it's probably crazy early game. Because if you can lower somebody's armor close to 0 and then you Breathe Fire them, it probably does like way more damage than normal. DK Slardar, yeah. Yeah, that makes some sense. Okay. While in Dragon form, attacks now apply... Oh, you get Splash from your ulti. Okay, I see. So you do still have Splash. 30 to 60% Splash on all of your Dragon facets. Improves the effects of Worm's Wraith by 20 to 50. Attack Splash AoE decreased. Okay, so the AoE is smaller, but you do Splash 30% at all levels, and Boba's move speed is decreased. Okay, so I see why this is still potentially good. So you're not going to cleave at all levels anymore. You're going to have to rely on the Elder Dragon form to farm. He's probably going to go back to being a strong mid then, because it's basically like old Dragonite, which is still viable. This does bonus magic damage to enemies. This also increases the AoE effects. All AoE effects. So that means your cleave would be higher with this. And you get an AoE Dragon Tail at all levels. So that seems pretty good. Your farm speed is going to be weaker though. It's going to be a worse carry by far. So I assume that it's probably just Not as viable as a carry. Probably still slightly viable, but way less viable. Because you don't just like Giga Farm all the time. You did miss the items, yeah. Green Facet gets additional cleave. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fireball radius decrease. And then AoE Dragon Tail replaced with Worm's Wrath effect during Elder Dragon form. And Worm's Wrath is this. So makes your minus armor or your bonus damage better, or your AoE better. And Frost Dragon is just way better now to pick because you have AoE with it. Before it was just non-viable because it didn't do like anything super good other than like slow people. But you could actually go blue Dragon Knight now because you're getting less damage here, you're getting less minus armor or tower damage, but at least you'd have slows potentially, which is kind of cool. So blue Dragon Knight is probably closer to viable, whereas before it just was by far the worst option. All AoE includes items like Shivas, yeah, Shivas and Radiance and all that stuff. But this small number is not really worth it for those things, I don't think. You think it's just skill effects? I mean, I assume it works like Bloodstone, which affects your abilities at least. It's just you probably don't notice with items as much because the number is kind of small. But if you have like a radius of ability that's like 200 radius and it gets increased to 300, it's a really noticeable difference. But if you have a radius of like 900 and gets increased by 100, it's like a small percentage increase, right? Draw Vantage Point. Damage bonus from high ground increased by 10% because it just wasn't good enough. And the other facet was just better. This is really good with the shard though. 30% damage increase is crazy. Precision Aura levels with marksmanship now. I'm confused. Why does this show this and not your innate? They just decided to use the image. They should have showed this image. Precision levels with marksmanship instead of your level. Self agility percentage bonus rescaled from 2% per hero to this plus 1% per hero level. So it's gonna be better in the laning stage now. Well, oh yeah, it's like it's 5 at level 1 instead of 2. At level 2, it's going to be 6 instead of 4. So your level 1 and your level 2 should be a little bit better. I don't know what the numbers are like. 25 is like 50%. Okay, so it's a little bit worse late game, and it's slightly better at the very start of the game. Frost Arrow's bonus damage replaced with multi-shot arrow per wave, so that'd be 5 arrows instead of 4. Gust cooldown replaced with Gust cost no mana. That's kind of cool. This is actually not that bad. This is probably better for farm. It's definitely better for like ancient stacks and neutrals, but this is kind of cool because you could basically use it to run around the map to be more efficient, because Gust does give you movement speed now, which is kind of cool. So I kind of like it. This one's definitely better though. I think all pros will get this. Earth Spirit ready to roll. Bonus. Which one is this? I don't know the.
All paths
Oh, this is
are
the
one.
rollover allies to get the movement speed one. Stepping Stone is the for baddies one. Bonus move speed also granted Earth Spirit when rolling over an allied hero. Okay, little buff for him. No longer deals bonus damage to creeps. That's gonna hurt core Earth Spirit a lot. Geo Grip does more damage. Spell Up replaced with Rolling Boulder. They're trying to make this hero support again, I think. Hopefully Effie likes it, because she always really cares about this. So this is gonna hurt core Earth Spirit. This is better for support Earth Spirit. Rolling Boulder damage replaced with Boulder Smash damage. Magnetized duration and damage replaced with Boulder stun duration. Basically just making Rolling Boulder good again with talents. Rolling Boulder distance replaced with Rolling Boulder damage. And then Boulder Smash damage replaced with 30%. Okay, so they basically moved this up to level 20 if you really want it. But 20 is really late in the game. And then Boulder stun duration replaced with -3 Boulder Smash cooldown. I don't know. This is just like way worse for core Earth Spirit, but probably just way better for support Earth Spirit. So I don't know if this does enough. Like, this is good and all. This is really bad for core Earth, for like mid Earth Spirit. You're not going to farm nearly as fast. Your AoE is just straight up worse. They didn't really increase your damage to compensate. So I just feel like core Earth Spirit is probably dead with this, or way weaker. Maybe it's different because of the river changes or something, but at least like support Earth Spirit's gonna be able to zip around the map more often. So this might just seem like better temporarily. Slugler creep death damage decrease. That was kind of needed. This facet was really good. Like the other one is not even remotely comparable, I feel like. Damage of Fissure is increased, so buff to supports. Mana cost is better too, buff to support. Earthshaker. Enchant Totem mana cost is up. Nerf to core Earthshaker, and talent is nerfed too. So, not saying the Earthshaker support is going to be good yet, but the hero is just completely balanced around Slugger right now, so it's kind of the downside. You have to nerf those aspects to make the hero more fair. But Max Fissure is really not a bad ability. This plus Aftershock, you can do a lot of damage with it. But maybe the numbers aren't like impressive enough like they used to be. 260 for a level 4 nuke is kind of ass from range, and that's kind of how supports typically play the hero. ET bonus speed for heroes is worst all levels. Cleave replaced with Echo Stomp wake damage, which is good against some heroes certainly. It basically turns it into a stun. And then Echo Stomp wake damage replaced with 100% cleave at 25. So, kind of weird. Even ETs are played almost always as 5s right now. I haven't seen a 3 ET in a while. This makes core ET less viable, not that it was played, so I don't know. It makes the hero better in a way. Like support ETs, even if they hit 20 in pro games, they're probably not getting the cleave to increase their farm speed. I don't know what the other one is, but I'm just gonna move on. But I don't really see this like 25 100% cleave thing being useful ever. Cleave was a game changer. I'm sure it was for like increasing your farm speed and your damage a little bit, but in the way that the hero is played, it's really not that different. Oh, thank you for gifting subs. I appreciate it. How many is that? 10. Thank you so much. All right, Ember Spirit, Searing Chains unit count decreased from 3 to 2, from 4 to 3 when using Chain Gang. Okay, yeah. That's a decent nerf to the hero. It didn't really last very long. Damage per second increased on this. Magic Barrier is up a tiny bit, and Cast Point is decreased again. So they nerfed Searing Chains, but they made Fire Remnant better. So more crazy shit for Ember, I guess. That's kind of like backwards. They're going back in time. Gen attack range bonus increase buff to this facet, which is less picked than the other one. Bonus damage per enchantress hero level increase, so the neutrals are going to do more damage to enemies on the map. No longer deals 2 times damage to creeps. Okay, still does 2 times against illusions. Alright, sounds fine. A little bit harder to farm on the hero. Worse core enchanters. Everybody plays a support. Sprunk is a little bit weaker for farming. Sprunk mana cost increased. They had to nerf the hero because it's still pretty good sometimes. But it's a sometimes thing. And talent nerfed. Alright, Enigma. He has a really good win rate in pro games I've seen. Base damage increased by 12. Damage per level is way worse, but it's fine. He's still going to have... His base damage is way worse. So this is definitely going to affect his laning. I mean, he's universal, but universal's got nerfs. So this is a big deal. Because he's not going to be able to juice his damage up really high just on his base hero. So we might see less Enigma, or at least their laning stage is going to be weaker, which it is quite good. This facet got buffed because it became the weaker one. But 20% at level 18 and older, or old and longer is pretty good. Malefic's damage got buffed again because it was just kind of a shit talent. But this ends up doing like 150 damage now between 3 Malefic's procs. It's kind of okay. But people always get the other ones, which I think is it's a gigantic health talent. I think it's 400 health or 250 health. Yeah. It's not that much, but it's still pretty good. Malefic's doing an extra 50 damage is not terrible. It would make your solo kills better. But I really like health on the hero because I like auras. Base agility increased by 2. That's a big deal. Chronosphere mana cost is decreased. No longer suspends the duration of time dilation for affected units. Okay. That shit was really good. Suspends the duration of time dilation. Okay, so time dilation, it's not going to last long. No longer freezes enemy ability and item cooldowns. Okay, that seems fair. That shit was kind of annoying. One time I got chronosphered and time dilated, and then the chrono ended, and I realized my ability was still on cooldown for eons. So nerf the time dilation. This was just kind of like, I don't know, maybe a little bit too much, this thing. But time zone. Mana similarly better. Cooldown increased late, which is, it must have like a good win rate late game. Cast range decreased. Now also suspends time dilation. Okay, so they put these buffs over here on time zone. That was their way of making time zone a little bit better, which is kind of fair because these were not really needed typically because the guy's stunned, right? It's not quite as impactful. Whereas time zone kind of gets used while people are using their abilities. Now it freezes ability, item, and cooldowns. The duration is pretty high, right? Oh, it's decreased down to this. Also accelerates ability and item cooldowns for allies. Cooldowns accelerate 4 times faster. That seems really good. So for the duration of this, or you're basically saving like 9 seconds, right? For a spammable spell like Cool Spray, that's really good. Because you're casting... I mean, what this means is like 400% cooldown... It's 75% cooldown reduction is what this is. 75% cooldown reduction is crazy for like Cool Spray, basically. For a spammable ability, it's really broken. For long abilities, it's fine. Because you're still only getting like... It's like 20-second off your ultis, you know? At level 3. At level 1, it's like 12 seconds off all of your cooldowns. It's not bad, but it's definitely better for like spammable abilities. Casting like 4 abilities in like a 12-second period versus 1 or 2. Is that right? No, you're casting like 10 quill sprays or something. If you cast like 10 quill sprays instead of like 3, it's a really big difference in a 10-second. So there's some situations where this might be really good. No longer manipulates attack speed. Okay, that's so it's more like for casters now. Because it used to give your team attack speed, right? Movement speed manipulation rescaled. Cast speed manipulation rescaled. Turn speed rescaled. It's basically for casters now. Okay. So it still does like annoying things to your opponents kind of, but it doesn't lower their attack speed. It still lowers their movement speed. Attack speed during time void now affects only a face of void himself. Oh, that's right. I forgot that that did that. That was kind of a wild thing because it gave attack speed and then it would give it to him and his allies. So they instead of it, which kind of makes sense because void is supposed to be the carry himself, right? But now hypothetically you can time zone and it's like time dilation. It's like a juiced up time dilation. It's gonna be good against casters, and it's gonna be good with casters is how they changed it. I think this is a really nice way to make it different. Stuns are always good. Chronosphere is just going to be good, but Time Zone is actually very good against your Bristlebacks and your Lenas and your Necrophoses or whatever. Vanguard offlane. I don't know if Void is going to be back. Like you still need items to hit, to get. Or you need items to get gold. You don't have a way to farm, so you still need to hit creeps. But and Time Zone is still countered by something, so I don't know. Better Time Walk level 1. Recasting Time Dilation on enemy will now add a separate stacking debuff instead of refreshing the duration. Does that happen often? Does anyone ever really worry about that? I mean, the cooldown is 16, duration's 11. Like, hypothetically, you could get 2? Are they trying to get us to get Refresher? Refresher time dilation? I mean, if you like Chronosphere, and it lasts for like 5 seconds, yes, the duration isn't being extended now. But I feel like in Time Zone you get many time dilations. Item cooldowns are faster. Oh, that's cool. That's a big deal. Because you're not getting like 2 time zones. Or you're not getting like you're not getting a time dilation on time zone. It's just the time dilation doesn't tick. Huh. Well, maybe Void and other roles is more viable now because of time zone. It helps to justify time dilation. But that said, it was over here too, so it's kind of... But if you come in halfway through the fight and you cast this on spellcasters that have already casted 3 or 4 abilities, and the time dilation lasts forever, it's really obnoxious. Stroke of Fate now displays a preview of the projectile trajectory. It kind of already did that, but no, it didn't actually. Okay, that's fine. You had to be an artist to do it well now. It's just it's baby's art painting, but Egg Shard no longer applies a strong dispel when it expires. Okay. Egg Shard now applies a basic dispel when it's cast. Okay. Egg Shard bonus damage increased. Egg Shard health increased. Heal increased. This makes it worse, but I'm glad they did this because they needed to. I love this facet. I think it's more fun, and they need to nerf the good stuff to make the other parts of the hero more fun. But I think the hero's fun to play. I have a good win rate on him, so I feel good about him. But I haven't seen him in pro games in fucking forever. Basic Dispel is kind of cool because this way, if you're casting it on an ally, you don't have to pop it right away. Now you can cast it on an ally who's silenced, for example. The silence goes away, and then they can let the ink swell like build up. It doesn't just have to be like a hard dispel. So that's one upside. The downside is that it doesn't remove stuns anymore, but it's still kind of good. But it's definitely worse on your initiator ally. But hey, if it does more damage and heals more, it has some potential. And I would argue it's a little bit better on with this facet too, in some ways. It's some ways better with both facets because again, you don't have to just remove it right away. It's worse for protecting yourself though. You could put it on yourself when they went on you, and then you could pop it to remove, or it would pop at the end sometimes. Anyways, base agility nerfed, agility gain increased. Flat cannon mana cost goes up. I mean, this ability is amazing for laning stage. Side gunner now is a visual model represent. Oh, that's awesome. All right, I gotta look. Just like a giant bazooka.
I'll start a checklist. A new airstrike beacon.
I don't see it.
What's that?
Prepare for battle.
Oh, that's why.
Rotating.
It's tied to this ability, I think. Am I crazy? At least it is an ability draft.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you need flat cannon. Oh, that's so cool.
Quit your mumbling.
And it tells you like who's gonna be attacked, which is kind of cool. I'm into it. Hoodwink, agility increased, remove tree bounce fast. Yeah, that shit was way too good. Here's the other one, the attack cast range and attack range increase. Sharpshooter has a 50% reduced cooldown. Turn rate improved by 30%. Max damage, max debuff duration, max one-up time are reduced by 25. Okay. It's basically just make your ulti better. This one's gone. So your laning stage on this hero is going to be way worse, by the way. Because now you can't double acorn shot like one guy every single time. They do get to buff the base damage as a result. Your redirect chance rescaled. This is your miss chance, I think, right? Is it all abilities?
Let's not get
Redirect enemy
squirrely
attacks.
now.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd be a shame to have to kill you.
50% reduced cooldown means it's going to drop to quite a lot, 22.5 cooldown. Turn rate's higher. It can do 25% more damage, more debuff duration, max windup. So and it's just less. Like as a break hero, this is way better because the max debuff duration was 5 seconds. Max windup time was 3. So now it's a 2.25 max windup to break them for like 6.25 seconds, which is really good and slow. And it does more damage. Max damage level 1 is going to be like 700. It's kind of cool, but your laning stage is going to be way worse on the hero. Like this is a big nerf to laning of Hoodwink, which is why they probably increase your agility by 1. But Hoodwink is just way worse laner, I feel like. Your ability to get solo kills is just not going to be remotely as good. Unless there's some Ulcerous Evasion doubled for the duration, including redirect chance from Misfits Wayfarer. They buffed this, so now you're getting way more evasion using Scurry. Up to like 75. So it's kind of like Windrun now a little bit. So Scurry's way better defensively. Your hero's way harder to kill. They will need accuracy to get you. Acceptor no longer decreases max windup time. Acceptor now increases movement speed slow by 20%. Is that the one that does the double shot, I think? Decoy. Oh, it just passively did that? Increase arrow speed and movement speed slow. But it also allows you to turn invisible. The decoy does do the shot. Yeah. Throws a lesser bushwhack towards the enemy. Sharpshooter damage was 60%. Okay. But if you get hip shot with Ags, it's way better. So they're basically changing the hero's playstyle up a lot. With heroes that have abilities like Acorn Shot or Sleight of Fist, the ability is just kind of so broken inherently into Dota because you're doing extra attacks in a short period of time that it just by far is the best prevailing strategy. So I think right now Hoodwink is possibly worse. This facet could change things because your ulti is going to be more valuable as a source of break and nuke. But your laning stage is just straight up worse. So she might just be worse for a bit, and then we'll get some buffs maybe next patch. If this doesn't turn out with a cool build with like Ags, she'll be buffed next patch, and then she's going to start being probably kind of fun again. But her laning stage is going to suffer for now. Less bushwhack cooldown, more mana regen, Scurry duration replaced with Scurry ability charge, max damage replaced with Sharpshooter provides vision while charging. That's cool. So you can better snipe people. We're going to see some compilation videos now. And Pierce's debuff immediately replaced with plus 400 max damage, which is kind of wild because this thing's all getting increased, right? So if your ulti gets plus 400 damage. Oh wait, the max damage got reduced? Am I correct? Does this really happen? Oh, these are all reduced. Oh, okay. I misread big time. So it does less damage. The duration is reduced, and the max windup time is reduced. So it shoots faster, but it does less damage, and it debuffs for less. But you can cast it more often. I don't know. Is that worth it? 22.5. Either way, that facet, or the talent, the 25, giving it plus 400 damage is still really good. Interesting, though. Yeah, I think she's just probably worse. Alright, let us move on. I got like 35 minutes and I'm at Huskar. Fuck, I have so much time left. Or so much time that I needed to do. Bloodbath and Nothal transfusion facets. I don't even know what do these do? Oh, the other fast. Those are the two that nobody took, I think. No, I do not have time to play. Berserker's Blood. Activated, consuming 30% of current health. Instantly applies a basic Dispel and Huskar. Then after a 3-second delay, restores the consumed health. Okay. And additionally heals him 5% of his max HP for each Dispel buff. Cooldown 50 to 20. That looks pretty good. Very good against Spirit Vessel, obviously. This would be good against Broodmother, because it would give you a heal, not regen. Kind of cool. Inner Fire cast point decrease. Yeah, 0.5 was kind of big. I feel like the other facet is just too good, though. The percentage dealt is really, really good. This is a big duration. Life break damage up. But hypothetically cool. Invoker back to int. So much shit. Remove agnostic and elitist. Removed mastermind. I don't even, there's so many things I'd have to. A lot of innates I just straight up can't remember. Oh my god, this is so much. Schooler of Korix. So basically, it looks like he can specialize in one field, which is good for the average Invoker player. So they do just like casting 4 spells, like myself. Gains a point at level quest without spending a skill point at 6. Increases the max level. Acceptor grants 1 additional current level. So basically, it makes these 3 abilities just better. I feel like people are not going to take this one because these 3 abilities, while useful, some Ice Wall is one of the least used. 3 seconds, freeze, becoming rude, and taking magic damage. It makes them better. Cast the affected is all applied to allied heroes and forge persons. Ah, that's kind of cool. You can make your allies ghost walk. All right. Heals depending on whenever. Isn't that normal how Cold Snap works? That it heals you? Or do they change it? Wex enhancements. Cast on Invoker any ranged units. Bonus attack range additionally. Okay. Isn't that, I swear to God, that's how how Cold Snap works.
Zeal of Wexort.
Or Cold Snap. Freeze damage Quas, freeze heal Quas. Okay, so it doesn't heal unless you take this one. Okay, so they changed it so that if you want the heal, you have to get this one. It's updated. This one gives you attack range. Tornado creates a smaller twist along its path every 3 minutes. Twister lasts for the duration of Tornado. Damage per second. Twisters have ground vision, so it kind of turns Tornado into a damage skill as well. EMP. This is the pull one with Ag Shard. This is Ag Shard for the Ice Wall root damage thing. Makes your wall thick. And Exort. Meteor radius by 30. Travel distance increases. You get more exhort levels, so all of your nukes will deal more damage. Acceptor grants Cataclysm exclusively with this facet. Acceptor does, the Ghost Walk thing. Acceptor does the Tornado thing. Okay. And then Cataclysm, Shard, Sunstrike will summon the level of Forge at the location when damaging a real hero. Ah, okay. Interesting. Well, who knows if we'll see Invoker Day. Alright, we figured it out. We figured this all out. It's done. IO. Universal base damage increased by 7. Damage per level is big time nerf, so core IO is dead. Strength gain is up though. Tether IO now has a buff that shows Tether's remaining cooldown. Buff is only visible to IO and IO's allies. Okay. Enemy move and attack speeds will increase big time. 60% is huge. No longer deals enemy damage per default. The shard deals 120 damage per second to enemies touching it. 50% of the damage dealt heals IO. Okay, so core IO is 100% dead. It felt bad last patch too. Pseudo Lifesteal. Why'd they have to use the word pseudo? Pseudo. Amplified with spell lifesteal and heal amp, but does not have a creep penalty. Okay. Oh wow. So you really can farm with this. Maybe you could transition with a shard and a Helm of the Dominator and then just jungle. No, that's not going to be good. Overcharge no longer upgrade the Ag Shard. Oh, this is the Ag Shard. Yeah, yeah. It's the burn. So way better slow on Tether. Maxing Tether actually seems kind of good to me as a IO support. Because like these slow numbers are like insane. If you're getting this on like 1 to 2 heroes, this amount of attack speed slow permanently is going to make a big difference in your trades. You're not doing damage over time anymore, so you're losing some of the benefit, but the slow is really, really high. Overcharge duration instead of tether slow. Heal health of tethered units on slow bowl during overcharge. It's kind of cool. It's actually really good against in some circumstances. Definitely more support IO, not really that different though. Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost are gone. Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost abilities are now available to hero at the same time. They have a shared level and cooldown. Now always attacks with Ice Head first, then Fire Head, which makes sense. Results in swapping special attacks. Liquid Frost always supplied with the first attack, Liquid Fire with the second. Damage penalties decrease from 50 to 40, and improves even further by 5% per macro power level. So that means you could get it down to a massive 25% damage decrease, which means that all of the damage items you buy in this hero are just straight up like 10% better? Is that how it works? I don't know exactly how the math works. But if you do want to buy damage items on Jakiro, they're more valuable. You don't have to just buy like Maelstrom proc items. So they're trying to make it more viable. Ice path duration increased from up to 6 seconds. Upon expiration, it detonates, dealing an additional damage and stunning enemies for 0.5 seconds a second time. But that's if they're still there at the end of 6 seconds. So you could use this for jungling and pushing for sure. Man, Jakiro's AoE damage is fucking crazy. When the path exists, abilities are placed with a sub-ability which allows you to detonate early. Oh my god. This is really good. This is by far the obvious facet. Every support has taken this facet. This one sucks ass. Nobody is going to take Twin Terror except for people that are trying to grief their games. Like techies with bonus attack range based on attack speed. I just don't think this one's going to be good. This just seems amazing. Just bonus damage. Max Dual Breath, Max Ice Path. Just do crazy damage with it. Liquid Fire, Shard rework, Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost abilities not share cooldowns. Oh, so you can only choose when to use each, is I assume how it works. Replace with plus 5% for both. Yeah, let's take a little look here. Jakiro. Because I actually do like this hero. So you're just gonna have both. You're probably taking Ice Breaker every time. You probably have to choose which of the two burns that you want to use.
With ice
And fire.
Boop.
forward.
Yeah,
Prepare for battle.
which is kind of cool. I'll say this is really good for core Jakiro. Like really, really good. Because now you don't sacrifice. Like you wanted the Frost one for killing heroes, so it made core Jakiro better. But if you're core Jakiro, you really want Liquid Fire because you have all these extra levels. You're pushing creep waves. You want free damage. You want to push towers. So I think core Jakiro is just straight up way more viable now. Like way more viable. Because now you can choose what you want. This does movement slow. This does attack slow and damage. This also does damage. So if you play core Jakiro, I think the twin, and because twin Jakiro or core Jakiro is more viable because of this being split and you being able to do both, I think Twin Terror actually becomes a little bit better. Icebreaker is really good though, because you're getting an extra 0.5 second stun duration, just for free basically. So you're turning this ability not only into a bigger damage ability, but into a secondary stun. You're just adding 0.5 stun duration. I wouldn't be surprised if I see Liquid pick Jakiro today. Is that it? Yeah, the hero's just better. It's just straight up better. Did they change the numbers at all? I don't think they did. This hero's just straight up fucking better. Because you basically have the old facet. Jakiro just got an extra facet. You just have the old facet and you have a new facet. And this one's fucking good. This one's not very good. Unless maybe you're core. But even then, it's kind of mediocre because you're not really buying that many damage items, right? But I think Jakiro's really good. He's just straight up better. Just straight up better in all ways. You get to push towers, you get to nuke creeps, you get to lower attack speed if you want, or you can choose to slow their movement speed and just do really, really high damage against that one guy. But you can also push towers. But with that said, support Jakiro isn't going to get as many points in these. But this looks really good. Just bonus damage, bonus stun duration. Path is on the ground longer. Sun's not the same because it does an extra stun at the end. And you can choose when to pop it, right? So you just do more damage. You do more stun and you do more damage. And you have the best choice between your facets at all times. Just seems really good. When Insania played it the other day, he had to go Frost. But now he's got both. Good for him. Alright, we got like 30 minutes until I have to take a shower. Juggernaut, cast range, Omni Slash increase, good for that. Swift Slash cooldown increase. Healing Ward, level 10 duration is, or cooldown reduction is, this is a buff. Blade Dance Lifesteal replaced with +2 healing wards hit. I like that at 20 instead of 25. And this talent was kind of just way too good anyways. Two healing ward hits replaced with Blade Dance Lifesteal at 25. Okay. Jug probably still gonna suck. but we'll see based on the patch. There's a lot of shit that's changed. Keeper, more int gain, removed mana magnifier innate ability. Now he's got this passive. He cannot go below 75 mana. But why? I guess that means that if you are... I mean, if you're against like a mana drainer, it's not as bad. I guess it means if you have spells that cost less than 75 mana, you can always cast them. You can always cast it. AM, I guess, yeah, I guess you're right. AM can't slow him. This
am the
costs
keeper of
75
the
mana
light.
early. That's 120. That costs 0 mana, so it's not for that ability. This costs more than 75 mana. I don't know. As long as you have 75 mana, you can always use Spirit Form. I don't know. This is kind of weird. Infinite mana. It's not for Chakra Magic. You don't need the mana to cast. But it does mean that you aren't slowed by Anti-Mage. But it's kind of weird. If it burns, damage if Terp even more by mana burn. I guess. I don't know exactly how. We'd have to like look it up, and it's not worth doing the research right now. But the one upside is that if you do get mana burned, that you'll be quicker to get your mana back up to a point where you can cast your spells. Because hypothetically, if you get your mana burned all the way and then you have to cast Chakra Magic, it might not be enough to like cast Illuminate afterwards. But now that's 75 plus the Chakra Magic at 150, like you can definitely cast your spells afterwards. So good against mana burn, and also good. Like if you have 150 mana and you're spending a 150 mana spell, you have a 50% mana discount on that ability now, which is good. So you're getting a mana discount when your mana is low, and getting your mana from dead low to like castable is less of a penalty. So you're definitely gonna be, if you're playing support coddle, you're way better off. I think that's basically what it is. It's a support coddle buff. For heroes that don't have good mana regen, that have less levels, you're gonna have way more mana this way. So it's a buff to support coddle. It's a creative solution to fixing that. So yeah, support coddle better. You'll have way more mana in the laning stage as a result. Like you can actually just like Illuminate and Chakra Magic spam from the start of the game. Like every time Chakra Magic's off cooldown, you do another Illuminate. And it's only going to cost you like 75 mana. Or it's only going to cost you 25 mana. So you could probably do it like multiple times. Okay. Kez, base armor decreased by 1. Base agility up by 1. Base movement speed reduced. Removed Hero the Flightless facet. That was the one that didn't do anything. Alright, I'll read through. I know a little bit about Kez. I actually haven't played him yet, but October plays him all the time. So I feel like I understand the hero pretty well. Switch discipline. Kez deals 12% more damage on the first attack or ability after switching to Katana. And gains 12% bonus movement speed for 2 seconds after switching to Sai. For 2 seconds. So if you have Ags, you can abuse these more often. The first Katana switch would be either like the Sword Slash, which does the big AoE in front of you, or your ultimate, which does the multiple slashes. But it's only going to work on the first slash, which is usually the one that hits anyway. So just seems like, but that's when you switch into it. First attack or ability after switching it. Or if you could switch Katana and then attack, it also does 12% more damage. It's just more damage basically. But bonus movement speed is kind of good too, to get away. It'll help make up for this lost 5. Triggering a Shoto Sai mark from invisibility deals 50% more critical damage. When he triggers the mark, reduce the cooldown of both Shoto Sai and Kazurai Katana by 50. Okay, that's the dive one. So when he triggers it reduces the cooldown of both. Okay. So you can basically, and you can trigger this by doing the block, by the way. You switch and activate the Sai to block an attack, which does the mark and stuns them. And if that happens, your grappling claw will allow you to escape. So if you're attacking a Kez and he's kind of fucked because he already used his grappling claw, then if he procs this on you, it would give him a tool to escape or to get another attack with lifesteal on you. So you have to be a little bit careful about when this, like using the, I feel like this one's better personally. But it does scale up, I suppose. 20% is kind of low early. But anyways, grappling claw. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, I have this wrong. The Kazurai Katana is the first slash thing, I think, right? Or is that the ulti? Which one is it? I don't know which. That's not how you spell Kez. Oh, that's Echo Slash, of course.
No one escapes.
The katana is. The fuck is it? Kazurai Katana? Am I correct? crazy. Reduce the cooldown of Shodosai, which is this one. That's the like block parry. And Kazurai Katana. Oh, that's that one. But that's the auto attack one. I'm confused. Why do I want to reduce the cooldown of this ability? Why do I want to reduce the cooldown of this ability? Oh, because of the shard? Oh, that's right, because the shard allows you to proc it, right? So if you have the shard, then it's worth it to reduce the cooldown, because then you can activate it more often. It basically allows you to upfront. Basically, it does the damage over time. And when you have shard, you can make it end. If it says like 1,000 there, you can press it and they'll take 1,000 damage. So lowering that cooldown would be helpful. And they changed the scaling. It goes up to 20 to 5 seconds now. Okay, so it's actually like valuable to potentially drop it earlier. Okay, a little confusing. Sorry about that. Katana bonus damage decrease from 20 to 11. So this is a really big nerf. He basically just has like 8% less damage. This is definitely a big nerf to the hero. X shard cast range increases. No longer grants flat bonus hero lifesteal. Now it's lifesteal on attack. 100% now it's just down to like 50 up to 125. This is going to change a lot of the math that you have to do. Now follows global lifesteal rules, so it heals way less on creeps. No longer provides debuff immunity and a hard dispel. Now provides a basic dispel and 0.1 second invulnerability period on cast. So before it would basically like make you invulnerable for like the little start of it, kind of. It looks like you can still be stunned while it's happening, but you won't take any magic damage while it's going on. I don't know if it's going to interrupt the slashing entirely, but you definitely won't take magic damage while it's going. But maybe you can stun through it. Maybe it's going to force you to buy BKB now in the hero. There's a lot of little changes like that, like his DPS going down, this changing might really affect whether or not he's viable. You can now change targets while rushing, okay. Rush range decreased. Side base attack rate is worse, so you can't attack as quickly with it now. This DPS is down. Katana base attack rate is also increased. He just lost a lot of damage. Oh, he's lost a lot of damage, guys. He lost like 8% here. He lost like another like 10% here. This is a lot of DPS decrease. Talent Toss deals physical instead of magic. That's the range one that silences. Attack speed factor is increased. You do attack faster here though, so maybe this is not as bad when you use Falcon Rush. Maybe it offsets the numbers a little bit. It's not quite the same, but you'll attack a little quicker. Basher's slightly better. Shodosai no longer slows the targets. Extra no longer grants bonus movement speed. Yeah, it just kind of gave that to you. Okay, a lot of shit happened. Some numbers. I'm sure I'll get a breakdown of how good Kez is now. He's got to be worse, I feel like. I feel like he's definitely worse. X marks movement speed talent replaced with Admiral's Rum cooldown. That is your passive. It's not that bad. Tidebringer damage increased. Torrent damage knockup duration increased by 5%. Just little buffs to Kunkka. Tidebringer cleave damage increased by 20% too. So buff in the cleave build. Base strength up for Legion. Duel. This is the one that people don't usually get. Now if she wins, you automatically cast pressing attack on her and any assisting allies. That's really cool, actually. That makes this a lot better, because keep in mind that is a hard dispel, baby. I think. Is it still hard? Let me check. Does she make her teammates hard?
Whatever they
It is a
brought,
strong dispel.
It won't be enough.
So you're getting a strong dispel for anybody that dealt damage to the guy that you're doing. That's pretty sick. Genuinely pretty good. I could definitely see people getting this more often now. Overwhelming odds, mana cost, rescaled, so a little bit cheaper. Global lifesteal rules less against creeps. So that means her laning stage is just straight up worse in kind of a big way. If you're hitting heroes with it, it's not that bad. It's the downside to get this facet and having this happen is that your laning stage is probably just way worse. No longer cast press attack on victory by default. Okay, so worse, another nerf to the other facet. Cast range decreased, 200 at all levels. Duration rescaled, it's better early, a little bit worse late. Ag Scepter duration bonus decreased as well, so max of 7 seconds. Yeah, the duration was kind of fucking crazy. 7.5 seconds, like 7 is pretty fair, I think. Wait, it was, yeah, 7.5 now versus 7. Is that all the decrease? Yeah, we're just using 0.25, 0.25. Ag Scepter debuff immediately now is more prominent visually. Yeah, that was kind of hard to see. And Ag Shard bonus damage per win decreased. Okay. Seems fine. Nerfs to the left facet, buffs to the right facet, way more team oriented. Way more team oriented. And then the press attack gives you movement speed and regen. So not the best, but for a lot of heroes it's actually quite good, I would say. Lesh, Chronoptic Nourishment. Damages mana restored increased up to 34 late. Right click Lesh, we're here baby. Let's do it. AoE per int increased. Or yeah, AoE per int, because they nerfed the Bloodstone, so they're buffing this to compensate for it. To make Bloodstone's still pretty good on the hero though. And you are getting more AoE than you used to. Because you have a Dispel on Bloodstone now, right? So maybe this makes up for it. But you also don't have to go the Bloodstone build, probably. Movement speed during Pulse Nova replaced with 10 damage reduction during Pulse Nova. They moved that down from the 20 talent, whereas 20, and now 20 is Diabolic Edict hits an additional target. Also, it's 2 people instead of 1. That's pretty good. That's like crazy for the other facet. You just Diabolic Edict hop into the middle of the team, you're doing double damage? Isn't that like fucking crazy? Isn't that like insane crazy, guys? Diabolic Edict an additional target? Just double damage for Misanthropy? That's crazy. That's a good talent. That's a power spike right there. Lich, gonna get nerfs. One of the best supports in the past. Cast range decreased by a lot. Very valid though. 800 range is still really far. Duration, more balanced. Sinister Gaze mana cost reduced heavily. But the mana drain per second is better. It doesn't do damage to creeps anymore, which is really not a big deal. And now it casts, yeah, this really neat. Now requires Ags again to cast other abilities. This is way too good. You basically blink and gaze a guy, and then you ulti and do the Ice Spire, and it was just so simple. So easy to get kills. Now it's going to be hard. You have to like blink, Ice Spire, throw your ulti, then Sinister Gaze. That gives you way more reaction time for a lot of heroes. So that made the hero way too good with Blink Dagger. It's still probably going to be good, but it's not going to be nearly as good at like getting solo kills. Like the Blink Shard power spike on Lich was just fucking crazy in a lot of cases. Bounce distance decreased, good or bad, you could argue, because then it's more likely to not bounce really far away. Ice Spire is damaged by 1 hero attack damage every time Chain Frost Orb bounces off of it. Okay, so it explodes faster, so it won't necessarily bounce it a gigantic amount of times anymore. Effect radius decreases the slow. Unlimited bounce replaced with plus 100 Chain Frost incremental. Okay. Yeah, that sounds kind of fair too, because Chain Frost going infinite kind of got weird sometimes. Lifestealer range. Oh, God, I'm not even gonna get close, dude. Movement speed decreased by 5. Remove rage and unfettered. Flesh Feast. Max HP per hero kill increased from 15 to up to these, depending on the current level of Infest. Cool. Cooldown is reset if a hero dies while afflicted by open wounds. Cool. Gore Storm. It allows the ability to be used on ancient creeps. Consume the creep. Drenches affected enemies in blood for 3 seconds. Drench enemies take damage equal to 25% of the host's remaining health over the duration. Okay, so current health 25%, pretty good. Really good with Ags. When cast with Ag's Scepter, Gore Storm, damage is equal to 25 of the damage done to the host enemy hero by Lifesteal over the duration of Infest. Pretty good. Max health gained now added to the post-game screen. Cool. No longer can target ancient creeps by default. Infested creeps now lose a percentage of their max HP per second. Okay, so you can't just like live in them as easily early game. That's very fair. Infest damage. I mean, how is he so good at infesting people and doing 0 damage to them? This is just a level 6 here, you know? Infest damage replaced with plus for all stats. Kind of mediocre. Both those talents kind of suck, so this one's kind of nice too. Alright, Lina. Fiery Soul move speed bonus per stack decreased. Okay, no longer upgraded with Ag Shard. Now upgraded with Ag Shard. 74% of the damage dealt is converted to an all damage barrier. Barrier lasts for 10 seconds. This is similar to the 25 facet. But this also means that your raw damage from Ag Shard is just worse because it doesn't increase all of your spell damage, which is part of the reason she was juicing so hard was the Shard and the Ags. Time Flame Cloak duration reduced. Dragon Slave talent nerfed. Lugana Blade talent nerfed. This one is Combustion Overheat. Let's take a look at there. Somebody told me that somebody said in chat earlier that Lina wasn't nerfed that much. This is a big deal, guys.
The heat
Overheat
is on.
damage 70 at level 4. The damage is 25 for an illusion, and so plus 60% combustion overheat. Okay, so this really matters. The shard changing matters a lot, guys. She basically got a shard that increased her damage by quite a lot to a shard that gives her defense. So she lost offense for defense. And keep in the way that her shard works is that, or her innate works is that if you deal damage, you deal more damage. Every 175 damage you deal to a target, you do 70 more damage to their nearby allies. So if enemy heroes are grouped, she does a shitload of damage because it's like an Echo Slam. So if her Dragon Slave is not doing like, I don't remember what the numbers were. If it wasn't dealing like 15 extra damage per fiery soul charge she had, effectively increasing her Dragon Slave and her Light Strike rate by 100 damage, it's like completely different. I guarantee it feels different when enemies are grouped. She's still going to be doing really good single target damage. That's still going to happen with Flame Cloak and Laguna Blade. But she's not going to get 10 supercharged stacks from Laguna Blade, which increases all of her nukes by like 150 damage. Like Shard with Laguna Blade, the reason you'd go stun instantly ulti is because it'd give you supercharged stacks, which would also give you damage from the old Shard. So I promise you she's going to deal less damage. She's still going to do a lot of damage. If she gets out of control and does like E-Blade, Laguna Blade, and keeps solo killing and has 15 kills, yes, she's still going to like one-shot you. But in a game that's semi-normal, she's not going to feel as bad. I guarantee this build is going to fall off a little bit. She will be more tanky because she's going to have a barrier and high magic resistance with her Flame Cloak. So against magic damage, she's going to be really hard to kill when she has Shard. But her burst damage is not going to be the same. It was 25 per soul. Yeah. It's a huge damage difference if people are a little bit clumped. So you'll definitely notice. No longer instantly kills enemy illusions. Probably needed. It was like way too good against illusion heroes. Our spike damage replaced with movement speed. It's not too bad. Max health per finger death is replaced. Plus 15 to hell and back debuff spell. So this is 15% more spell damage if you are respawning for a period of time and more stun duration. It's kind of good. It basically means your Ags online and charges online are literally just about damage now. The other talent is, I believe, Hex cooldown. I assume everyone is going to get the Hex cooldown talent, but depending on how often you're dying, I mean, held to back is not bad. 15% more debuff, so your stuns are going to last 15% longer, and your ulti is going to do 15% more damage. Like, it's not terrible. Debuff duration spell amp for 90 seconds after respawn. 90 seconds is so long. That's actually not bad. 90 seconds? It's like you respawn and you just have 15% more damage. It's a lot of damage. In some ways, that 15 left talent is crazy. It's not going to be good for core lions because your raw HP is not going to be like giga high, but so your hero will go back to being like the squishy little lion that he was before, but his stun duration and his damage is going to be really high. So yeah, that facet's still pretty good. Lone Druid is agility now. God, there's so much shit to read. I'm not going to make it. I have to leave in like 40 minutes. And my food is downstairs. That's probably cold now. It's definitely cold. What did I even get? Oh, I got like a chia pudding and a sandwich. It's too bad. I got shit to do. Int gain is dumpstered. Agility gain is up. Strength gain is up. Damage gain per level is way worse. Unbearable is gone. That's the one where you're the fastest name, not the description. Bear necessity. Oh god, fucking bear pun. Stat bonus increased. Okay. Gift bear reworked. Lone Druid Spirit Bear receives a copy of the neutral item. Copies independent cooldown of the main one. Okay. I don't know what the old innate was on the bear. Spirit Link falls. Global lifesteal rules. Okay. Creep penalty. Well, that's interesting. Luna had a really bad win rate. Lunar orbit damage reduction is increased by 5%. These numbers are actually pretty good. I actually felt like this skill was kind of nice. Lunar orbit collision damage increased. Yeah, this is probably getting to like legitimately good territory. I don't think this is a bad ability when I played it the other day. It felt pretty good. The shard increased the DPS too. Like you can genuinely do a lot of damage with this once you get into melee range. Improved glaive collision behavior for orbiting glaives. Ag shard collision damage bonus increased. Okay, this is fucking crazy. This is a lot of damage, guys. Total collision with shard up by 10%. So this spinny thing does 10% more damage, and when you get the shard, the speed increases by 50%. So like this shit has to be good. I feel like this has to be good. Luna's gonna be more of like upfront fighting to the death type carry. I feel like it's just got buffs. I felt kind of okay last patch. Your laning is worse because you're not getting damage from Lucent Beam. So like you're gonna get less gold, but like I just feel like the fight to the death moment for this hero when you have 30% damage reduction and like you're spinning, you're gonna be like a fucking crazy specter trading your HP for tons of damage. That's what's gonna happen. Strength hero Lycan, base damage increased by 20. Damage level 1 unchanged. Strength gain is better. Damage per level is worse. Int is better. Agility is a little bit worse. This is definitely going to affect him a little in terms of his right click items, but buying strength items are more back on the menu. You could justify getting like Armla and stuff like that instead. So there's some ways that he is a little bit better. You know, you can buy Sanjas or whatever. Alpha Wolf's high tail duration is the evasion one, probably reduced by 2 seconds. That shit was bullshit. Magic resistance is also being removed. Okay. Magnus, less damage per level, more int, more base damage. It's probably going to be semi-playable. Did they remove reverse polarity? Okay. So he actually gets a fast now, so that's a buff because the reverse polarity before just didn't do anything better, right? Am I wrong? Or was it just reverse polarity? Increases the max level shockwave to 5. Ooh, number of times plus 2 attributes can be skilled decreased. Okay. Level 5 makes the shockwave return once it reaches its max distance. So it's like the shard basically. So if you want to do like nuke on this hero, this is kind of a downside though. Because if this is the same as Alpha Wolf's, your other two abilities only go up to level 3. So that means you have less in power. Abilities always enabled on Magnus. Every one of his subsequent attacks increases self bonus. Cool. Always enabled, and he gets an extra bonus. Duration 10. Each stack refreshes the duration. Bonus per hit and max bonus skill with a level in power. Yeah, this seems kind of crazy. Let me see.
My horn is sharp. My pike is sharper
So he
still.
just gets the 5, but he doesn't lose the other 2 like the Alpha Wolves did. Okay. Dealing 50% of its ability damage on the way back. How much damage does it do at level 5? Does it do more damage? It doesn't. It does the same damage. Okay, so that's less good a little bit. It does do 50% more damage though. Like you're just getting a stronger ability and it slows for longer. No longer upgrades with shard. Mana cost is worse. Skewer deals percentage of the distance traveled as damage rather than trees and cliff hit. Now upgrade with Ag Shard. Increases skewer damage range. Deals additional damage for tree and cliffs. Okay. Shockwave slow duration replaced with skewer slow duration. Yeah, that one was pretty good actually. It was very good with Shard. 10 talent power duration replaced with mana regen. Okay. Marcy! Way worse damage per level as a universal hero. Remove both facets, which are kind of interesting. Rebound. Let's do this one first. Oh, there's 3. Rebound adds an all cast, allows Marcy to bring the target ally with her to the final destination. Okay, so a great save. Ally deals 25% of the rebound damage, so it's more damage, but you can use it to like save allies if you want, like a snowball kind of. While Bodyguard, Mercy, and her partner share 100% of the health healed by this ability with each other, which I assume is very similar to Sidekick. Fleeting. If Marcy has Unleash leveled, after landing from Rebound, Marcy gains a short Fury combo. That's really good. If Unleash is already active, the duration is instead expanded by 3. Combo has 3 hits instead of 5. It seems really good. Once you hit 6, it basically makes you don't necessarily have to commit to using your ulti to get a kill, you know? Special delivery, active component whistles, instantly teleports a courier to her. Oh, that's very cute. Mana cost is up. Ally bonus movement speed is down. No longer decrease cooldown with shard. Shard now increases damage by 20%, which means this plus this could do a lot of extra damage. You basically use it to bring your ally in, right? You can like use it to like blink your carry into location. It's kind of slow though, for pros at least. No longer provides bonus armor. Provides the select ally with 75% of the lifesteal and damage bonuses. Okay. So this is probably very similar to the previous one, is what's going on. But I think fleeting. These are all cool. If you like playing Marcy, I think you're pretty happy. 50% of the bonus to all allies that are in the arena. Okay, yeah, nobody takes this one. Dauntless now affects only Mars himself. God, I don't even remember what this does. What time is it? 2:30.
I am war.
Let me check my phone. It's been buzzing a lot in the last like 30 minutes. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything like crazy. That one doesn't matter. Where are we at? I was checking Mars innate. The more regen when he's outnumbered. That's right. That's right. Do not care too much. Radius decreased. Regen per enemy is better. Okay, now only affects himself. Undulation, new. Base movement speed increased by a lot. Wow. Her movement speed is fixed and not affected by most effects. This isn't that bad though. She's getting 35 movement speed for free basically. She cannot become faster, that means her ulti is worse, but she doesn't have to buy boots now. Which isn't all great, because treads are frankly pretty good on the hero, but split shot upgraded by Acceptor allows on-hit effects to apply to secondary attacks from split shot. Okay, and so you can get one extra attack, and you get on attack on-hit effects. But this is kind of bad because spending this money to apply the on-hit effects means you're not buying a damage item. So I would argue that Ags is like a late game item only, unless you're doing something really goofy like Mage Slayer or Diffusal Blade or something to try to hit a lot of heroes. But your attack speed's not that good. Mage Slayer's kind of better. It's goofy. It's really goofy. But hypothetically, like support Ag Scepter could work. It's probably bad. Cold Mystic Snake now always turns the enemy into a stone for 1 second. Oh, that makes the shard way better. Way, way, way better. At least it just automatically does something extra. Mystic Snake damage replaced with Gorgon's Grasp Radius. It makes that a lot better. Split Shot modifier is replaced with 40 int. And I believe the other facet is, or talent is, I don't remember. Gorgon's Grasp Volley. Ooh, those. She just lost like one of the best 25 talents in the game. But it is on Ags now at least. The Gorgon's Grasp Volley, who gives a shit? 40 int is mana regen and survivability, which isn't all bad, but it's like 500 mana or something, which is potentially a lot of damage. Pack Rat is gone. That's the one where it's like your items and your neutral item. Number of time +2 all attributes can be skilled decreased from 7 to 6. Oh, this is the one that people get right now. Right? That's very misleading. I don't play this hero enough to like really judge. Fuck. Wasting so much time with these misclicks. Yeah, this is the one that everybody gets. You get the duplicate one earlier. For some reason, you get less stats. All Beanfuls have stackable ore that increases their attack speed by 7% and armor by 2. Okay. Those are the only two options right now. So when you fight together, they get more attack speed and they get more armor. Better against physical and cleave. Definitely very good against cleave. You probably want to get this one, maybe if you're playing against some like Sven type hero. Makes you less reliant on having to get Ags, basically. Add a new neutral crafting system, increase the selection of artifacts. Okay, so you get 5 choices to get a better chance at a good one. Agility hero, man, there really are less universal, huh? There's way less universal heroes now. I think this is probably fine. Rather than make it equitable, this just allows them to balance like stat items. It's just gonna make it way easier to balance stat items without like fucking up tons and tons of. Spectre's universal, what? Kind of makes sense. She doesn't really need to be agility. She lost both of her facets. Starstorm's like a meter deals more damage and blinds the target. 100% blind miss. This looks good. Looks good for core Morana. Good with Ags. Upon landing, leap roots target and a radius. Oh, makes it easier to land arrows hypothetically. Although you'd have to shoot the arrow and then leap in as the arrow's about to hit. Which could work. But a little interesting. Thank you for the gifted subs. Rubber Ruben, I appreciate it. 10 gifted subs, thank you. I don't think I've done a good job reading YouTube chat this whole time. I wouldn't even be surprised if people gave subs over there. I don't see any actually. That's fine though. But thank you for the subs. Oops, that's not what I want. I need to like get up and go take a shower in like 10 minutes for sure. Healing Lotus effectiveness increased to 50%. That's crazy. Lotus is god tier from Rana. Holy shit, you have to get them. Second meter damage decreased in case you don't get the Starstruck facet. So that's a big nerf to that. However, the Shard is still really good with this. Shard is so good with Starstruck. Because you hit them all, and then they all get the double Starstorm. It's like 600 damage. I feel like this, with Shard on Mirana, I don't know if she's going to be viable as a core, but her damage per level is way fucking worse because she's not universal anymore. But her agility gain's better, her stats as a whole are better, her base damage is better. probably not a viable core with these new facets. The Solar Flare one was more viable, but it's kind of cool. I could see Starstruck being used maybe. Moonlight Shadow, which is now back to normal, and now also increases your outgoing damage by a percentage for the duration. It's not the worst. Starstorm cooldown at 10. Yeah, I think Ags is maybe on the menu on this hero, genuinely. Because you could do like a triple star with Ags. Maybe like mid Murano with Ags. Could kind of work. Maybe you get the leap one instead. Nah, you probably get this one if you want the damage. Critical strike replaced with base damage. Okay. Simeon Stride reworked. Increase the max level tree dance to 5. Attributes are less. Reduces tree dance cooldown to 0. Okay. So if they do want that high movement thing, they have to pay for it with levels, which I don't think is that big of a deal for Monkey Kings personally. But the downside is you probably don't get more damage with the 5th point. Scaled Wukong command cooldown 24, so that's worse early. Bonus movement speed is worse early. Jingo Mastery follows global lifesteal rules. Okay. This is actually a really big deal. 40% creep penalty on Jingu with Boundless Strike means you can't just full heal from creep waves anymore. So this could really affect Monkey's ability to be a powerful laner. This is a really big deal. This could mean that you could out harass your Monkey Kings now. A better chance of it, instead of it being like, oh, he got Jingu and he's going to Boundless Strike the whole creep wave and I have to either glyph it or he full heals. So that's good. It's definitely, it helps. Although, for all we know, he's getting like 1,000 heal every time he does that, and now it's only going to be like 500 or something, and it's not a big deal, you know, who knows. 10 damage at 10 instead of Boundless Strike extra duration, that sounds fine. Adaptive Strike strength ability is merged into the agility one. So the waveform attacks is only on Ebb now. Adaptive Strike no longer knocks back enemies, move to the base spell. And over here, this is the strength one, he gains Spell Amp per agility. Spell Amp is breakable. Spell Amp per agility. So if you don't have good agility, you don't do as good damage. But if you have a lot of strength, then you have low cooldown, right? And the Adaptive Strike stuns an enemy for 0.5 to 2.4 depending on the strength. So hypothetically, you could be really agimorphed on flow just to do a huge nuke. But typically you want to be strength morphs to have low cooldown. Cooling out removed? Oh, okay. Is it all the way down here? Just doesn't say. Just says reworked. If it's reworked, could you say like, hey, it no longer does cooldown reduction? No longer get 100% bonus stat from all the talent tree attribute bonuses. They just provide an additional +3 to your primary attribute. Oh, okay, interesting. I wonder if pros are still going to get this. I mean, it's still 3 agility. Instead of giving yourself 4 strength, 4 agility, 4 int, you're getting 2 strength, 6 agility, 2 int. It's still not that bad. You're just getting like, you're getting 1 more agility and you're getting 2 less strength and 2 less int. Pros probably still get it, I think. They probably still do a lot of attributes. So in terms of agility morphling, this is a little bit of a nerf, but the hero's not like that common as a carry. It does get picked sometimes though. Knocks back enemies by default based on your strength. So the strength is the pushback is weak. You don't get 2 abilities, so Conda would have been worse, but it got super nerfed on the hero anyways. You probably don't go Conda anymore at all. And then cooldown is just better later, which is kind of cool. But Conda got nerfed so much that lowering this cooldown is fine. Attribute shift is way worse mana-wise early. Morphing keeps its attributes while morphed. Okay, that was probably needed, I feel like. That was kind of weird. How you'd like switch into their stats kind of. This means now that this is one buff to the hero potentially, is that if you turn into a hero who has really good passive abilities, like you could kind of go wild attacking. So like now turning into a hero and attacking as them actually makes sense because you keep their morph abilities. But before it just never really worked out. Like turning into an Ursa, for example, is actually good now. You'd be melee, but you could like waveform in, turn into Ursa, overpower, and like actually just Fury Swipe like crazy, like fucking crazy. So there's some interactions that are gonna make morph really good now. Mostly heroes like Ursa or heroes with passives, like Dark Willow. I mean, I guess Dark Willow you would transform and shift anyways or whatever. Is that how it worked? Yeah, because you could turn back and forth. But anyways, there's some cases. I'm going to ignore these because I have literally seconds, an amount of seconds that I could count to. Party and shot ability got removed. Thank you for the whatever it was, subs, the gift subs, thank you. Bonus evasion per other Naga. Man, I still have so much time left. I'm gonna have to probably do another stream tonight, I think, to get the last half of the patch. I think is what I'm gonna have to do. Because I feel bad that we're not catching everything, unfortunately, but there's only so much we can do, you know. Pulse speed, evasion, universal nature's prophet. Damage per level is up. Spirit of the forest, just straight up weaker. It started at point. Oh no, it's better early though. It's better early, worse later. Huh. Allied tangos provide double the heal duration when consumed by a tree created by Sprout, similar to when creating iron branch trees. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't think that's really good though. Spirit of the forest scales with ratchet nature instead of nature's call. Why does it scale with Wrath of Nature, but it's just 4% all levels? Oh, the radius increases. Okay. Oh, this is like the bonus damage that you deal per tree nearby. That's right, that's right. Alright, I think I can do like 1 or 2 more heroes. Rapid Decay. Ghost Shroud now also makes enemies have their restoration amplification decreased. Maybe I should just go. I have to shower and then I have to pick out a cute outfit. Very important. I don't have a lot of time. And I was thinking about shaving. I think I'm just going to stop here. It's not worth like potentially fucking up my stress level in the next like 25 minutes just to read more. Nikki and Rix. I don't think I can do anymore. I'm sorry. I gotta go. My shuttle is in 19 minutes. I have to take a shower and get dressed. Okay. Thanks everybody for watching. That was fun. I am about to head to Dream League. So if you guys want to watch pro players do this stuff, we can go do that. If you guys have any Twitch subs, any Amazon Primes that you're not using, and you want to throw them at me, I would appreciate it. But thanks everybody for watching today. I'm going to come back later tonight because I'm only working one shift. I'm probably going to be back. Well, it's actually going to be late when they finish. They're going to finish around midnight. I might broadcast the rest of the stream during the last series. The stream is going to be live probably by 5 p.m., which is in about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Is my guess. I think there's already some live games that you could watch if you want to, but it's not the main stream that's doing them. It's the B streams. So, okay. I'm gonna go now. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you for the Prime subs, and I will see you guys soon. I'll definitely be looking forward to playing this. A hype chest? What's that do? Choo choo. Alright, bye everybody.